Chapter 384. This kind of spirit herb was extremely rare. It was even rarer than spirit herbs that could increase cultivation and replenish qi and blood. Otherwise, Bai Lishi would not have had to go through so much trouble to find them. When Xiao Chun scanned the area with his spiritual sense, he found only 6 stalks of this kind of spirit herb older than 500 years. Furthermore, they were rather far from each other. Xiao Chun spent an hour before he managed to collect all of them. This was especially so for the last stalk. Someone nearly got to it first. Xiao Chun fought with that person and chased him away before he managed to obtain it after much difficulty. Xiao Chun placed the scarlet blood flower in his universe ring and revealed a satisfied smile. He thought to himself, success. He had obtained all the spirit herbs that he needed the most. Furthermore, he had picked some peak-grade spirit herbs along the way. His harvest was unparalleled. In the remaining time, Xiao Chun would casually look for a few valuable spirit herbs to exchange for some spirit stones. He would no longer be in such a rush. White-robed bladesman Xiao Chun. It looks like your harvest is not small. A familiar, melodious voice came from behind. Xiao Chun turned his head back and saw Yu Chenxi with an extraordinary aura. In this herb garden filled with a medicinal fragrance and flowers, Yu Chenxi's aura that could topple cities appeared even more spirited. One could not help but take a few more glances. Jin Wuji, who was beside Xiao Chun, had a wide smile on his face. Clearly, he had obtained what he wanted as well. However, when he saw Xiao Chun, a barely detectable killing chi flashed in his eyes. Xiao Chun smiled gently and said, "It's all right. How was your harvest?" Yu Chenxi stretched out his hand to stroke the black hair on his forehead. He shook his head and smiled gently. "I was not as lucky as you. The thing I wanted was not here. However, I did find some spirit herbs that could increase cultivation." At this moment, a series of exclamations suddenly rang out from the end of the herb garden. Everyone quickly gathered there. Xiao Chun turned his head back out of curiosity. He discovered that the place where the crowd gathered had already surpassed the size of the herb garden. Xiao Chun had not used his spiritual sense to scan that place, so he did not know what it was. Jin Wuji's expression changed, and he said, "Let's go and take a look." The two of them quickly followed behind him. When they arrived, they discovered that there was actually another small herb garden at the end of the several thousand zhang long herb garden. However, there weren't any precious spirit herbs in that small herb garden. All of them had a kind of bitter tea-colored flowers. In the middle of the flowers, a sacred coffin made of white jade lay quietly. It looked incomparably solemn. Sage coffin. It really is a sage coffin. It is completely made of platinum-glazed jade. Only a martial sage can rest in this coffin. I've struck it rich this time. I just need to find one of the funerary objects of a sage and I won't have to worry about it. If it's the body of a blue-robed emperor, after 1,000 years, there might even be a holy treasure left behind, which could directly double his power. Legend has it that if a martial artist reached the level of the blue-robed emperor, his corpse would not decompose even after thousands of years. If there was a good method to nourish it, the cultivation, and experience of a sage's life would condense into a supreme holy treasure in the body. As for a super expert of the level of Emperor Wu, there was no need to go through so much trouble. As long as they died, they would definitely leave behind a holy treasure. Furthermore, it would be an even higher emperor-grade secret treasure. The 200-odd cultivators all revealed excited gazes as they cried out in astonishment. In the crowd, the knife-scarred man in a black robe also had an extremely excited look in his eyes. Using a voice that everyone could hear, he said, "The information is correct. There really is the remains of a saint. This time, the sect leader will definitely be satisfied." Xiao Chen's gaze was calm as he revealed a pondering expression. He carefully observed the structure and terrain of the small herb garden. Slowly, he discovered something interesting. The boundary of the large herb garden was an inconspicuous concave shape. Furthermore, this small herb garden happened to be embedded within this concave shape. The place with the densest earth-ranked spiritual energy actually flowed towards that small herb garden. There was only one purpose for doing this: to nourish a holy treasure. The sage's body in this sage coffin would definitely have a holy treasure. Xiao Chun muttered to himself, this senior really put in a lot of effort, leaving behind supreme treasures for his descendants. After his descendants obtained the treasure map, they could enter the treasure island to cultivate and obtain treasures every once in a while. This ensured that the strength of the clan's descendants could be passed down continuously. The demonic beasts and combat puppets left behind to guard the treasures were a test for the clan's descendants. If they wanted to obtain the treasures, they had to be strong enough. If they did not have enough strength, they would have to wait for the next generation of talented clan disciples to obtain the treasures. Like this, it was a survival of the fittest. This ensured that the clan would prosper and would never decline. After 1,000 years, the holy treasure in his body would be obtained by the clan's descendants. Then the clan would rise up. However, this senior, who had reached the level of a half-step Emperor Wu, did not expect that the strength of his descendants would be too weak. Not long after he died, his descendants were all killed. Then, the treasure map was circulated in the Devil Savannah. As Xiao Chun pondered all this, the 200-odd cultivators present all ran into the small herb garden impatiently. Jin Wuji also followed. Yu Chenxi glanced at Xiao Chun, who did not move. He said with some surprise, "White-robed bladesman Xiao Chun, are you not interested in the holy treasure? Even if you cannot obtain the holy treasure, it should not be a problem for you to snatch a few burial items." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and did not say anything. He glanced at the black-robed bladesman 100 meters away. That person did not move either. Then, Xiao Chun used his finger to point at the few peak martial kings at the front of the crowd. His meaning was clear without saying. It was not that they did not want to, it was that there was no opportunity. Even if they went, it would be a waste. The remaining 6 peak martial kings in the herb garden exchanged glances and smiled tacitly. Bang! 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 A few strands of extremely strong saber chi and sword chi suddenly shot out from the weapons in the hands of the 6 people. The cultivators beside each of them were all stunned. Before these peak martial kings could react, the strong sword chi struck them. Those with strong defenses were severely injured and lost their combat prowess. As for those with weak defenses, they were chopped in half, dying without a complete corpse. The moment these peak martial kings made their move, they used their full power. Surging essence combined with strong states, they were practically unrivaled in the crowd. With the 6 peak martial kings working together, they killed 70 to 80 people in a few breaths of time. Dozens of people were severely injured and lost their combat prowess. If they did not die, they would be severely injured. Since they did not hold back at all, there were no cultivators who were lightly injured. After a while, the bloody bladesman's son Guangxuan was the first to stop. He said sullenly, "You are not qualified to obtain the supreme treasure left behind by a half-step Emperor Wu. Just obediently go to the herb garden and pick some spirit herbs." The 1,000 slaughterer Wang, he also stopped what he was doing. He slowly wiped the blood off his hands and said sinisterly, "If you are dissatisfied, you can try my 1,000 slaughterer hand." The other 4 peak martial kings all stopped as well. Their killing chi soared into the sky. When they linked together, they formed a vast sea pressing down on the crowd. The remaining cultivators were horrified. Along with fear, there was an indescribable rage. Originally, with the strength of more than 200 people, they would have been able to fight against the 6 peak martial kings. However, no one expected these peak martial kings to have such a tacit understanding. They immediately came to an agreement to chase away the others. Caught off guard, they killed more than 100 people. Even if the remaining cultivators wanted to fight, they did not have the strength to do so. The sudden turn of events shocked Yu Chenxi. He looked at Xiao Chen again. Xiao Chen's calm expression was like he had expected this. This made Yu Chenxi feel like he could not see through him. "You knew this would happen long ago?" Yu Chenxi could not help but ask. Xiao Chen nodded and said softly, "It is common sense. When they worked together to stop the other cultivators outside the herb garden, I could guess it. The reason they did not start a massacre in the herb garden was because there were no treasures worth making a move on them. Furthermore, the herb garden was very vast. The things they obtained were more than enough for them to share. Now that the sage treasure had appeared, it was clear that there were not enough for the 6 of them. How could they allow the others to join in? Yuchensi continued to ask, "Then why are you not leaving? Could there still be a chance?" Xiao Chun did not say anything. He only casually glanced at the black-robed man 100 meters away. "I will count to 10. I hope there will not be a 7th person in the small herb garden. Otherwise, we will all die." A peak martial king in the small herb garden said expressionlessly. A martial king could not help but curse. "This is too much. How can he be so tyrannical?" Jin Wuji, who was in the crowd, was filled with rage as well. However, at the same time, he looked at the few strands of black hair in his hand with lingering fear. Earlier, he had gotten too close and caught the attention of the bloody bladesman, Sun Guangquan. After Sun Guangquan saw Jin Wuji's appearance, Sun Guangquan only chopped off a few strands of black hair. Jin Wuji knew that Sun Guangquan was giving face to his sect. If Jin Wuji did not leave, Sun Guangquan would not give him face. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. As that peak martial king started counting, the other cultivators felt uneasy. However, when they saw the many bloody corpses on the ground, they could only helplessly leave the herb garden. They could only leave the herb garden helplessly. By the time they counted to 8, not a single one was left. This peak martial king immediately stopped counting and revealed a satisfied smile. He said indifferently, "That's more like it. No matter how good a treasure is, if one does not have the life to enjoy it, what is the point?" Boom! Just as the peak martial king spoke, the scarred black-robed man appeared beside the sage coffin at some point in time. He used his palm to lift the lid off the coffin. Hu Chi! Hu Chi! The coffin lid made of platinum-glazed jade spun intensely in the air. It spun faster and faster until it turned into an earth-shattering whirlwind. The strong wind howled. Unexpectedly, there was the roar of tigers and wolves in the wind. Dust flew everywhere and petals filled the air. In an instant, the entire small herb garden changed color. The coffin lid carried a boundless strong wind and dust. It carried an overwhelming aura as it surged towards the 6 peak martial kings. Chapter 385. The opportunity that Xiaoqin had been waiting for finally appeared. An electric light flashed, and his body instantly disappeared from Yuchensi's side. The scarred man in black robes did not hesitate to take out the corpse of the half-step Emperor Wu. Just as he was about to take away the funerary objects inside, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared beside him, followed by an extremely sharp blood-red saber light. An extremely sharp scarlet saber light formed a boundless saber technique. Occasionally, it flickered with electricity as it attacked the scarred man. The scarred man ignored this attack and decisively withdrew his hand. Then, he carried the half-step Emperor Wu's corpse and soared into the sky. Xiaoqin smiled faintly. The incomparably sharp saber technique from earlier vanished without a trace. He had bet correctly that this fellow would not dare to clash head-on with him. He was afraid of being delayed and unable to leave. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chun made his move at lightning speed. He swept all the burial items in the platinum-glazed coffin into his universe ring. Without even looking at the items in the universe ring, Xiao Chun flew close to the ground and silently left the small herb garden amid a cloud of dust. Bang! The 6 peak martial kings attacked with all their might, shattering the coffin lid that was approaching ferociously. However, the force of the coffin lid was simply too strong. When it shattered, it created an intense shock wave. The shock wave surged, and the 6 all took a step back. When the shock wave dissipated, they quickly rushed towards the coffin. Damn! There is nothing left. Not to mention the sage treasure, there is not even a single burial item left. The 6 peak martial kings looked at the empty coffin. Their hearts trembled, and their expressions changed wildly. He has not gone far. He is still in the sky. The bloody bladesman looked at the sky and tossed the dragon-tooth saber in the direction that the scarred man had gone. The black dragon-tooth saber turned into a beam of light and instantly disappeared. In the next instant, a tyrannical black dragon appeared behind the scarred man and smashed him down. The scarred man landed on the ground, and the six instantly surrounded him without saying anything. Sharp attacks covered the sky and covered the earth as they unfolded, not giving him a chance to speak at all. By then, Xiao Chun had already appeared beside Yu Chenxi. He had a calm expression on his face and a faint smile on his face as he watched the seven of them fight furiously. Yu Chenxi, who had witnessed everything, had a look of disbelief in his eyes. How did this guy do it? He effortlessly collected all of the funerary items. The martial technique of the scarred man in black robes was very strange. When he made his move, there was a black gas drifting around his palm, accompanied by an extremely strong corrosive gas. Xiao Chun felt that this person's aura seemed a little familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. In terms of individual strength, aside from the bloody bladesman Sun Guangxuan, the other peak martial kings would not be a match for him. However, the scarred man could not handle so many people. Furthermore, his opponents were not weak. Furthermore, the black-robed man was carrying the corpse of the half-step Emperor Wu. Slowly, the scarred man started to show signs of weakness. When a cultivator reached martial sage, they could steal a trace of the heavenly Tao. The Savannah King was only a step away from Emperor Wu. He would definitely be able to steal more of the heavenly Tao. The energy of the heavenly Tao had not dissipated even after 1,000 years. Such a corpse could not be placed in a spatial ring. If it was forcefully placed, the heavenly Tao's energy would instantly destroy the weak spatial energy. Hence, the black-robed cultivator could only endure it, becoming even more passive. Given his strength, Xiao Chun estimated that if he put down the Savannah King's corpse, he would have no problems escaping. The sudden change in the small herb garden stunned the cultivators who left for a long time before they recovered their wits. Their eyes began to flicker, and they all stopped outside the small herb garden, unwilling to leave. They all hoped to see both sides suffer. That way, they would be able to take advantage of the situation. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. He could not be bothered to continue watching. However, no matter what the result was, it had nothing to do with him. There was no need for him to linger here. Who knew he might end up attracting trouble? Xiao Chun turned around and returned to the large herb garden. Then, he started picking some high-ranked spirit herbs again. When Yu Chenxi saw the situation, he quickly followed. This is the dog ant grass that can cure hundreds of poisons. It is especially useful for snake venom. Pick it. White wisdom grass. This is the main ingredient for refining the clear wind Jade pill for treating injuries. It is also 200 years old. Pick it. A 500-year-old snow ginseng. Although it is only 500 years old, it is not bad. I missed it earlier. It can increase my cultivation by 7 or 8 years. Pick it. Xiao Chun could already conclude this trip perfectly. Now, he could not even be bothered to release his spiritual sense. He strolled around the large herb garden and picked the good herbs he saw. In just a moment, there were several dozen more herbs in his universe ring. Another large harvest. As for the cultivators who were waiting outside the small herb garden, hoping that both sides would be injured, they could not obtain anything. They could only wait helplessly. They were still waiting for the big fish. After both sides were injured, they would be able to get a share of the burial items in the sage coffin. However, they did not know that Xiao Chun had already obtained the burial items. Yu Chenxi, who knew everything, looked at the cultivators waiting anxiously outside the small herb garden with anticipation in their eyes. He felt that these people were too foolish. Yu Chenxi, who had been following behind Xiao Chun, looked at the incredibly calm Xiao Chun. Finally, he could not help but ask, "White-robed bladesman Xiao Chun, I really do not understand. Even at this moment, how can you still be so calm? If the 6 peak martial kings knew that you were the one who took the burial items, you would not even have time to run. Yet, you are still in the mood to continue picking spirit herbs." Xiao Chun stood up and carefully placed the spirit herbs he just picked into his universe ring. He smiled gently and said, "I am not like you with the support of the Supreme Sky Sect. You probably have a lot of natural treasures, spirit pills, and miraculous medicines. This is a rare opportunity. Naturally, I have to pick more. Who knows, this vast herb garden might be gone in a while. I have to make good use of my time." When Yuchensi heard this, he was slightly stunned. The Supreme Sky Sect had its own herb garden. It was even larger than the herb garden here. Furthermore, it had professionals looking after it for close to 10,000 years. There was also a complete alchemy hall and the peak alchemists of the continent. Hence, Xiao Chen did not lack spirit pills. This was also why she was not interested in this herb garden. However, when she heard Xiao Chen say that this herb garden would disappear, she found it funny. She said softly, "Ha ha, you are too good at joking. How could this herb garden suddenly disappear? That is impossible." Chi. Just as she finished speaking, all the herbs in the large herb garden began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before Xiao Chen could pull out a 300-year-old green light grass, it withered in Xiao Chen's hand. It lost all its medicinal energy and no longer had any life force. The huge herb garden, which was filled with medicinal herbs, withered rapidly in front of the two of them. It was like time flowed quickly, from spring to autumn, from autumn to winter. Everything in the world withered in an instant. Yuchensi's expression changed greatly. His face was filled with disbelief. He said somewhat nervously, You knew this would happen?" Xiao Chen's face was filled with shock as well. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I really did not know. I was just casually saying it earlier. Let's go to the small herb garden and take a look. All the medicinal energy is flowing there." The two circulated their movement techniques and arrived at the periphery of the small herb garden after a while. They saw that the cultivators who were waiting at the side had all joined the battle. Strange, these people are all very crafty. Why would they take the risk of joining the battle before the outcome of the battle was determined? Xiao Chen looked at the herb garden and his expression suddenly changed. The camellias that were originally blooming in the small herb garden had all withered, their life force drained away. Previously, the black-robed scarred man would only release a black chi when he attacked. Now his entire body was covered in a black chi. The black chi sizzled in the air. It seemed like the air was corroded. It was very strange, deterring people from getting too close. Everyone's attacks seemed to be somewhat fearful. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He finally understood why he found this black-robed man familiar. This fellow had a demonic beast martial spirit in his body. That black chi was the demonic chi from the demonic world. It was exactly the same as the one he saw Yu chasing after in the demonic beast forest. In the small herb garden, 6 black coffins had appeared behind the scarred man at some point in time. The coffins were already lying on the ground. 6 corpses with their eyes closed stood quietly in the coffins. There were 3 red marks on their foreheads. The 6 corpses wore heavy armor made of profound iron. Their exposed skin glowed black like steel. As the life force of countless spirit herbs poured into the coffins, the 6 corpses suddenly opened their eyes. They slowly walked out with heavy steps. Boom! 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 Unexpectedly, the 6 corpses came to life just like that. The profound iron armor on their bodies weighed an unknown amount of kilograms. With every step they took, the ground trembled. Yuchensi had a grave expression as he said, "These are rank 3 black-blooded demonic corpses. It is a method unique to the Dark Church to refine corpses. This person is actually a remnant of the Dark Church. No wonder he wants the sage body of the Savannah King. He actually wants to refine the sage body into a demonic corpse. This is too horrifying. We cannot let him leave." Xiao Chen had heard of the Dark Church before. It was the mortal enemy of humanity. It was created by evil cultivators who willingly prostrated themselves at the feet of the demonic god. From the very beginning, it existed to help the demonic world unify the entire continent. However, many years ago, the 3 holy masters worked together with all the sects in the world and chased them out of the continent. Most of the core members of the Dark Church were killed as well. Even their church master was killed by the 3 holy lords working together. The Dark Church could be said to have completely collapsed. Only some weak remnant forces remained. When the cultivators of the continent saw the remnants of the Dark Church, they had to work together to kill them, no matter who they were. This was an ancient rule passed down from generation to generation. Basically, no one disobeyed it. The moment the 6 black-blooded demonic corpses appeared, they immediately charged into the crowd. Their huge bodies carried a huge force. They were like tanks driving into the crowd. Dang! 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 When the attacks of the crowd struck the black-blooded demonic corpses, they gave off dull metallic clangs. These black-blooded demonic corpses did not have any weaknesses. Be it their heads or eyes, they were not weak. They did not have emotions or feel pain. The black-blooded demonic corpses did not care about the attacks coming at them. With a backhand strike, they pierced through their opponents' bodies. Chapter 386. When the black-blooded demonic corpses stopped the crowd, the scarred man smiled coldly. He carried the Savannah King's corpse and quickly left this place. A few peak martial kings wanted to give chase. However, the black-blooded demonic corpses held them back. They had no chance to leave. Boom! Suddenly, a multicolored light appeared in the sky above. Wuxia leaped into the air and continuously executed the morning sun fist. A dazzling light exploded on her delicate fist. It was like the sun was breaking as she charged at the scarred man. Bang! The scarred man did not dodge. He took this punch head-on. His body flew forward and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. Bang! 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 Another few powerful fist winds descended from the sky. They broke through the void and struck the scarred man's body with lightning speed. All of them landed on the scarred man's body. The scarred man vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. However, he used the force of the blows to move a large distance forward. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Wuxia's sight. For the sake of the Savannah King's holy body, this person was willing to risk everything. Unexpectedly, he used such a decisive method to escape. Xiao Chun was very clear on the might of the morning sun fist. This person would not be able to recover without at least half a year of recuperation. How hateful! I actually let him escape. Wuxia landed firmly beside Xiao Chun. Her beautiful face revealed an expression of extreme pity. Suddenly, the ground trembled. The 6 black-blooded demonic corpses found an opportunity to return to the black coffins. Bang! The 6 coffin lids bounced up and the entire coffin merged back together. Then, it quickly sank into the ground and disappeared from everyone's sight. After a long time, the small herb garden was still silent. Everyone's mood was extremely gloomy. When everyone looked at the withered herb garden, they all had extremely dispirited expressions. Earlier, there were treasures everywhere. Now everything was empty. Not only did they not obtain the sage treasures and the Savannah King's burial items, but even the natural treasures of the herb garden, which they thought they did not have to worry about, were gone. In the end, he didn't get any benefits from either side. It was all for naught. After a long time, the Bloody Bladesman, Sun Guangxuan, sighed somewhat gloomily. He smiled bitterly and said, "Everyone, there is no need to be too depressed. There is still a long way to go. After you leave, I hope that you will spread the news of the Dark Church's remnants so that the various sects will be on guard. I will take my leave first." After Bloody Bladesman spoke, he turned into a red beam of light and quickly left the herb garden. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the crowd. The other peak experts looked at the withered herb garden with extremely ugly expressions. Not long after, they also dispersed. Luckily, my luck is pretty good. I didn't go around looking for those spiritual herbs that are over 500 years old. I managed to pick a few stalks of spiritual herbs that are over 100 years old. I'm depressed. I've been looking for herbs that are more than 500 years old. I didn't pay attention to herbs that are more than 100 years old. I haven't found anything yet. That's normal. Century-old spirit herbs are everywhere here, so they aren't that valuable. Naturally, they would want to find spirit herbs that are older than 500 years. Who would have thought that the Dark Church's people would suddenly appear? I can only learn from my mistakes. Unexpectedly, the Dark Church still has such strong people. This time, they managed to snatch the sage treasure and the Savannah King's corpse. I believe that their faction has already risen from the ashes. This is not something for us to worry about. It is the worry of a large sect. Since there are still a few days left, let's go to the other side palaces and try our luck. Let's go. The many cultivators in the herb garden did not find anything. They all shook their heads and sighed. Then they walked out dispiritedly. A public land of fortuitous encounters like the Savannah Kings was not that easy to find. If they wanted to run into more fortuitous encounters in the future, it would not be that easy. The crowd could not help but sigh. Xiao Chen's expression was calm. He had gained a lot on this trip, but he did not show it. He did not show any joy or sorrow. Others would not be able to see anything wrong with him. It is time to leave, Xiao Chen thought to himself. He said goodbye to Yu Chenxi and headed out of the herb garden. After leaving the herb garden, Xiao Chun returned to the 15th floor of the main palace. He did not linger as he quickly headed out of the main palace. As the huge waves weakened, the number of cultivators that arrived gradually increased. He could still see many cultivators in the treasure rooms on the 13th floor. 10 minutes later, Xiao Chun walked out of the main palace. When he looked back, the entire palace was still in ruins. Beside the main palace, there were some extremely dilapidated side palaces. There should be some good things in there. However, Xiao Chun was not interested. He had obtained a large number of spirit herbs that could increase his cultivation in the herb garden. They could save him 4 or 5 months. He wanted to make use of this opportunity to break through to peak superior grade martial saint. Then, he would forcefully open the few minor meridians required for the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer. Finally, he would break through to Martial King. Suddenly, he felt a familiar aura. The spirit blood jade flashed twice. It should be Bai and the others. Xiao Chun looked around and immediately executed the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Soon he saw Kim Taeho, Su Xiaoxiao, and Bai. Elder brother Xiao Chun, why didn't you come back after you left? I thought you didn't want me anymore. When Bai saw Xiao Chen's familiar figure, he immediately rushed over and hugged Xiao Chun. His eyes were filled with tears. Xiao Chun felt warmth in his heart. He smiled faintly and released Bai. Then he rubbed his head and said, "Something happened, so I came early. Don't worry." When Kim Taeho saw the group of people coming out of the main hall, his expression seemed off. His sharp senses sensed that something was wrong. He looked at Xiao Chun and said, "What happened in the main hall? Something feels off." Xiao Chun replied, "The Dark Church's people appeared. A large herb garden filled with natural treasures was destroyed. The burial goods and corpses of the sage were all snatched away." When Su Xiaoxiao and Kim Taeho heard this, their expressions changed. Clearly, they had not expected the Dark Church's people to appear. After a while, Kim Taeho recovered his calm. He laughed and said, "Looking at Brother Zhao's expression, it does not look like you did not gain anything. You must have gained a lot, right?" Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "It's all right. I will talk to you in detail after we go out. The good things in the main hall are basically gone. Do you want to go?" Kim Taeho smiled gently and said, "Naturally, we have to go. Even though the main hall is gone, there should still be some things in the side halls. We can't return empty-handed." "In that case, I will wait for you at the Green Wind Island," Xiao Chun said softly. "See you at the Green Wind Island. I will take my leave first." After the group left, Xiao Chun led Bai to the shore. In a few days, the huge waves would return to their previous intensity. If they did not leave at that time, they would be trapped in there until they died. White-robed bladesman Xiao Chun, wait up. The two arrived at the shore. Just as they were about to depart, a melodious voice came from behind them. When Xiao Chun heard this form of address, he did not need to turn his head to know who it was. Indeed, it was the fairy-like Yu Chenxi. Seeing Yu Chenxi fly over quickly, Xiao Chun carefully sized her up. He smiled gently and said, "I say, Miss Yu Chenxi, you don't have to address me like that every time. You can just call me Xiao Chun." Yu Chenxi smiled faintly. Her smile was like a blooming epiphyllum, beautiful and alluring. Xiao Chun had seen too many smiles that could mesmerize most men. He had completely lost his immunity to it. "I feel that addressing you this way can close the distance between us. I feel that you are purposely avoiding me. Am I that scary?" Yu Chenxi explained with a smile. How could someone who could injure the scarred man and make him vomit blood with just a few punches not be scary? Xiao Chun felt speechless in his heart. Furthermore, the other party had a sensitive identity. Xiao Chun really did not want to have too much to do with this woman. He did not want the situation that Kim Tae-ho mentioned to happen. Once he entered the Great Jin Nation, countless cats and dogs would come to challenge him. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and said in a deep voice, "Long story short, why are you looking for me? You want me to give you a few funerary items. Anyone who sees it will get a share. Your request is not too much." Yu Chensi pouted and said, "Who cares about the things of the dead? I want you to help me get the daybreak flower." Xiao Chun asked, "Is there anything in it for me?" Yu Chensi replied, "No. Bye, let's go." Xiao Chun led by forward without looking back. Yu Chensi was speechless and a little dazed. Bai asked doubtfully, "Big brother Xiao Chun, why don't you help that sister? She is so pretty. She shouldn't be a bad person." Xiao Chun lectured seriously, "You can't judge a person by their appearance. She looks pretty, but she doesn't have a brain. Helping her won't end well for you. In the future, when you see a handsome guy, don't be muddle-headed. Otherwise, you will be taken advantage of." Bai nodded, not really understanding. Yes, Bai understands. That sister wants to take advantage of big brother Xiao Chun. Bai will not let anyone else take advantage of her. Only big brother Xiao Chun will take advantage of her. Xiao Chun almost laughed when he heard that. He wanted to explain, but he decided against it. The more he explained, the more confused he would be. Behind him, Yu Chensi watched as Xiao Chun left nonchalantly when he heard that there were no benefits. His fairy-like face was stunned for a long time. Now that he heard the conversation between Xiao Chun and Bai, he went berserk. This fellow is too shameless. How did I become taking advantage of him? Morning sun fist. In his rage, he punched. His delicate fist released a dazzling light. An extremely tyrannical fist wind flew at Xiao Chun. Break! Xiao Chun turned around and drew his saber at lightning speed. He executed drawing the saber and his speed instantly reached Mach 3. He chopped the fist wind in half. After the tyrannical fist wind was chopped in half, it did not immediately dissipate. Instead, it brushed past Xiao Chun's shoulders and flew far away before stopping. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and looked at the raging Yu Chensi. His expression was extremely calm. He smiled gently and said, "Miss Chensi, why are you so angry?" Yu Chensi frowned tightly. She quickly walked over to Xiao Chun and said angrily, "Speak clearly. How did this miss take advantage of you?" Xiao Chun said calmly, "You did not give me any benefits, so you helped me. If this is not taking advantage of me, what is?" "That is true. But... Chapter 387. Yu Chensi's face froze. He was stumped by Xiao Chen's words. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. However, he still felt that something was wrong. This person was too despicable. In the past, when he needed help, there would be countless people rushing to help him without him even asking. He even looked down on them. However, this Xiao Chen took the initiative to ask for help. He owed him a favor. How could he say that he was taking advantage of me? Thinking of this word, Yu Chensi finally understood what was wrong. He quickly said, "You can say that I owe you a favor. How can you say that I am taking advantage of you?" Looking at Yu Chensi's angry expression, Bai said timidly, "Sister Yu, that was what Bai said, not brother Xiao Chun. Don't blame brother Xiao Chun." When Yu Chensi heard this, she was stumped again. It seemed like Xiao Bai was the one who said it, but she got angry at Xiao Chun. How depressing. When I meet with this fellow, why does it seem like I am being unreasonable? Yu Chensi thought angrily in her heart. Xiao Chun smiled gently and pulled Bai behind him. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't blame yourself. Actually, that is what I meant. You just said it for me first." Then, when Yu Chensi was about to lose his temper, Xiao Chun continued, "Don't be angry. Just as you said, take it as a favor. Tell me the details. I want to see if your favor is worth the risk." Yu Chensi said angrily, "You? Why do I feel like I am talking business with you? You are so unscrupulous." When Xiao Chan heard the word business, something stirred in his heart, stirring him up. If all the things in the world could be like business, fair trading and good parting. Xiao Chun also felt that it was not bad. Unfortunately, he had seen too much. The nature of the world was the survival of the fittest. Without strength, there would be no fairness. Forget it. You can say whatever you want. Just tell me what you want me to help you with, Xiao Chun said indifferently. Yu Chenxi thought for a while and organized his words in his mind. Then he told Xiao Chun the whole story. It turned out that after she finished her training in the Boundless Sea, she had planned to return to the Jin Nation. However, she had unexpectedly met Jin Wuji on Green Wind Island. Jin Wuji had met Jin Wuji once in the previous Five-Nation Youth Competition and exchanged a few words with him. Now that they met again, it was hard not to greet him. Jin Wuji first invited Yu Chenxi to a gathering at the restaurant, but Yu Chenxi was in a hurry to return. Furthermore, in her eyes, the quality of this gathering was not very high. The people who came were not the top geniuses of the various nations. Furthermore, she did not have much of a relationship with Jin Wuji, so there was no need for her to agree to their request. Furthermore, she could guess that Jin Wuji wanted to use her identity to expand his influence. All the more she would not agree. However, Jin Wuji told her that there was news of the daybreak grass on Chenren Island. As long as she was willing to attend the gathering, he would tell her the exact location of the daybreak grass. The martial technique that Yu Chenxi practiced, the morning sun fist, had to be supplemented with the corresponding cultivation technique, the morning sun incantation. However, it was extremely difficult to improve the morning sun incantation. If one had the support of the daybreak flower, they could greatly increase the speed of their cultivation. Furthermore, the effects of the daybreak flower were not temporary. They were permanent. Xiao Chun looked around and asked suspiciously, "The daybreak flower should have a demonic beast or spirit beast guarding it. You are here to ask for my help. However, Jin Wuji should be very willing to help you. Why do I not see him?" Yu Chenxi said. He was injured by the black-blooded demonic corpses and left in a hurry. He could not even take care of himself. Xiao Chun thought about it carefully and discovered that it was not a particularly difficult problem. He raised his head and said, "It is not a big problem. I will help you. However, I will forget about the favor. Just treat it as me returning the favor of keeping the secret for me in the herb garden." Yu Chenxi smiled gently. He finally heard this fellow say something decent. He was no longer so infuriating. "In that case, let's go. Follow me." Under Yu Chenxi's lead, the three of them quickly headed to the north of Chenren Island. Chenren Island was very large. It was not much smaller than Green Wind Island. However, it was much more desolate. Aside from the majestic, dilapidated palace, there were no other buildings on the island. There were rocks everywhere, and no grass grew. Yu Chenxi, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. He gestured for the two to hide behind a huge rock. He poked his head out and pointed to an empty space 1,000 meters ahead. There was nothing there except for a 10-meter-tall black wolf crouching there. "The daybreak flower is beside that wolf. Be careful. That wolf's senses are very strong," Yu Chenxi said softly. Xiao Chun took a closer look. There was nothing there. There was nothing there at all. He thought that Yu Chenxi had said the wrong place. He used his spiritual sense to scan the wolf's surroundings. However, he still did not discover anything. Xiao Chun could not help but look suspiciously at Yu Chenxi. "The daybreak flower? Why don't I see it?" Yu Chenxi suddenly said, "I forgot to tell you. The daybreak flower can only be seen when the sun rises. Furthermore, it only lasts for a short period of time, no more than 5 minutes." When Xiao Chun heard this, he looked at the sky above him. It was only noon. There were still more than 20 hours until the next day's dawn. Where did that wolf come from? It seems to only have the strength of a rank 7 demonic beast. "With your strength, you should not need any help," Xiao Chun said in a deep voice. The wolf crouched on the ground. It was more than 10 meters tall and extremely burly. Its eyes were pitch black, and it did not seem to have anything special about it. However, Xiao Chun keenly felt that something was wrong. This wolf might not be as ordinary as it looked. Otherwise, Yu Chenxi would not have called him for help for no reason. Yuchensi explained, "That is a greedy dream wolf. It is not a demonic beast. It is a rank 7 spirit beast. The strength is average, but it is good at creating illusions. It is extremely rare. The daybreak flower's fragrance can help it speed up its cultivation. Wherever it is, there will definitely be a daybreak flower. Later, I will make a move first to attract its attention. You go and pick the flower. As long as the two of us do not fall into the illusion at the same time, it will be easy to deal with." Xiaochen nodded and did not say anything else. He took out a medial grade spirit stone from the universe ring and sat cross-legged on the ground. "Hey, what are you doing?" Yuchensi looked at Xiaochen, who was preparing to cultivate. He said in astonishment, "At this time, when the huge waves are weaker, it is the time when there are the most people on the island. If we startle the greedy dream wolf, it might eat the daybreak flower." Xiaochen shook his head and said, "There is no need to go through so much trouble with the two of us. You alone should be enough. If there are any unexpected situations, just wake me up." There were still more than 20 hours to wait. This was a long time. Xiaochen did not want to waste this time. Furthermore, staring in one direction for a long time made him tired. Xiaochen slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. An endless stream of spiritual energy came from the medial grade spirit stone and headed for the Qi whirlpool in his dantian. Xiaochen had just broken through to superior grade martial saint not long ago. He still needed some time to stabilize his cultivation before he could use the spirit herb to break through to peak superior grade martial saint. After all, spirit herbs were external items. Without a good foundation, they would be like a loose dam. The vast medicinal energy was like a gushing flood. Without a good dam, it would immediately collapse. Not only would it not raise his cultivation, but it would also cause great harm to his cultivation. Xiaochen had to be careful. Xiaochen did not have the ability to fail. Thus, he could not waste too much of the 20-odd hours he had left. The pure essence in the spirit stone was quickly drained. As the purple thunder divine incantation circulated in a great cycle, it slowly flowed into his dantian. The purple cyclone expanded bit by bit, becoming more solid and tenacious bit by bit. Time slowly went by. By the time Xiaochen opened his eyes again, the sky was already dark. It was already evening. When Bai saw that Xiaochen had woken up, she said pitifully, "Elder brother Xiaochen, Bai is hungry." Xiaochen smiled gently and put away the medial grade spirit stone that still had half of its energy left. He said, "Let's eat. I am a little hungry as well." When Bai heard this, she immediately smiled happily. She received the food that Xiaochen handed over and started eating happily. Aside from preserving the quality of the food, the universe ring could also preserve freshness. Thus, Xiaochen's food was very tasty. It almost retained its original taste. The aroma assailed their noses. The two of them ate to their satisfaction. Xiaochen took out a wine cup and filled it with wine, preparing to take another sip. Bai quickly removed the bottle gourd at her waist. Her intelligent eyes squinted into a pair of crescent moons. She looked very cute. "Elder brother Xiaochen, come, cheers." Xiaochen smiled faintly and clinked his bottle gourd with Bai's. Then, he drained the wine in his cup in one gulp. Yuchensi turned his head and looked at the two eating happily. His intelligent eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. He said somewhat speechlessly, "White-robed hero, what are you doing now?" Xiaochen gently put down the wine cup and muttered, "Eating." Yuchensi said somewhat angrily, "This daybreak flower is very important to me. If I miss this opportunity, who knows how long I will have to wait to find it again. If we startle the greedy dream wolf, all our efforts will be for naught. I beg you, white-robed hero, can you be more serious? As a cultivator, it is no big deal to skip a meal. Just bear with it and it will be over." Gurgle, gurgle. Just as Yuchensi finished speaking, a strange sound came from her stomach. It was drawn out. Suddenly, Yuchensi blushed. Only now did she remember that she had rushed back from the Boundless Sea and then rushed to Chenren Island. It had been a long time since she had eaten. Bai quickly took out some food and handed it to Yuchensi. She said, "Elder sister, your stomach is growling from hunger. Eat something. If you do not eat, you will feel uncomfortable. In the past, Bai often forgot to eat as well. Yuchensi blushed. She could only blame her stomach for not doing her best. Of all times, it had to growl at this moment. Earlier, she had said that as a cultivator, skipping a meal was nothing. She had used this reason to teach Xiaochen a lesson. In the end, retribution came. He is going to make me laugh to death, Yuchensi thought awkwardly. Eat something. For a peak medial grade martial king's stomach to growl, you must have not eaten for at least half a month. Since the daybreak flower is so important to you, all the more you need to eat. I will help you take a look. Chapter 388. Xiao Chun walked over and patted Yuchensi's shoulder calmly. Then, he took over her position and stared at the black greedy dream wolf in front. Yuchensi felt warmth in her heart. She was very touched. She had not expected the cold and somewhat emotionless Xiao Chun to be so considerate. Just as she was about to thank him, she discovered that Xiao Chen's lips twitched a few times. It was clear that he wanted to laugh but was trying to hold it in. Yuchensi clenched her fist and smacked Xiao Chen hard. She said angrily, If you want to laugh, just laugh. Why do you have to hold it in and pretend to be a good person? Bang! Bang! Fists rained down. However, Xiao Chen could no longer hold it in. He laughed and allowed Yuchensi's fists to land on him. Although they were competing in strength, the other party did not use any essence. Xiao Chun could throw the dragon tendon tiger bone at her. Xiao Chun also did not circulate the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. Otherwise, Yuchensi would beat herself up. Xiao Chun stretched out his hands and grabbed Yuchensi's disorderly fists. He smiled gently and said, Heroine, eat something. As a cultivator, their stomachs will growl too. Yuchensi rolled her eyes at Xiao Chen. She was no longer in the mood to continue pestering him. She obediently received the food that Bai handed over and started eating. At first, she was enjoying the food elegantly. However, in the end, it seemed like she was really starving. Furthermore, she was feeling depressed, so she did not care about anything else and started eating in big mouthfuls. In the end, she accidentally choked and started coughing. When Bai saw the situation, she quickly handed over her wine gourd. Yuchensi received it and started drinking. She only stopped after taking a big gulp. Xiao Chun happened to turn around and saw this scene. His expression could not help but change. It's over. Bai mistook the white wine for water and handed it to this girl. Putting down the wine gourd, Yuchensi's pretty face flushed red. She could not help but exhale. Bai, what did you hand me? A good white wine. In the past, when Bai choked on it, she would be fine after drinking a few mouthfuls. Bai said seriously with a smile. Wine. Yuchensi was startled. She said dizzily, I can't drink. Right after she spoke, she collapsed. Xiao Bai quickly pulled her into her embrace and asked anxiously, Elder brother Xiao Chun, what happened to elder sister Yu? Xiao Chun stretched out his index finger and placed it under Yuchensi's nose for a while. He smiled gently and said, She is fine. She is just drunk. How did she get drunk? Bai asked suspiciously, That's strange. Elder sister Yu did not drink much. How did she get drunk? There was nothing strange about that. Some people could hold their liquor well and would not get drunk even after 1,000 cups. Some people could not hold their liquor well and would get drunk after just one sip. It was clear that Yuchensi belonged to the latter group. It was good for her to sleep for a while. This girl was too tense because of the daybreak flower. Xiao Chen said, Take care of her. I will continue to keep an eye on the greedy dream wolf. The night slowly darkened. Unknowingly, it was already midnight. Xiao Chun had been keeping an eye on the greedy dream wolf for some time. Aside from the fact that the greedy dream wolf would occasionally close its eyes and sniff the air, there were no other surprises. Xiao Chun turned his head and looked at Yuchensi in Bai's arms. She was already in a deep sleep. Her eyes were closed and she was breathing rhythmically. She looked calm and serene. At this moment, it was hard to imagine that this beautiful girl in her sleep was the proud daughter of heaven that was pursued by tens of thousands of people in the great Jin nation. She was no different from an ordinary girl. This girl's martial prowess was 100 points, and her charm was also 100 points. However, her intelligence seemed to be slightly lacking. Her experience was also ridiculously lacking. It would be difficult for her to inherit the Supreme Sky sect like this, Xiao Chun thought to himself as he shook his head. After another 4 hours, Xiao Chun looked at the brightening sky and stretched out his hand to push Yu Chenxi, who was in Bai's arms. The moment Xiao Chen's finger touched the other party, Yu Chenxi immediately startled awake. A bright light flashed in her deep eyes. She revealed a murderous intent and was very alert. When Yu Chenxi saw that it was Xiao Chun, she relaxed her guard. She rubbed her temples and asked somewhat anxiously, "Did I oversleep?" Xiao Chun said indifferently, "No. Hurry up and get ready. The sun will rise in 10 minutes. Yu Chenxi was mildly startled. He quickly got up and circulated his energy to force out the alcohol in his body. After that, he went behind the huge rock and waited patiently. Time ticked by. The eastern horizon slowly started to brighten. Yu Chenxi slowly became anxious. He clenched his right hand tightly. Xiao Chun did not feel anything. He remained very calm. In terms of mental state, Yu Chenxi was still slightly inferior to Xiao Chun. Hu Qi! Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared in the eastern sky. The golden light was very eye-catching, breaking through the last trace of darkness before dawn. When it landed beside the greedy dream wolf, it suddenly reflected a resplendent flower. That flower seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. If it did not appear, no one would be able to find it. However, when it appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. It was extremely beautiful, making people unable to look away. The daybreak flower. It really is the daybreak flower. Yu Chenxi's fairy-like face smiled happily. It seemed even more beautiful than the dazzling and beautiful daybreak flower. Yu Chenxi said softly, "The daybreak flower only appears for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, it will be impossible to find, no matter what we do. I will attract the greedy dream wolf's attention. You go pick the flower. After you pick the flower, attack the greedy dream wolf and save me from the illusion of the greedy dream wolf. Otherwise, if I stay in it for too long, I might not be able to get out." When Xiao Chun heard this, he smiled gently and said, "You really trust me. If I take the daybreak flower and leave, you will not get anything and even lose your life." Yu Chenxi looked at the resplendent daybreak flower and said indifferently, "The daybreak flower is useless to you. You are a smart person. You will not offend the strong Supreme Sky sect for something useless." That was indeed the case. It seemed that Yu Chenxi was not stupid. After looking at the greedy dream wolf, Xiao Chun said, "One last question. How many people can the greedy dream wolf pull into the illusion?" "One," Yu Chenxi said with absolute certainty. Bai, who had already woken up, said softly, "Elder sister Yu, Bai wants to help too." Xiao Chun quickly rejected, telling them to just stay where they were. However, Yu Chenxi thought for a while and said, "It seems like we do need one more person. If there is any sudden situation, Xiao Chun, you will deal with it. Then, let Bai pick the flower." Bai said happily, "Elder brother Xiao Chun, let Bai participate. Bai can run very fast. There will not be any danger." The arrangement was very simple. There should not be any danger. Furthermore, it was just picking the flower. In the end, Xiao Chun agreed to let Bai participate. "All right, let's go." Right after Yu Chenxi spoke, she immediately leaped into the air. When the morning sun shone on her exquisite figure, she looked even more beautiful. Morning sun fist. A light exploded on the tip of his fist. The extremely dense fist wind broke through the obstruction of space. It was like an intense cannonball, instantly striking the huge body of the greedy dream wolf. Bang! A bloody hole immediately appeared on the greedy dream wolf's body. Blood poured out like a fountain. Boom! 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 Yu Chenxi's movements did not stop. The tyrannical morning sun fist was like a machine gun, bombarding the greedy dream wolf relentlessly. Deep pits appeared on the ground. The greedy dream wolf had already reacted. It quickly ran on the ground, dodging the fist wind. Yu Chenxi chased closely. The greedy dream wolf turned around and spat out black energy balls to counterattack. One man and one wolf fought intensely on the ground. A peak rank 7 spirit beast's combat prowess was equal to a superior grade martial king. Yuchensi did not dare to be careless with its counterattack. Let's go! Seeing that the greedy dream wolf was lured away, Xiao Chun immediately led by towards the blooming daybreak flower. Just as the two of them were about to reach breaking dawn, the explosions that rang in their ears from time to time suddenly stopped. It was like time had stopped flowing. The intense battle had ended just like that. Xiao Chun turned his head and saw Yuchensi standing on the ground in a daze. A strange black light flickered in the pitch-black eyes of the greedy dream wolf opposite him. Yuchensi should be trapped in an illusion. He would not be in any danger for now. However, it would be hard to say for sure as time passed. Xiao Chun quickly turned his head and rushed towards the daybreak flower. He wanted to pick the daybreak flower and save Yuchensi from the illusion. Wang! Wang! Just at this moment, just as Xiao Chen's hand was about to touch the daybreak flower, the surrounding world suddenly started spinning, giving off a hazy feeling. Xiao Chun felt a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. It was strangely enticing, forcing him to turn his head and look. Just as Xiao Chun was fighting against this force, Bai turned around in a daze. Xiao Chun was startled. He quickly said, "Bai, close your eyes." As he spoke, a ripple appeared in his mind. He could not help but turn around to look as well. Xiao! Xiao Chun saw that the greedy dream wolf's pitch-black eyes had turned silver. It was extremely attractive, making one unable to bear to close their eyes when they looked at it. Oh no, this is the king of the greedy dream wolves. Yuchensi's information must have been wrong. He can definitely drag many people into an illusion at the same time. The situation in front of Xiao Chun suddenly changed. Everything around him was pitch black. The clown felt an evil force trying to peer into the depths of his soul. He quickly used his spiritual sense and turned it into sharp blades, cutting off this evil force. Roar! Roar! A miserable shriek resounded in Xiao Chen's ears. The surrounding pitch-black scene suddenly changed. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and discovered that he was standing in the middle of a vast prairie. Countless scarlet eyes stared at him from all directions. Packs of demonic wolves paced the edges of the savanna like they were food on a plate, occasionally howling. Hu Chi! Hu Chi! In the next instant, the demonic wolves from all directions charged at Xiao Chun like a flood. Their howls rang out in the desolate savanna, shocking everyone. Ka Xie! Xiao Chun drew the lunar shadow saber and chopped. He chopped all the surrounding demonic wolves in half. Blood splattered everywhere, covering the sky. Chapter 389. Scarlet clouds filled the sky. Xiao Chun brought out the state of massacre to its limits, killing all the demonic wolves that pounced at him like a flood. His white robes were soon dyed red with blood. However, there were simply too many demonic wolves. It seemed like there was no end to them. No matter what he did, he could not kill them all. Time slowly went by. Xiao Chun slowly became bloodthirsty from all the killing. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he switched from holding his saber with one hand to holding it with both hands. Xiao Chun fought desperately in the pack of demonic wolves, moving in and out. Every time he swung his saber, it would leave a large pool of blood. He killed countless demonic wolves. As Xiao Chun slaughtered the demonic wolves, the scarlet throne in his sea of consciousness trembled in excitement. This made Xiao Chun feel carefree. Xiao Chen's entire body was filled with energy. He felt an inexplicable excitement from killing. The stimulated saber light became even more ferocious, and Xiao Chun killed with even more vigor. Wang! Just as Xiao Chun was about to sink into the state of massacre, the lunar shadow saber suddenly lit up with a beam of light and shot at Xiao Chen's forehead. Xiao Chen's agitated heart immediately calmed down. It was like he had jumped into an icy river on a hot summer's day. His mind was now completely awake. Xiao Chen's eyes regained their clarity. He leaped up and dodged the attacks of the many demonic wolves. Fear appeared on his face as he said, "How dangerous! This illusion nearly made me sink into the state of massacre." Looking at the smooth mirror-like lunar shadow saber, Xiao Chun thought to himself, "It looks like Ao Jiao pulled me back at the crucial moment." Although this greedy dream wolf did not invade Xiao Chen's heart, It sensed the state of massacre that Xiao Chun cultivated. So, it set up an illusion that targeted the state of massacre to lure Xiao Chun into it. It looked like the greedy dream wolf's illusion was not as simple as creating an illusion that made it hard to distinguish between real and fake. Instead, it penetrated deep into the human heart, trying to make one sink into it. However, since Xiao Chun knew the principle behind it, it was easier to deal with. This is an illusion created based on the state of massacre. In that case, I will use the state of thunder to break it. Boom! The scarlet clouds in the sky scattered, and boundless thunderclouds rolled over. Occasionally, there would be the sound of thunder. Xiao Chun descended from the sky and started his massacre once again. However, this time, Xiao Chun did not use the state of massacre at all. He only used the purest state of thunder. Xiao Chun executed the Wuxia saber to its peak in the desolate plain. The demonic wolves on the ground disappeared at a visible rate. After a while, Xiao Chun sheathed his saber. There were no longer any demonic wolves in the entire savannah. Thunder rumbled in the sky. Cracks started to appear in space. After a while, the entire space shattered. At this moment, with just a thought, Xiao Chun could leave this place. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. Indeed, it is as I expected. As long as I find the corresponding method, I will be able to break this illusion. However, there is no rush to leave. I still have to save Xiao Bai and Yu Chenxi. Of Xiao Chun's spiritual energy. The Chen's spirit, Xiao spirits. Xiao. Xiao Chun did spirit. Xiao! A golden light flashed in the red dot on Xiao Chen's forehead. A golden deity appeared. It was about 1 meter tall and held a sharp saber in its hand. This was the strongest form that Xiao Chen's spiritual sense could take. It could only appear in this illusion. If it were in reality, it would be difficult to bring out its full power. Break! Xiao Chen shouted and controlled the golden deity. It held the sharp saber in its hand and sliced through the air. Instantly, a long spatial crack appeared. Xiao Chun leaped up and brought his spiritual sense through the crack, entering another space. The scene in this space was very simple. It was just a wine cellar. There were piles of good wine on the ground and around it. Bai ran around excitedly. Occasionally, he would go to this bottle and take a sip. When he was tired of it, he would go to another bottle and drink. Xiao Chun did not know whether to laugh or cry. How much did Bai love to drink? Perhaps the greedy dream wolf could not think of any other way to make Bai sink into intoxication. Xiao Chun stood in front of Bai. However, Bai did not notice him at all. With a slight movement, it pierced through Xiao Chen's body. It looks like I am just an outsider in this world. Xiao Chun thought to himself. If I use wine to make Bai sink into intoxication, then I can break this illusion without any wine to drink. Break! The deity swung out a sharp saber and shattered all the wine bottles in the wine cellar. This included the bottle in Bai's hand. Chi! Under Bai's suspicious gaze, the entire space started to shatter quickly. Bai and Xiao Chun arrived in an empty space. When Xiao Bai opened her eyes and saw Xiao Chun, the confused Xiao Bai immediately said joyfully, "Elder brother Xiao Chun, I had a dream earlier. I dreamed that there was a lot of good wine. I don't know who broke all the wine bottles, but I woke up." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Dreams will eventually wake up. Just stay here and don't move." Controlling the deity, Xiao Chun tore open the void again and flew towards Yu Chenxi's dream. Boom! The moment Xiao Chun landed, he saw a dazzling light. Countless fist images flashed in the light. The fist winds blew, causing countless people to vomit blood and retreat. When all the light scattered, Yu Chenxi stood proudly in a vast arena. The people lying below the arena were all disciples wearing the uniform of the Supreme Sky Sect. It looked like Yu Chenxi had already made it through. He no longer needed Xiao Chen's help. However, Yu Chenxi's complexion was extremely pale. Clearly, he had had a very unpleasant experience before this. It looked like this greedy dream wolf had penetrated deep into Yu Chenxi's heart. Seeing Xiao Chun land beside him, Yu Chenxi said apologetically, "I'm sorry. This greedy dream wolf is a king-grade spirit beast. I underestimated its strength." Xiao Chun said softly, "It's fine. Let's go out quickly." If we miss the time, we will have to wait another day for the daybreak flower. The two of them worked together to shatter this space. Then, they carried by and completely destroyed the greedy dream wolf's illusion. Shio! The scene before them changed. The morning sun shone, and Chenren Island reappeared before the three. Before Xiao Chun could heave a sigh of relief, a huge shadow pounced at him. It was the greedy dream wolf that was pouncing over quickly. Ka-ca! A saber light flashed. Xiao Chun brandished his lunar shadow saber and hacked at the other party's neck at lightning speed. Blood spurted out, but the saber did not manage to chop off the wolf's head. Instead, it left a horrifying wound stuck in the bone of the other party's neck, preventing it from advancing or retreating. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He decisively abandoned his saber and retreated. However, the greedy dream wolf was even faster than Xiao Chun. In the instant that Xiao Chun hesitated, the greedy dream wolf's front claws stabbed into Xiao Chen's chest. The sharp claws pierced through the inner vest on Xiao Chen's chest. Then, the 5 claws stabbed towards Xiao Chen's heart. However, just as the claws were about to reach the heart, they met with a layer of obstruction. It was an inferior-grade secret treasure's defense against internal organs. Bang! Yuchensi did not give the greedy dream wolf a chance to exert any more strength. He quickly flew over and punched the wolf's head. A dazzling golden light exploded from the fist wind, and the wolf's head immediately shattered. Yuchensi kicked away the greedy dream wolf's corpse. When he saw the horrifying wound on Xiao Chen's chest, he asked anxiously, "Xiao Chun, are you all right?" Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. He endured the pain and smiled. "I did not injure my heart or lungs. I won't die. Go and pick your daybreak flower. If you don't, time will pass." Yuchensi did not say anything. He pressed on a few acupoints on Xiao Chen's chest. After he carefully examined the injuries, he heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Chun left behind a bottle of good quality recuperation medicine and rushed to the daybreak flower. When the daybreak flower's light dimmed, he dug it out, roots included. I helped Xiao Chun up. His eyes were bloodshot as he applied the recuperation medicine on Xiao Chen's wounds. When the cooling medicinal liquid dripped onto the wounds, Xiao Chen's pain immediately lessened. Xiao Chun swallowed a blood-replenishing pill and took out some bandages. With Bai's help, he started bandaging his wounds. In the past, when Xiao Chun was out on experiential training, Bai had helped him bandage his wounds. Thus, he was quite familiar with it and quickly finished bandaging his wounds. The wounds were really horrifying. When Xiao Chun thought about it, he felt some lingering fear. It could be said that he had just taken a trip to the gates of hell. If it were not for the secret treasure protecting his internal organs, the Wolf King's claws would have pierced through his heart. Xiao Chun struggled to get up and rubbed Bai's head. He smiled and said, "Don't look so red. It's fine now. Help me bring the lunar shadow saber over." Bai nodded and said, "All right, I'll go now." Yuchensi, who had just finished picking the daybreak flower, walked over. He thanked Xiao Chun sincerely. "Xiao Chun, thank you. If it were not for you, I would not have been able to obtain the daybreak flower." Xiao Chun looked around and said with a grave expression, "There's no need to say thank you. Let's go quickly. I feel that something is wrong with this Chenren Island." When Yuchensi heard this, he felt it was strange. He asked, "What's wrong? I was only gone for 5 minutes." Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and said, "I was really gone for only 5 minutes? Use your perception and look around." Yuchensi closed his eyes and extended his perception. After a while, his expression changed slightly. The entire Chenren Island was silent. Furthermore, when Xiao Chun looked around, he could not see a single person on the island that had been bustling with people the previous night. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and said, "Stop thinking about it. Let's go and see if we can break through the huge waves first." 10 minutes later, the three of them appeared in front of a huge wave. Yuchensi executed the morning sun fist to its limits. Beams of light filled the air. However, the towering waves did not move at all. Instead, they bounced back with a strong force, nearly injuring Yuchensi. Yuchensi landed on the surface of the sea. He asked in astonishment, "What's going on? Before I came, I could break through the huge waves with a casual punch. Xiao Chun muttered to himself for a while before saying, "The strength of the huge waves has already returned to normal. It looks like we have been in the illusion for at least 5 days." In a desolate rock pile on Shenren Island, Yuchensi had a grave expression as he said, "The greedy dream Wolf King's illusion can indeed change time. I think we have been in the illusion for a long time." Xiao Chen's expression had already calmed down. At this moment, he could already accept this fact. He smiled gently and said, "Stop guessing. Looking at the strength of the huge waves, I can already confirm this. It looks like we will have to stay on this Chenren Island for a period of time." Chapter 390. When Yuchensi saw Xiao Chen's calm expression, astonishment flashed on his face. "Xiao Chen, you do not seem worried at all." Xiao Chun found a rock to lean on and took out a spirit herb for treating injuries from the herb garden from the universe ring. Then he took out a small knife and skinned it. He said, "There is no point in worrying. Even a martial monarch could not break through the huge waves. What can I do? I will just wait for another 2 years. I have enough medial-grade spirit stones to cultivate." To cultivators, the thing they should not be afraid of is loneliness. Some of those sages would be in closed-door cultivation for several years or even decades. So, when you think about it, it is not a big deal. After he skinned the spirit herb, Xiao Chen gently bit off a piece. Instantly, a dense medicinal energy flowed into his body. He used his essence to guide it, and the medicinal energy quickly flowed into the horrifying wound on his chest. ZZ. With the nourishment of the medicinal energy, the wound on Xiao Chen's chest gave off a numbing feeling. The festering flesh started wriggling and quickly formed a scar. The medicinal energy continued to permeate into his 2 broken ribs. New bones started to appear at the broken areas. Soon, they would be able to truly fuse back together. A 600-year-old jadeite needle fruit is indeed good stuff. Xiao Chun thought to himself, just a small bite has such a huge effect. After I eat it, coupled with my physique, I should be able to recover in 1 night. After taking another bite of the jadeite needle fruit, Xiao Chun looked at Yuchensi and said, "Furthermore, I believe that you have a way to inform the Supreme Sky Sect. You might be able to leave earlier than I expected." Yuchensi was mildly startled. Xiao Chen had guessed correctly. He really had a way to inform the Supreme Sky Sect. Hence, she was not too worried. However, when Yuchensi saw Xiao Chen's calm and unconcerned expression, and how he was even eating and talking to her at the same time, Yuchensi felt somewhat displeased. With a flip of his palm, a wound appeared on his palm. A small white bird slowly came out of his palm. Soon, its entire body came out and stood on his palm. The white bird was about the size of a sparrow. Rather than calling it white, it was more like an illusory color. As it stood on his palm, it looked like it had merged with the air. It was faintly discernible and looked very blurry. Xiao Chun asked doubtfully, "What is this?" Yuchensi smiled and said, "This is a hummingbird. Every disciple of the Supreme Sky Sect brings one with them when they go out on experiential training. Its body exists between reality and illusion. No barrier can stop it. With this message, the Supreme Sky Sect will send an expert to bring us out in 3 months at the latest." After Yuchensi wrote a piece of paper, she stuffed it into the hummingbird's mouth and tossed it high into the air. In the blink of an eye, the hummingbird flew a few 100 meters. Before the two's eyes, the hummingbird mysteriously passed through the obstruction of the huge waves and disappeared from their sight. Xiao Chun looked at the huge waves in the distance and muttered to himself, "Martial monarchs will not be able to break through these huge waves unless a martial sage comes. Even a martial sage will make a move for her." It looks like Yuchensi's position in the Supreme Sky Sect is not as simple as an ordinary genius disciple. Yuchensi slowly withdrew his gaze and looked at Xiao Chun. He said, "No matter what, it is all thanks to you that I managed to obtain the daybreak flower this time. I, Yuchensi, owe you a favor." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and did not say anything. 3 days later, with the help of the jadeite needle fruit, the wound on Xiao Chen's chest had completely healed. This kind of injury, which did not injure his internal organs, heart, or lungs, was no longer a threat to Xiao Chen's current physique. Even without the assistance of spirit herbs, he would recover in less than 10 days. With Bai's help, Xiao Chun removed the bandages. Secret treasures had the ability to recover automatically. The clear wind robes and the inferior grade inner vest were already as good as new. However, the spiritual energy they contained had decreased, and their lifespan had decreased as well. After tossing away the bandages, Xiao Chun prepared to take inventory of the burial items that the Savannah King had left behind. The burial items of a future Emperor Wu would definitely be good. Coincidentally, Yu Chenxi had decided to absorb the energy of the daybreak flower to comprehend the morning sun incantation. Xiao Chun gave Xiao Chun some private space. There were 8 burial items of various sizes that the Savannah King had left behind. In this fortuitous encounter on Qianren Island, hundreds and thousands of cultivators would be very satisfied with just one burial item. If they knew that Xiao Chun had snatched all of them away, what kind of expression would they have? Xiao Chun tossed out the 8 burial items from his spatial ring in one go. He tossed them all to the ground and started to take inventory with an excited expression on his face. Among the 8 burial items, there were 3 secret manuals and 3 secret treasures. There were also 2 things that Xiao Chun could not figure out. Xiao Chun was most interested in secret manuals. He immediately picked up a secret manual and flipped through it. He read softly, Flowing Light Sword Art, a peak earth ranked cultivation technique for swordsmen. There is a total of 15 layers. After reaching great perfection, it will allow the swordsman's dantian to produce a continuous stream of sword qi. This was a supreme cultivation technique for swordsmen. It could allow a swordsman to produce sword qi in their body. Xiao Chun had never heard of it before. He thought that it should be extraordinary. Furthermore, it was a cultivation technique tailored for swordsmen. Its value was immeasurable. To a swordsman, it was probably even better than an inferior grade heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun was a bladesman. A bladesman and a swordsman were 2 different branches. He could not practice it. If only it were a saber art. Although the purple thunder divine incantation was strong, it was not tailored for bladesmen. It could not produce saber qi in the body. Xiao Chun felt somewhat disappointed. He casually handed the flowing light sword art to Bai. He smiled and said, Bai, this is for you. When you have nothing to do, take a good look at it. Bai received the flowing light sword art and smiled gently. Thank you, elder brother Xiao Chun. Bai is going to become even more powerful. Xiao Chun picked up the second secret manual and flipped through it again. When he saw the words on the cover, he slowly read, Firmament Body Tempering Art, Inferior Grade Heaven Ranked Body Tempering Secret Manual. One's vital qi needs to reach 150,000 kilograms of force in order to cultivate it. This is an ancient sect. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. There was finally a secret manual for him to use. The dragon and tiger body tempering art was only a peak earth-ranked body tempering secret technique. After Xiao Chun cultivated dragon tendon tiger bone, his strength reached 250,000 kilograms of force. There was no longer any possibility of improving it. Coincidentally, the firmament body tempering art could be used by Xiao Chun. As long as he could cultivate 25,000 kilograms of force, he would be able to cultivate it. With the help of the many body-tempering spirit herbs in his ring, this would not be difficult. Xiao Chun sorted out his emotions and continued reading. There were some notes and notes written by the Savannah King at the bottom of the cover. Only now did Xiao Chun discover that the Savannah King was a cultivator who specialized in tempering the physical body and became a martial sage. It turned out that when the Savannah King was young, his cultivation and talent were very poor. His cultivation of essence had been very slow. He barely managed to become an inferior grade martial saint at the age of 30. Such talent would not even cause a ripple in the Tianwu continent. However, the proud Savannah King was extremely dissatisfied. Later on, the Savannah King had a fortuitous encounter and obtained this firmament body tempering art. After that, he made up his mind to cripple his cultivation and cultivate his physical body, using strength to prove his Tao. The firmament body tempering art was a body tempering cultivation technique of a mysterious sect in the ancient era. The outer disciples of that legendary sect could easily achieve more than 50,000 kilograms of force with a punch. The inner disciples could achieve more than 150,000 kilograms of force with a punch. As for the inner disciples, core disciples, and outer elders, they could achieve more than 500,000 kilograms of force with a casual punch. When they kicked out, the horrifying force would allow them to leap a kilometer in an instant. Furthermore, they specialized in vital qi. The sect had many martial techniques that used vital qi. The effects of using vital qi were no weaker than using essence. Xiao Chun closed the secret manual and muttered, "I did not expect there to be such a glorious sect in the past. A casual punch could achieve more than 500,000 kilograms of force. Even a martial monarch would not dare to receive it head-on. It looks like choosing to temper the physical body was the right choice." After putting away the secret manual, Xiao Chun started to look at the third secret manual. He discovered that the third secret manual was a body-tempering cultivation technique that the Savannah King left behind. The cultivation experience of a half-step Emperor Wu. This is more precious than any cultivation technique or martial technique. For a long time, I have not had a true master to guide me. This cultivation experience can be considered as half a master. Xiao Chun could no longer contain his joy. He said this excitedly as he put away the Savannah King's cultivation experience. Then, he continued to look at the remaining burial items. There were 3 extraordinary secret treasures. Among the 3 secret treasures, Xiao Chun casually picked up the jade pendant. He discovered that it was similar to the jade pendant around his neck. It was also a defensive secret treasure. However, its defense was much stronger. Based on the spiritual energy fluctuations, it should be a peak inferior grade secret treasure. Xiao Chun thought for a while before handing the jade pendant to Bai. He already had a similar jade pendant, so there was no need to do so. Xiao Chun picked up the second secret treasure. It was a small sword the size of a palm. The blade was forged from an unknown metal. There were many talisman scripts carved on it. The spiritual energy on the sword was very dense, much denser than that of the jade pendant. The blade was very sharp as well. Xiao Chun checked it and discovered that it was actually an inferior grade medial grade secret treasure. Xiao Chun did not know what use this small sword had. He removed the spiritual sense left behind by the predecessor and branded it with his own mark. Xiao! When Xiao Chen's spiritual sense filled the small sword in his palm made a cut on his palm with a so sound. Then it slowly merged into his palm. Xiao Chun did not feel any discomfort. When the sword merged into his palm, it felt like it was part of his flesh and blood, a part of his body. It was just that it had returned to him at this moment. When the sword completely entered his palm, the wound on his palm immediately healed. His skin glowed white. There was nothing wrong with it. However, Xiao Chun suddenly felt a surging and strong energy leaping about in his right palm. This energy did not belong to him, but he could easily control it. With just a thought, Xiao Chun could easily release it. He stood up and looked at a mountain in the distance. Then, Xiao Chun raised 2 fingers on his right hand and pointed forward. Xiao! The small sword in Xiao Chen's palm carried a horrifying energy as it burst out of his fingers and shot towards the mountain, a kilometer away. Chapter 391. Boom! 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 The instant the small sword left his body, Xiao Chun heard half of the mountain shatter. From the waist up, the 1,000-meter-tall mountain seemed to have completely shattered. Wang! 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 However, it was not over yet. Suddenly, countless cracks appeared in the remaining half of the mountain. Countless rocks fell down. After a short while, the remaining half of the mountain was completely shattered. The 1,000-meter-tall mountain had actually been blasted to the ground by the small sword. Xiao Chun was dumbfounded as he watched all this. He had not expected the small sword to be so mighty. He muttered, "Is this the might of a medial-grade offensive secret treasure? If caught off guard, it might even be able to kill a half-step martial monarch in an instant." The small sword whistled through the air. It no longer had any luster, looking very illusory. Then it flew back to Xiao Chen's palm. Strands of weak essence flowed from Xiao Chen's body to his palm, slowly charging this small sword. It looked like it would be impossible for the small sword to recover its previous strength in a short period. However, since it was so mighty, Xiao Chun did not need the small sword to attack continuously. This small sword can be considered my true trump card. I have to give it a name. Let's call it the palm sword. Xiao Chun said softly. He casually chose a more realistic name. The smile on his face did not fade for a long time. The might of the palm sword was simply too great. This was the first time Xiao Chun had the confidence to fight against half-step martial monarchs. He could not help but be happy. There was still one last secret treasure. However, it gave Xiao Chun a headache. It was a heavy black helmet. Clearly, it was a defensive medial-grade secret treasure. Xiao Chun weighed the helmet in his hand. When he saw the two horns on the helmet, he immediately lost interest. Not to mention its appearance. Just the weight of this helmet was more than 100 kilograms. Unless one was a heavy armored knight on the battlefield or a barbarian warrior, no one would have a good impression of this helmet, no matter how strong its defense was. Casually tossing the helmet into the universe ring, Xiao Chun looked at the last two items. They were the same. It was a bright pearl. The light from the pearl was neither dim nor dazzling. It was very moderate. Xiao Chun sensed a vast and pure yuan energy that made his heart palpitate. His intuition told him that this was a great Tao. Among the funerary objects of the Savannah King, these two pearls were definitely the most valuable. Even a few secret treasures and secret manuals combined would not be as valuable as these pearls. However, the depressing thing was that Xiao Chun's knowledge was limited. He did not know what it was, so he could only toss it into a corner of his universe ring. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, in a secluded corner of the Chenren Island, a peak that was also 3,000 meters tall began to crack. That mountain was so huge that when it shattered, it kept shaking. Even the ground was shaking slightly. Huge waves surged on the surface of the sea around Chenren Island, rolling up and down continuously. Xiao Chun looked over and saw a dazzling golden light in the distance. Countless tyrannical fist winds exploded. The 1,000-meter-tall mountain shrank at a visible rate under the frenzied fist winds. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 4 punches, 10 punches. After 10 punches, the 3,000-meter-tall mountain was mostly shaved off. All that was left was a bare mound. When the light scattered, Yu Chenxi's figure slowly appeared. Then he landed firmly on the ground. Xiao Chun had to use a secret treasure to flatten a mountain. However, Yu Chenxi relied on his tyrannical strength to blast away most of the mountain. This gap was rather large. Furthermore, Yu Chenxi was not the peak genius of this continent. In the previous 5-nation youth competition, he was only ranked in the top 50. This made Xiao Chun feel a chill in his heart. If Yu Chenxi was already so strong, how strong would the top 10 geniuses be? Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and entered deep thought. He said softly, "There is still more than a year until the next 5-nation youth competition. I might have time to try it out." Xiao Chun had never doubted his talent. He also did not think that he was weaker than others. All he lacked was time. Compared to those peak geniuses, Xiao Chun had started too late. Even though he was trying so hard to catch up, he still had a large gap in cultivation. After Yu Chenxi obtained the Daybreak Flower, it should not be surprising for her to break through to superior grade Martial King. Furthermore, this Yu Chenxi was younger than Xiao Chun. If she already had such a cultivation, then wouldn't the other geniuses be peak superior grade Martial Kings or half-step martial monarchs? I have to advance to Martial King quickly. Xiao Chun felt a sense of urgency in his heart. This fortuitous encounter on Chenren Island is a great opportunity for me to catch up. After giving instructions to Bai, Xiao Chun found a desolate place on the island. He planned to enter closed-door cultivation for real. Xiao Chun took out the spirit herbs that could increase cultivation from the universe ring. He counted them carefully and found a total of 28 stalks. They were all 500-year-old and above spirit herbs. Xiao Chun was not in a rush to consume these spirit herbs. Instead, he continued to consolidate his cultivation as a superior grade martial saint. He nurtured the Qi whirlpool in his dantian, building a dam to prevent the flood from happening. After cultivating for 7 days, Xiao Chun suddenly opened his eyes. He had already stabilized his cultivation as a superior grade martial saint. The purple Qi whirlpool was also nurtured until it was very resilient. The Qi whirlpool should be able to endure it now. It is time to consume these spirit herbs that can increase cultivation. Xiao Chun took a deep breath and chose a 500-year-old snow ginseng from the pile of spirit herbs in front of him. If a 500-year-old snow ginseng could completely absorb its medicinal energy, theoretically, it could increase a cultivator's attack power by 10 years. However, not many people knew the correct way to consume the snow ginseng. It was very difficult to ensure that the medicinal energy would not leak out during the process. Hence, it was difficult to achieve the effect of 10 years of cultivation. Normally, it would be pretty good to have 6 or 7 years of cultivation. 8 years of cultivation would be the peak. 9 years of cultivation would be extremely lucky. However, the compendium of cultivation had detailed records of these spirit herbs. Xiao Chun knew how to consume this snow ginseng. Xiao Chun held the snow ginseng in his hand and observed it for a while. Compared to regular ginseng, the snow ginseng was much stronger than ordinary ginseng. Compared to a regular ginseng, the snow ginseng was covered in a layer of frost. When he held it in his hand, he could feel a bone-chilling cold. Furthermore, it was much larger than regular ginseng. Xiao Chun held the snow ginseng with one hand and heated it up slightly. The frost on the surface of the snow ginseng melted into liquid and seeped into the snow ginseng. This frost was the essence of the snow ginseng. Many people did not know this and lost a large portion of the snow ginseng's medicinal energy. Finally, Xiao Chun infused his essence into the snow ginseng and mixed it with the frost liquid. Xiao Chun's movements were very gentle and careful. As long as he damaged the skin of the snow ginseng, all the medicinal energy would immediately leak out. 10 minutes later, the insides of the snow ginseng had completely melted. It looked like the skin of the snow ginseng was wrapped in clear liquid. It was very plump and soft. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and placed the root of the snow ginseng into his mouth. Then he used his teeth to bite off a root. Qi! Qi! The snow ginseng filled to the brim with spirit herb liquid found an outlet. Immediately, it gushed into Xiao Chun's mouth like a gushing fountain. The medicinal liquid was cool and crisp. A fragrance assaulted the nose. It was incomparably delicious. Xiao Chun's entire mouth was filled with this fragrance. All the medicinal energy was absorbed by Xiao Chun. Boom! The surging medicinal energy flowed down his throat and quickly poured into Xiao Chun's body. It was like a gushing river, surging through his meridians. Xiao Chun's narrow meridians were filled to the brim with medicinal energy. Every time the medicinal energy flowed, he felt some pain. Xiao Chun clenched his teeth and endured bitterly. Fortunately, Xiao Chun's physical body was at small perfection. He had dragon tendons and tiger bones. His meridians were much stronger than those of regular cultivators. If other cultivators consumed this snow ginseng, they would not dare to swallow it all in one go like Xiao Chun. Otherwise, there was a high chance that they would explode. The vast medicinal energy circulated through Xiao Chun's meridians. The energy became increasingly ferocious and surging. Finally, it rushed towards the purple Qi whirlpool in his dantian. Bang! Bang! The Qi whirlpool was like a dam welcoming a ferocious flood. As the flood crashed into it, loud sounds came from Xiao Chun's body. Under this intense shock, his internal organs trembled. Xiao Chun's complexion paled as he felt intense pain. The vast medicinal energy crashed into the purple Qi whirlpool continuously. The resilient Qi whirlpool seemed like it could collapse at any moment. Although Xiao Chun had expected the medicinal energy to be vast, when he truly faced it, the medicinal energy of the 500-year-old snow ginseng still surpassed his expectations. The space inside the Qi whirlpool was already filled with medicinal energy. Furthermore, there was still a lot of medicinal energy pouring into the meridians outside. The situation was dire. If he could not digest this medicinal energy, the Qi whirlpool might burst. Maintaining his calm, Xiao Chun slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. The Qi whirlpool started spinning slowly under the control of his thoughts. Although the speed was not fast, the Qi whirlpool finally moved. Immediately, a large amount of medicinal energy was absorbed by the Qi whirlpool, making it even more resilient. Show! Show! As the Qi whirlpool absorbed the medicinal energy, the purple Qi whirlpool spun faster. In the end, it was as fast as when Xiao Chun cultivated. Only now did Xiao Chun heave a sigh of relief. His earlier efforts were not in vain. Otherwise, the purple Qi whirlpool would have collapsed under the impact of the medicinal energy. As the Qi whirlpool spun faster, the absorption of the medicinal energy became faster as well. Xiao Chun could clearly feel his strength increasing continuously. All the pores in Xiao Chun's body opened up, and a huge energy spread throughout his body. Even his blood could not help but surge. A 500-year-old snow ginseng could increase a cultivator's cultivation by 10 years after consuming it. It was impossible to digest all the medicinal energy in one go. In the end, it stabilized. On the contrary, Xiao Chun took the initiative to slow down the rate of absorption. Stability was the most important thing. The faster his cultivation realm rose, the more stable he had to be. After a total of 7 days, Xiao Chun finally completely refined the medicinal energy of the snow ginseng. Xiao Chun opened his eyes, and 2 purple lights flashed in them. His pitch-black pupils became even more profound, unfathomable. Chapter 392. Xiao Chun casually tossed aside the snow ginseng skin in his hand and took out another 500-year-old spirit herb. He muttered, "This is the 100-spirit fruit. Its effects are much weaker than the snow ginseng. Can only increase my cultivation by 5 years. However, 5 years is already pretty good." After consuming the snow ginseng, Xiao Chun's Qi whirlpool had grown several times larger. The amount of essence it could contain had increased by 50%. Furthermore, with his previous experience, consuming and digesting the 100-spirit fruit was not as dangerous as before. 2 days later, Xiao Chun completely absorbed it. In the following month, Xiao Chun consumed natural treasures that increased his cultivation. The amount of essence in his body had already increased to a horrifying level. Xiao Chun's current essence was comparable to that of a medial-grade martial king. If he consumed all the spirit herbs, his essence would surpass that of a medial-grade martial king and rival that of a superior-grade martial king. After 1 month, Xiao Chun held the final 500-year-old spirit herb in his hand. He frowned slightly and said softly, "Toward the end, the effects of this spirit herb are getting worse. Originally, this spirit herb could increase my cultivation by 10 years. Now it can't even reach 5 years. This was a problem of resistance to spirit herbs." Xiao Chun had encountered this before in the underground world. Because he had consumed too many spirit herbs, he had developed a strong resistance. Unless Xiao Chun found spirit herbs older than 1,000 years, it would be difficult for his cultivation to increase explosively. Spirit herbs younger than 1,000 years were no longer of much use to him. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and smiled faintly. "I should be satisfied. Now, my total essence is close to that of a superior-grade martial king. Once I advance to martial king, the quality of my essence will increase significantly. At that time, those cultivators who have been martial kings for many years will not have much of an advantage over me." After consuming the final spirit herb, Xiao Chun used only half a day to completely digest the medicinal energy. After another week, with the support of a vast amount of essence, Xiao Chun naturally advanced to peak superior-grade martial saint without any obstructions. As Xiao Chun's cultivation advanced, the number of minor meridians in his body expanded significantly. Now, there were only 2 minor meridians left for the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer. It was time to break open the other 2 minor meridians and gain the ability to cultivate the 6th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. At that time, his cultivation realm and cultivation technique would advance at the same time. When a martial artist was breaking through a major realm, it would take a long time. This was because the advancement of a great realm often required not only the support of sufficient yuan qi, but also a trace of opportunity. Without the right opportunity, one would always be infinitely close to becoming a martial king. Lu Riyue had once told Xiao Chun all her valuable experiences of advancing to martial king. Thus, Xiao Chun deeply understood the importance of opportunities. Fortunately, he had the heaven-ranked cultivation technique, the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. the advancement of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation could be considered an opportunity. After staying at peak Martial Saint for 2 days, Xiao Chun made all his preparations. He started to try to open the 2 minor meridians. The pure and vast lightning-attributed essence formed a small cycle in the 9 major meridians in his body. Then, it slowly followed the complicated minor meridians and made a large cycle. Xiao Chun was not in a rush to return this essence to his dantian. He stopped the essence in the middle of a major meridian. There were countless minor meridians around this major meridian, spreading out like tree branches. Xiao Chun found the tightly shut minor meridian and ground the essence into a sharp awl. Then he slowly pierced it in. See! The minor meridian had just opened a little when Xiao Chun felt a heart-wrenching pain. He could not help but take in a deep breath of cold air. However, Xiao Chun did not stop. Pain was unavoidable when he forcefully opened a minor meridian. Xiao Chun had already made preparations for this long ago. The minor meridian opened bit by bit. The intense pain caused the veins on Xiao Chun's forehead to bulge. Beads of sweat flowed continuously. After working hard for a night, he finally managed to open 1/10 of this minor meridian. After resting for a while, Xiao Chun continued to work without stopping. Xiao Chun did not have much time. Compared to the other genius cultivators, he had started much later. The difference in their cultivations had already left him far behind. Xiao Chun needed time more than anyone else. The gains from this fortuitous encounter only slightly narrowed the gap between them. After all, those genius cultivators all had the backing of a large sect. They did not lack spirit pills, miraculous medicines, or natural treasures. Even if it was painful, arduous, or dangerous, Xiao Chun had to persevere. He could not afford to slack off. After half a month, with Xiao Chun's hard work, he finally managed to open these 2 minor meridians. The newly formed minor meridians were too weak. They were not suitable for the flow of essence and could not be used for cultivation. However, Xiao Chun had made preparations long ago. Previously, he had picked several kinds of good spirit herbs for nourishing the meridians in the herb garden. After another 7 days, with the nourishment of the spirit herbs, Xiao Chun's 2 newly formed minor meridians were no different from the other minor meridians. He could now cultivate normally. The moon was as round as a plate, hanging high in the night sky. It shone down a quiet radiance. Xiao Chun slowly got up from the stone block and looked at the bright moon in the sky. Then, he took out a golden spirit core from the universe ring. This golden spirit core, the size of a basketball, was the one he had killed in Savage Forest. It was the Golden Lion King with the bloodline of an ancient mutated beast. Xiao Chun still felt that he was lacking something to advance to Martial King until he remembered the spirit core of the Golden Lion King. Only now did Xiao Chun realize that he still lacked an extremely strong external force. When he cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 6th layer, he would be able to use it together with the essence in his body to break through to Martial King in one go. The golden spirit core that had been lying dormant in Xiao Chun's hand for more than a year was finally going to be put to good use. Advancing from superior grade Martial Saint to Martial King within 3 months was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Most people would not even dare to think about it. However, Xiao Chun wanted to give it a try. When he felt the incomparably pure energy in the golden spirit core, he said indifferently, "I prepared for more than 2 months. I used spirit herbs to increase my strength, suffered a lot, and forcefully opened my minor meridians. All these were for this day." Xiao Chun could only succeed. He could not afford to fail. Compared to those geniuses who had a sect backing them and a peak master, he did not have the capital to fail. Once he failed, he would forever lose the chance to catch up. The moon was round and full. The night was deep and quiet. Xiao Chun found a place with relatively dense spiritual energy in the surroundings. He sat cross-legged on a huge rock. He crossed his hands, and the golden spirit core the size of a basketball floated quietly above his palms. The spiritual energy in the spirit core floated around, but it did not scatter. It was being guided by Xiao Chun's spiritual sense. Xiao Chun took a deep breath and slowly spat out a mouthful of white qi. This qi was like a sword and did not scatter for a long time. Success or failure, it all depended on this moment. When everything was ready, Xiao Chun closed his eyes resolutely. The huge qi whirlpool in his dantian spun quickly. Xiao Chun silently circulated the purple thunder divine incantation's 6th layer. The surrounding lightning-attributed spiritual energy quickly poured into his body. It flowed through his pores and into his meridians before returning to his dantian. Dida, Dida, Dida. The lightning-attributed essence liquid quickly formed and dripped into the purple qi whirlpool. The purple qi whirlpool was quickly filled with lightning-attributed energy. This was the first step of cultivating the purple thunder divine incantation, condensing qi. It absorbed all the lightning-attributed spiritual energy into the dantian. However, it was not just absorbing it. It also had to be refined continuously, turning the spiritual energy into even purer essence. The purple liquid in the qi whirlpool also spun quickly. Xiao Chun was now using the secret technique of the 6th layer to refine spiritual energy. Hence, the speed was much faster than usual. Qi, qi. As the cyclone rotated inside and outside at the same time, countless electric currents appeared out of nowhere in the surrounding air, crackling and flashing non-stop. In the dark night, it was like a tiny bolt of lightning flashing by. It illuminated Xiao Chen's face occasionally with a purple light. Boom! Suddenly, the 2 whirlpools stopped spinning at the same time. The purple liquid in the qi whirlpool exploded, and its color became even denser. However, the amount decreased by about half. Originally, the spiritual energy could fill the entire qi whirlpool. Now only a small portion was left. This was because all the spiritual energy in the surroundings had been converted into essence. The time required for this was twice as fast as before. The purple thunder divine incantation's 6th layer is indeed powerful. Xiao Chun thought joyfully. If this is the case, my cultivation speed will be doubled in the future. However, this was only a small success. Next, he had to complete a minor cycle and a major cycle, completing an internal and external cycle. Only then would he be able to advance the purple thunder divine incantation's 5th layer to the 6th layer. Xiao Chun took a deep breath and continued to circulate the purple thunder divine incantation. The dense purple liquid in the qi whirlpool quickly surged out, heading for the 9 major meridians in his body. Hu! The pure and dense essence flowed quickly in the 9 major meridians. It was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. Xiao Chun found it hard to control it. What a fast speed! Xiao Chun was startled. The faster the speed, the higher the efficiency of his cultivation. This made Xiao Chun feel even more anticipation for the purple thunder divine incantation's 6th layer. However, at this moment, Xiao Chun had to be even more careful. If the purple thunder divine incantation broke free of his control, this breakthrough would end in failure. No matter what, the first minor cycle had to be completed successfully. Otherwise, the subsequent major cycles would be even faster. If he could not even handle a minor cycle, then he would not be able to control a major cycle. Xiao Chun sank his consciousness into it. His will was like a rein, firmly controlling this wild horse, not letting it break free of his control. Under Xiao Chen's control, the minor cycle finally completed a cycle with some difficulty. Boom! 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 When the essence returned to the qi whirlpool started to circulate once again. A huge electric whirlpool appeared in the sky above Xiao Chen's head. That electric whirlpool did not circulate for now. It only appeared in the night sky. Lightning flashed and thunder roared around it, illuminating the entire Chenren Island's night sky. Yu Chensi, who was chatting with Bai, noticed the strange changes in the sky. His expression immediately changed. He muttered, "This is a mysterious phenomenon. A mysterious phenomenon will only appear when a heaven-ranked cultivation technique advances. Could it be that Xiao Chun cultivates a heaven-ranked cultivation technique?" Chapter 393. When Bai saw the electric whirlpool that appeared out of nowhere, a grave expression appeared on her cute face. She was no longer the little spirit fox that did not know anything. Now that she had successfully transformed, she had started cultivating. Such a huge, mysterious phenomenon would definitely be accompanied by great danger. She could not help but ask worriedly, "Elder sister Yu, will elder brother Xiao Chun be fine? Should we go and take a look?" Yu Chenxi looked at Bai's charming face and thought to himself, this Xiao Chun is really lucky. He has a bad temper, but he still has a pretty girl following him so loyally. Bai, don't worry. He is now at a critical juncture. If we get too close, it will not be good for him. I believe he will succeed, Yu Chenxi said with a gentle smile. When Bai heard this, she nodded her head and said, Bai believes that elder brother Xiao Chun will succeed as well. The mysterious phenomenon outside did not affect Xiao Chun at all. He was currently focused on the Qi whirlpool. Originally, there was only a small portion of the purple liquid. After one small cycle, it quickly grew to half. With the help of the spirit herbs, Xiao Chen's essence base was already very vast. Now, with just one small cycle, it was like the Qi whirlpool was filled to half. This made Xiao Chen very excited. A small cycle is already so powerful. I wonder what a great cycle will be like, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Then, he controlled his essence to make a great cycle. This was the most crucial step in his breakthrough. Hu Qi! Hu Qi! As he circulated his mental energy, the essence liquid in the Qi whirlpool shot out. It was so fast that Xiao Chun could not react in time. If the previous small cycle was like a wild horse, then it was like a sports car. It was on a completely different level. This is not good. If this continues, I will not be able to control the flow of essence. When the essence becomes chaotic, not only will my breakthrough fail, but it will also result in serious internal injuries. Xiao Chen's expression changed greatly as he thought to himself in fear. It was like a person who had been driving a carriage all year round was suddenly given a sports car. After getting used to the speed of the carriage, it would be very difficult to control the speed of the sports car. Calm down. I must calm down at this time. Xiao Chen's extraordinary state of mind finally worked again at this time. His frightened and uneasy heart quickly calmed down. Xiao Chen's mind suddenly lit up. He calmed down and finally thought of a way to deal with it. Actually, he had been thinking in the wrong direction from the start. It was simply impossible to suddenly control this surging essence. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 5th layer was completely different from the 6th layer. With such a huge leap, Xiao Chun believed that no one could grasp it in one go. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that no one could cultivate the 6th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation? Obviously, that was not the case. What he needed to do now was not to completely control the flying vital energy, but to control the direction of its flow. He allowed it to smoothly follow the route of the 6th layer and complete a great cycle. Given this, Xiao Chun suddenly felt enlightened. Every time his essence soared, he would not be able to withstand it. Every time the essence was about to go down the wrong path, his will would turn into a gentle force and push it back to the right path. However, while it sounded simple, it was actually very difficult. This was because the speed at which the essence circulated was simply too fast. If he wanted to grasp the right timing every time, it would be very taxing on his mind. He could not afford to be careless. Rumble! When the essence completed a great cycle, the huge electric whirlpool above Xiao Chen's head also started spinning quickly, sucking in all the lightning-attributed spiritual energy within a kilometer. Lightning flashed and clouds churned for a kilometer. The flickering electric light illuminated the sky above Qianren Island like it was daytime. Under Xiao Chen's careful control, a great cycle was almost completed. During this time, the essence nearly went through the wrong meridian several times. However, Xiao Chun managed to pull it back in advance. Xiao Chun felt his heart beating several times faster than usual. The process was simply too dangerous. Bang! The essence finally gathered in the dantian and exploded in the Qi whirlpool. The surging essence liquid fluctuated for a long time before it stopped. The purple liquid slowly piled up, and soon, the Qi whirlpool was filled to the brim. Xiao Chun felt a swelling sensation. After the purple liquid filled the Qi whirlpool to the brim, it actually forcefully expanded the Qi whirlpool. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer completed. Xiao Chun thought excitedly in his heart. Then, he opened his eyes and 2 beams of purple light flashed in the night sky, illuminating everything within a kilometer. Before Xiao Chun could react, the horrifying electric whirlpool in the sky entered his right eye with a so sound. This sudden change stunned Xiao Chun. However, he did not panic. This was because the purple thunder true fire had absorbed all the energy in the whirlpool, not leaving a single drop behind. Xiao Chun was not in a rush to test the might of the purple thunder true fire. He closed his eyes again and continued to circulate the qi whirlpool. The golden spirit core in his palm spun quickly. The pure and vast golden spiritual energy, which was even stronger than a superior-grade spirit stone, was being absorbed by Xiao Chun. The golden spirit core shrank at a visible rate. Xiao Chun absorbed all the spiritual energy in one go. He wanted to make use of this final external force to break through the restraints of a martial saint in one go and become a martial king. When Yu Chenzi saw the whirlpool disappear from a distance, he heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that Xiao Chen's cultivation technique had advanced successfully. However, his expression turned grave after that. A strong aura came from Xiao Chen's body. That energy was extremely vast and it was still rising continuously. Yu Chenzi frowned slightly and said sullenly, "Could this fellow be thinking of using this opportunity to break through to Martial King? This is too crazy." As the golden energy continued to pour in, the energy gathered in his dantian became stronger. Xiao Chun could clearly feel the barrier in front of this energy. This is the final hurdle to breaking through to Martial King. I have to break through it in one go and shatter it. No one can stop me from advancing to Martial King. Xiao Chun thought to himself and increased the speed at which he absorbed the golden spirit core. Break! When the golden spirit core was completely absorbed, Xiao Chun shouted loudly. He used this tyrannical energy to circulate all the essence in his body and charge at the barrier. Ka-ca! A crisp sound came from Xiao Chen's body. The barrier in front of Martial Saint was completely broken through without any obstruction. A huge energy instantly filled his entire body. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's body soared into the air. He was truly flying. He did not use the gravity spell to fly. Xiao Chun opened his eyes. His face was filled with joy. After 2 months of hard work and countless hardships, he finally stepped into the Martial King realm after putting his life on the line. Roar! Xiao Chen's qi and blood surged. It was like he had an inexhaustible amount of energy. Even his blood seemed to be burning. Is this the strength of a martial king? Feeling agitated, Xiao Chun could not help but let out a long roar. His roar was like thunder, reverberating around Chenren Island for a long time. He actually succeeded. Yu Chenzi's eyes were filled with astonishment. In 2 months, Xiao Chun broke through from superior-grade martial saint to martial king. Ordinary people might not be able to achieve this in their entire lives. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun used only 2 months to do so. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. It looks like I did not misjudge him. He is definitely the kind of person that first martial uncle is looking for. Xiao Chun collected his emotions and looked around. When he saw Yu Chenzi 1,000 meters away, he smiled faintly. A strong fighting spirit immediately appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. His aura soared into the sky and pressed down on Yu Chenzi. Yu Chenzi smiled gently and said in a low voice, "Do you want to fight?" Coincidentally, my morning sun incantation has made a breakthrough. I have not had a suitable opponent to test it on. Boom! An aura even stronger than Xiao Chen's soared into the sky. Yu Chenzi's figure flashed and he quickly flew towards Xiao Chun. Seeing Yu Chenzi soar into the sky, Xiao Chun smiled gently. The fierce purple flame in his right eye formed a huge whirlpool. It seemed like it sucked in the heavens and earth. Shoot! Xiao Chun shouted and a purple flame spewed out from his right eye. The purple light flickered and dyed the night sky green. Everywhere the purple flame passed, it seemed like even the air was burned to ashes, leaving behind a huge black void. What a strong flame! A trace of astonishment flashed in Yu Chenzi's eyes. However, he did not panic. He clenched his fist tightly and a boundless energy gathered. His aura soared continuously. When Yu Chenzi's aura reached its peak, she shouted and punched ferociously. A dazzling light burst out from his fist. It was like the morning sun breaking through the night sky, completely dispelling the surrounding darkness. Boom! The tyrannical fist wind struck the incoming flame violently. When the two forces clashed, they did not give way to each other. A shockwave spread out in all directions. Chi, chi, chi. Some of the taller mountains in the surroundings were struck by the shock wave and shattered, filling the night sky with rubble. Shao Chun did not expect a casual strike from the Purple Thunder True Fire after the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation reached the 6th layer would have such might. Even Yu Chenxi's Morning Sun Fist could not break it. Shao Chun thought joyfully. The Morning Sun Fist was one of the few fist techniques famous for being tyrannical. A regular inferior grade heaven-ranked martial technique could not compare to it in terms of pure strength. The two forces clashed for a long time before they slowly scattered. Shao Chun placed his right hand on the saber hilt and drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. Glittering Wuxia. A dazzling purple saber chi appeared from nowhere. The dense light on the saber chi was like a piercing aurora in the night sky. This was the benefit of advancing to Martial King. His essence was even denser. The quality of his essence was double that of a martial saint. Only at this moment did Shao Chun bring out the true might of the Wuxia saber technique, an ancient martial technique. What a surging essence! The amount of essence he has should be no weaker than a regular superior grade martial king. Yu Chenxi squinted his eyes. When the purple saber chi was 1 meter away from him, he punched the tip of the saber chi. Dang! Shao Chen's delicate and fair palm did not seem to be made of flesh and blood. When the saber chi struck it, it gave off a melodious sound. Chapter 394. Ka-sie, Ka-sie. The purple saber chi was like a saber blade. It shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. The two exchanged another 10 moves. Shao Chun discovered that even though he had advanced to Martial King, the gap between him and Yu Chenxi had not shrunk. It looked like with the help of the Daybreak Flower, Yu Chenxi's strength had increased qualitatively. Like before, Yu Chenxi did not need to use his state. Who? After an hour, Shao Chun sheathed his saber and stopped fighting. The situation was the same as before. If this were a battle to the death, Shao Chun would have used all his trump cards. The palm sword, the 8th move of the Wuxia saber technique, and the blue dragon chi. It would have been easy to force Yu Chenxi to use his state. It would have been 50-50. However, these were all Shao Chen's trump cards. There was no need to expose them. Congratulations. In 2 months, you managed to advance from a martial saint to a martial king. I'm afraid you are the only one with such a shocking speed. Yu Chenxi landed beside Shao Chun and laughed softly. His voice was melodious and pleasing to the ear. Shao Chun said softly, "It's nothing. After using so many spirit herbs, it would be inexcusable if I did not break through." This person was as humble as before. He spoke so casually. However, a regular cultivator would not be so bold even with so many natural treasures. At this moment, Bai rushed over. When she saw Shao Chen, she smiled joyfully and said, "Elder brother Shao Chun, you have become stronger again." However, Bai did not slack off. "Elder sister, you said that I am now an inferior grade martial king." Shao Chun looked at Yu Chenxi doubtfully. He did not dare to believe Bai's words. He remembered that before she came, she was only a superior grade martial saint. How could she improve so quickly? Yu Chenxi nodded and said, "I did not lie to you. Bai is indeed a martial king. Her heart-nourishing universe sword technique gives me a headache. Furthermore, she has condensed a sword heart. If she goes to the Great Jin Nation's Drifting Snow Sword Pavilion, there will be many supreme elders fighting to take her in as a disciple. I am a good friend of the Drifting Snow Sword Pavilion's young pavilion master. If you are interested, I can let Bai enter the inner sect." Shao Chun had heard of the Drifting Snow Sword Pavilion before. It was a peak sect famous for swords. There were many experts in the sect, comparable to the Supreme Sky sect. When Xiao Bai heard that, she said softly, "Xiao Bai is not going to the sword pavilion. I just want to follow behind elder brother Shao Chun. In the future, when I become powerful, I will help elder brother Shao Chun beat up bad people. Thank you for your kind intentions. However, Bai has her own place to go. Let's forget about the Drifting Snow Sword Pavilion." When Yu Chenxi saw that the two were not interested, he did not raise this suggestion. It was already late at night. After the few chatted for a while, they took their leave. Dong! Dong! As Xiao Chun closed his eyes and cultivated, he suddenly heard footsteps. He opened his eyes and saw Yu Chenxi standing not far from him. "White-robed bladesman, can we speak for a while?" Yu Chenxi asked quietly as he looked at Xiao Chun under the moonlight. After glancing at the sleeping Bai, Xiao Chun nodded slightly. Then, he headed off into the distance with Yu Chenxi. The two stopped at the periphery of Chenren Island. The sea breeze blew from afar, gently caressing the two. Felt very comfortable. Xiao Chun casually found a clean spot and sat down. Then he asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Yu Chenxi took a deep breath. Then he seemed to have made up his mind. He said seriously, "In a few days, the supreme elder of my sect should be here. At that time, I would like to invite you to return to the great Jin nation with me." Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "You want me to go to the Supreme Sky sect with you?" Yu Chenxi nodded and said, "That's right. Right now, the cultivators of the world are facing a rare golden age. All sorts of geniuses are emerging. There are countless outstanding people. If you go to the great Jin nation, you will have a better understanding of this golden age. That is the dreamland of all genius cultivators. In the past year, I have traveled all over the Boundless Sea. Even that place pales in comparison to the great Jin nation. Since ancient times, there are many spirit veins that have never been scattered. There are many martial techniques left behind from the ancient era. There are countless strong sections. The competition there is more intense than anywhere else. If a cultivator does not go to the great Jin nation, they will never know how narrow their vision is." A fervent look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Clearly, he yearned to go to the great Jin nation that Yu Chenxi mentioned. That was also the place he had to go after leaving the great Jin nation. From the first time Yu Chenxi invited him to exchange moves with her, to the time when she asked for his help on Chenren Island, Xiao Chun had thought that this girl would not approach him for no reason. Now, she finally stated her purpose. She wanted to invite him to join the Supreme Sky Sect. It looked like her position in the Supreme Sky Sect was not simple. However, Xiao Chun had his own thoughts. Joining a large sect meant that he would have to choose a side in advance. However, how strong was the Supreme Sky Sect? Was it worth choosing a side now? Before he had a better understanding, Xiao Chun would not make a decision so easily. Xiao Chun muttered to himself for a while before asking, "With your talent and strength, you should be able to rank among the top of the younger generation in the great Jin nation, right?" When Yu Chenxi saw that Xiao Chun seemed to be interested, he smiled and said, "I can definitely rank among the top. However, I am still a distance away from the top. However, with the Daybreak Flower, I should be able to close the gap." If Yu Chenxi, with his demonic talent, could not rank among the top, then the competition in the great Jin nation had reached an extremely intense stage. Yu Chenxi continued, "The peak powers of the continent have been searching for geniuses from all over the world. Have you ever wondered why Kim Tae-ho and Su Xiaoxiao are on such good terms with you?" "Why?" Xiao Chun asked interestedly. Yu Chenxi kept Xiao Chun in suspense. He smiled gently and said, "The power behind them is also a peak sect of the continent. They are one of the true players of the continent. As long as you come with me to the Supreme Sky Sect, you will know everything." When Xiao Chun heard this, he could not help but laugh. This baffled Yu Chenxi. He asked, "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Chun got up and patted the dust off his body. He smiled gently and said, "I am laughing at your poor persuasion skills. Since you want me to join the Supreme Sky Sect, why did you not tell me the benefits of joining? Instead, you blabbered on and on. What is the point of that?" Yu Chenxi suddenly understood. He said, "Right, I forgot to mention that. The Supreme Sky Sect has all sorts of immortal-grade medicinal pills and countless spirit herbs that are more than 1,000 years old. There are even many heaven-ranked martial techniques and cultivation techniques. And..." Xiao Chun interrupted Yu Chenxi and patted her shoulder. Then, he smiled and said, "Miss Yu, this must be your first time persuading someone, right?" Yu Chenxi was stunned for a while. Then, she asked, "How did you know?" "No, The sky is about to brighten. You should sleep early. Don't disturb my cultivation." After Xiao Chun spoke, he turned and left. As Yu Chenxi watched Xiao Chun leave, she felt a headache coming on. She stomped her foot angrily. During this experiential training, she had met many outstanding talents from various places who came to curry favor with her. She had seen at least 50 people like Jin Wuji, if not 100. However, she did not fancy any of them. She had finally found someone she liked after much difficulty. Who knew that he would be so difficult to deal with? Furthermore, none of those people were like them. When Yuchensi saw Yuchensi, she was very polite and submissive. Jin Wuji did not care about her attitude at all, treating her like an ordinary person. Yuchensi even started to doubt her own charm. "AI, it looks like I will not be able to complete the mission that first martial uncle gave me," Yuchensi said with a drawn-out sigh. Early the next morning, when the first rays of sunlight shone down, the three of them woke up. After breakfast, Yuchensi came over and started talking about last night's topic. "Xiaoqin, I am very sincere. In the next 5-nation youth competition, even the people from the Boundless Sea and the ancient desolate land will be participating. This will be the grandest competition in the history of the Tianwu continent. You should have thought of participating before, right? However, the intensity of this competition is much higher than before. If you had not become a superior grade martial king, you would not have made it into the top 100. You should join the Supreme Sky Sect. Only a peak sect like the Supreme Sky Sect would know about fortuitous encounters. Only a fortuitous encounter can allow your strength to soar in 2 years." After struggling for an entire night, Yuchensi finally thought of a pretty good condition. After he spoke, he looked at Xiao Chun in anticipation. Xiao Chun was about to reply when his strong spiritual sense suddenly felt an overwhelming energy flying over. "The elders of your sect should have arrived," Xiao Chun said softly as he looked at a huge wave in front. When Yuchensi heard this, he quickly looked over. He saw a towering wave a kilometer away, stretching for 50 kilometers. It was like a rolling door, slowly rolling up from the bottom to the top. Then it left the surface of the sea and soared into the air. An old man walked over calmly on the surface of the sea. Undulating, monstrous waves rose from the ground as the old man walked over quietly. There were no energy fluctuations from the towering waves. The surface of the sea was calm as the old man walked over quietly. Even a martial monarch could not break through the huge wave. When seen from a distance, it looked like a huge wave gate was lifted up by a formless energy. Is this the power of a sage? Just by raising his hand, he can easily overturn the seas and rivers, changing the world. When Xiao Chun saw the old man walking over slowly, he did not show much astonishment in his eyes. There was only shock, a deep shock. This was a true expert, the people who stood at the peak of this world. Today, Xiao Chun finally got to see their true faces. Who? The old man was a kilometer away earlier. Now he was already on the island. Even though he only took a few steps, he surpassed the limits of distance and arrived in an instant. First martial uncle, why are you here? When Yuchensi saw the old man, he revealed a joyful expression and quickly ran over. The old man smiled faintly. Then, he looked at Yuchensi and said, "You have no idea how anxious we were when we received your message. If not for the sect needing someone to stand guard, your grandmaster would have come personally." Yuchensi stuck out his tongue mischievously. He smiled and said, "It is not like I can't get out. I am just temporarily trapped. You are all too anxious." Chapter 395. Yuchensi gave Xiao Chen a meaningful look and quickly whispered a few words into the old man's ear. After the old man heard this, he looked at Xiao Chun with great interest. His gaze seemed to see through all the disguises in this world and see through Xiao Chun. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed as he sensed the other party's vast mental strength. He instinctively wanted to use his divine sense to block it. However, when Xiao Chun thought about how the other party was a bona fide martial sage intending to check on him, his spiritual sense might not be strong enough to block it. Even if he succeeded, it would only attract the other party's interest, and he would use other methods to achieve his goal. Hence, Xiao Chun simply gave up on resisting. He would just watch. It was too difficult to keep all his secrets from a martial sage. "Xiao." The old man withdrew his gaze and revealed a thoughtful expression. He muttered to himself, "What a strange kid. I can't see what his martial spirit is. Uncle Master, what do you think of this person? What do you think of my taste? Yu Chenxi asked expectantly. The old man nodded and smiled. Reaching inferior grade martial king at the age of 18. With such a cultivation talent, he can only be considered an outstanding talent in the great Jin nation. However, he has grasped two states at the same time. Just this point alone makes him a genius. Haha, there's another important point. Yu Chenxi asked with interest. What else? The old man nodded and said, I'll talk to him myself later. In short, you didn't misjudge him. He is the kind of person this old man is looking for. Yu Chenxi immediately smiled happily, but then he said helplessly, This fellow doesn't seem to be moved by force or persuasion. I talked for a long time, but he didn't show any signs of agreeing or refusing. The old man leisurely smiled and softly said, He is a smart person. I will go and talk to him. Xiao Chun and Xiao Bai were about 200 meters away from the old man. Logically speaking, at such a close distance, he should be able to hear the conversation between Yu Chenxi and Xiao Bai very clearly. But for some reason, he couldn't hear a single sound, and when he looked over, the figure of the other party seemed a little blurry. In this way, it was impossible to guess what the other party was talking about by mouthing. Just as he was thinking about something, the old man and Yu Chenxi suddenly appeared in front of him. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and cupped his hands in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, saying, Junior Xiao Chun greets Senior. May I know your name? The old man sized up Xiao Chun from a close distance. When he saw that Xiao Chun did not show any change in his expression when he saw him, the old man praised him in his heart. I don't dare to claim my name. I am Gu Ying, an idler of the Supreme Sky Sect. If you don't mind, you can call me Senior Gu. Xiao Chun nodded and said, Thank you for your help, Senior Gu. Otherwise, I would have to stay on this deserted island for more than a year. Gu Ying waved his hand and said, It can't be considered a help. It was just something I did along the way. If I guess correctly, you should have only started cultivating for 2 years, right? The moment Gu Ying said this, not only did Xiao Chun feel astonished, but Yu Chenxi, who was behind Gu Ying, was even more astonished. Could this be the crucial point that first martial uncle mentioned? To be able to cultivate to martial king in 2 years, his talent was truly horrifying. Xiao Chun also did not expect Gu Ying's eyes to be so sharp. He could even see this. Xiao Chun could only nod and admit it. Gu Ying smiled faintly and said, You are a smart person. I will not beat around the bush. The continent is in the midst of a once-in-a-thousand-years golden age. The peak powers are all looking for geniuses. Without understanding the Supreme Sky Sect, it is wise not to choose a side. However, I have to warn you, before the next 5-nation youth competition, it is best to choose a side. That will be your last chance. Take it. This is your reward for helping Chenxi. Gu Ying tossed over a golden medallion. Xiao Chun caught it and took a look. The words Supreme were written on the front of the medallion and Hao Yen were written on the back of the medallion. The golden medallion seemed to have a miraculous power. When Xiao Chun held it in his hand, he felt a faint warmth. There was an indistinct, gentle energy coming from it. It instantly calmed one's state of mind, allowing one to completely relax. Seeing Xiao Chun catch the medallion, Gu Ying smiled and said, I'll take my leave first. In the future, when you come to the Great Jin Nation, you might as well come to the Supreme Sky Sect. This old man will do his best as a host. Xiao Chun put away the medallion and performed a cupped fist salute. Senior, please take care. In the distance, Gu Ying carried Yu Chenxi, moving a kilometer with each step. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from Xiao Chen's sight. As Xiao Chun stared at the two's footsteps, he muttered, According to legend, every move of a martial sage can affect the laws of heaven and earth. It looks like the legend is true. Gu Ying carried Yu Chenxi in the air, moving a kilometer with each step. First martial uncle, why didn't you tell him about joining the Supreme Sky Sect? Yu Chenxi asked Gu Ying, feeling suspicious. Gu Ying smiled gently and said, It's fine. Just accept the Hao Yen medallion. You are a good lass, but your thoughts are too pure. Otherwise, you would not have been so angered by this brat that you could do nothing about it. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and smiled at Bai. Bai, it's time for us to go. The two of them walked quickly towards the huge wave. Not long after they left, the huge wave slowly sank back down. The entire Chenren Island was sealed up by the huge wave once again. It would reopen in 3 years. However, not many people would return by then. On the calm surface of the sea, Xiao Chun and Bai chatted as they walked. With their current cultivation, it was no longer difficult for them to walk on the water. Bai said softly, "Elder brother Xiao Chun, I have already practiced the flowing light sword art to the 5th layer. In the future, I will no longer be afraid of the bad guy, Bai. So, elder brother Xiao Chun, please don't treat me as a burden." When Xiao Chun saw Bai's slightly red eyes, he was stunned. The current Bai was no longer the little spirit fox who did not know anything. Her thoughts had started to become more meticulous. She already had her own thoughts about some of his actions. Xiao Chun rubbed Bai's head and smiled gently. How can Bai be a burden? In the past, she helped me pick many herbs and saved my life a few times. Now she has become even stronger than me. After a pause, Xiao Chun looked at the calm sea in front of him and muttered, "However, I owe you too much. If I let you get injured again, I will not be able to bear it in my heart." When Bai was born, Xiao Chun separated her from her mother. Although the situation was urgent back then and he had saved her from the hands of the Tang clan, he still had his own selfish motives. However, he still had his own selfish desires. Otherwise, he wouldn't have passed on a secret demonic cultivation technique to his mother as compensation. Outside White Water City, the little fellow did not hesitate to go berserk to save him from the hands of Hua Yunfei and Duan Muking. Then, for Xiao Chen's sake, she dragged her exhausted body through savage forest. In the dangerous savage forest with many ferocious spirit beasts, she snatched food from the tiger's mouth and snatched medicinal herbs to help Xiao Chun survive the most dangerous period of his life. From that moment on, Xiao Chun swore in his heart that he would no longer treat Xiao Bai as a pet. He would also not let her get hurt because of him. After Bai transformed into a human, the guilt in Xiao Chen's heart became even stronger. He did not dare to let Bai take any more risks. Therefore, in his heart, he had never seen Whitey as a burden, not even in the slightest. Bai's eyes were somewhat moist. She said softly, "Is that true, elder brother Xiao Chun?" Xiao Chun smiled and said, "Really? Even truer than pearls. Let's go. Let's compete to see who reaches Green Wind Island first. If you get there first, I'll treat you to a feast and good wine." Bai stopped crying and smiled. She said, "Good. Bai runs very fast. Elder brother Xiao Chun will definitely not be able to catch me." Boom! Boom! Just at this moment, an unending wave suddenly surged up a kilometer away from the two. The wave was a kilometer tall and surged ferociously. An undercurrent immediately surged up on the calm surface of the sea and quickly surged towards the huge wave. In the blink of an eye, the huge wave instantly grew another kilometer. Aside from martial sages, no one else could achieve such a feat. Xiao Chun showed a helpless expression. A sense of helplessness welled up in his heart. Unexpectedly, he ran into 2 martial sages in one day. Before martial sages, the two had no chance of survival. However, the other party did not attack. Clearly, there was still room to turn the situation around. Xiao Chun looked up and saw that there was no one around. He shouted, "I wonder which senior is here? Why are you blocking this junior's path?" Pooh! Pooh! Suddenly, soft footsteps came from behind the two. Xiao Chun turned his head to take a look. Xiao Chun saw 2 blurry figures slowly appear in the distance. It was a man and a woman, both dressed in white. Only when they got closer did they see their appearances clearly. The man looked to be in his 30s and had an incomparably handsome face. There was a faintly discernible demonic aura on his face, and his eyes were deep and filled with endless temptation. This was a man that would drive all women crazy. Xiao Chun had never seen such a handsome and elegant man before. He brought out the charm of a man to the extreme. The woman also looked to be in her 30s. However, she was pretty and had smooth skin. She looked extremely charming. When she walked with the man, they looked like a perfect match. The expression in the two's eyes was very familiar to Xiao Chun. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Bai. Suddenly, he was startled. This man and woman looked very similar to Bai. Xiao Chun had a guess in his heart. Bai grabbed Xiao Chun's arm tightly and hid behind him. She said in a soft voice, "Elder brother Xiao Chun, why do I feel that these two people are very familiar? Naturally, you are my daughter. How could you not be familiar?" The handsome man in white smiled gently as he looked at Bai. The beautiful woman at the side smiled at Xiao Chun and said, "Little friend, thank you for teaching me the secret technique and for taking care of my daughter for so long." Bai looked at Xiao Chun and asked, "Elder brother Xiao Chun, is what they said true?" Xiao Chun's expression turned grave. He had not expected such a scene. After a long time he nodded and said, "Bai is real. They are your parents." Since the other party could tell him the secret of the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation and they looked so similar, their identities could not be faked. Chapter 396. The only thing that Xiao Chun had doubts about was how the other party found him. Bai's eyes were filled with curiosity. He looked at the two of them, looking very excited. The sense of familiarity and closeness that came from their bloodline caused Bai to lose his initial panic. Xiao Chun took a deep breath and did his best to remain calm. He asked, "How did you find me?" Bai's parents exchanged glances. Finally, the white-clothed man said, "Let me tell you, Bai's mother knows your identity. After she successfully transformed, she went to the Myriad Fiend Palace to look for me. From then on, I sent people to the Great Qi Nation to look for news of you. However, you seem to have offended some big powers and went into hiding. The people I sent could not find any news of you. It was only until 3 months ago, when you defeated the noble clan heirs at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, that we heard news of you again. After that, news of your battle with Yuchensi at the Green Wind Island spread out. That was when we found out where you were." It made sense. After leaving the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Chun did not bother to hide his movements. As long as a power wanted to find him, it would not be difficult. With his doubts cleared, Xiao Chun threw caution to the wind. He said, "What do you want? Just say it. Kill me or torture me. After all, I cannot resist. Do you want to kill elder brother Xiao Chen? Bai forbids you from harming him." When Bai heard Xiao Chen's words, he immediately stood in front of Xiao Chun anxiously. The white-robed man and the beautiful woman looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. "Why would I kill you? You saved my wife's life and helped my daughter transform successfully. I can tell with a glance whether or not you've enslaved her. How can I and Zixuan not distinguish right from wrong?" This person's words gave off a very magnanimous feeling. He stood quietly on the surface of the sea, not emitting the aura of a martial sage. Xiao Chen's expression relaxed slightly. Clearly, he had not expected such a situation. He had taken in the other party's daughter as his pet. Originally, he thought the other party would punish him. Even if they did not kill him on account of him saving Bai's mother, they would definitely beat him up. From the looks of it, not only would they not kill him, they would even take care of him. This confused Xiao Chen. Bai's mother looked at Bai and smiled. "We will not do anything to you. We just want Bai to stay in the Myriad Fiend Palace. If her identity is discovered in the human world, she will be an anomaly." And Zixuan continued, "With your strength, it is far from enough to protect her. Staying in the Myriad Demon Palace is the safest." Xiao Chen lowered his head and entered deep thought. The other party was Xiao Bai's parents. Logically speaking, they had the right to take Xiao Bai away. He did not have many requests to refuse. However, he still felt somewhat reluctant to send Xiao Bai away so quickly. For a long time he had been alone, with Xiao Bai accompanying him. To Xiao Chun, Bai was no longer a pet but a true companion. After she left, his path as a cultivator would be even lonelier. Bai will not leave. Bai transformed into a human after much difficulty, so that she can stay by Xiao Chen's side and cultivate to help him beat up the bad guys. When Bai heard that Zixuan wanted to take her away, she quickly walked behind Xiao Chun and spoke timidly. When Zixuan heard this, his expression changed slightly. He sized up Xiao Chun, and the expression in his eyes started to change. An indistinct killing intent spread out. Xiao Chun immediately felt a horrifying pressure. He could not understand what was going on. He raised his guard and prepared to retreat at any time. When Bai's mother saw the situation, she pulled in Zixuan gently and whispered something into his ear. Only then did his expression improve. When Xiao Chun heard what Bai's mother said, he could not help but smile bitterly. It turned out that Zixuan thought that Xiao Chun was toying with his daughter. That was why Bai said such things. However, no matter how much of a scoundrel I am, I will not make a move on a little girl, Xiao Chun thought gloomily. However, Xiao Chun could understand why his parents were so worried. It was time for him to say something. Xiao Chun pulled Bai to the front and smiled gently. Bai and your parents should leave first. I will go to the Myriad Fiend Palace to visit you in the future. With my current strength, I am indeed unable to guarantee your safety. Bai's eyes were somewhat moist as she said, Elder brother Xiao Chun, do you not want me anymore? When Zixuan and his wife saw how attached Bai was to Xiao Chun, they did not know what to do. Especially when they saw the little girl crying, they did not know what to do. Xiao Chun advised softly, you have been by my side for a long time already. However, your parents have never interacted with you. This is not fair to them. Isn't Bai very sensible? When Bai heard this, she entered deep thought. Clearly, she was moved by Xiao Chen's words. However, she still hesitated and felt very uneasy. At this moment, Bai's mother walked over and gently held Bai's hand. She smiled and said, Bai, your strength is still very weak. Xiao Chun will always have to split his attention to protect you. This will affect his cultivation. You don't want that to happen, right? When she said this, Bai lowered her head. She thought to herself, that's right, I am indeed too weak. I can't even defeat some strong demonic beasts. Although Xiao Chun did not say that she was a burden, there were some things that did not need to be said. For a long time, it was indeed Xiao Chun who had been protecting her. She rarely helped Xiao Chun anymore. When Bai thought of this, she raised her head and asked, then, if I go to the Myriad Fiend Palace, will I be able to become stronger? And Zixuan finally heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, you are my daughter. Naturally, your talent will not be bad. As long as you go to the Myriad Fiend Palace, you will be stronger than me one day. I turned around and asked Xiao Chun if this was true. After she received a positive answer, she finally agreed to go to the Myriad Fiend Palace. What will come will come. Even though Xiao Chun was reluctant, he still made up his mind. He removed the spirit blood jade from his chest and handed it over to Zixuan. And Zixuan received the spirit blood jade and took a look. Then, he handed it back and said softly, keep it. There will be a chance for us to meet again in the future. I know you truly care about Bai. After Zixuan spoke, he took out a jade medallion and handed it to Xiao Chun. He said, this is the Myriad Fiend Palace's Heavenly Fiend Medallion. In times of danger, it can summon an ancient fiend emperor's clone to protect your life. If you do not need it, you can come to the Myriad Fiend Palace to look for me. I will agree to a condition that is not too excessive. After receiving the medallion, Xiao Chun felt somewhat speechless. These martial sages seemed to like giving medallions to others. He actually received 2 medallions in one day. The 2 of you will take your leave. I will take her leave as well. In the future, when you go to the Myriad Fiend Palace, don't be a little drunkard. Xiao Chun smiled gently and said goodbye to everyone. As Bai watched Xiao Chun leave, she wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. She made a vow in her heart. After 2 years, I will definitely become stronger. I will not be a burden to elder brother Xiao Chun. After saying goodbye to Bai, Xiao Chun was truly alone. In the future, he could only walk the path of cultivation by himself. Xiao Chun brandished the lunar shadow saber in his hand and smiled faintly. That's not right. I forgot about you. I still have the lunar shadow saber. No matter what, my saber will always be by my side. There was still a long way to go. He had to walk it himself. Xiao Chun sorted out his emotions and continued his journey to the Green Wind Island. Just as Xiao Chun was about to reach the halfway point, 2 sharp killing chi came from a group of reefs in front. They shot towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's gaze paused and he looked forward. When he saw the appearance of the two people, he could not help but feel it was strange. He said, Wu Shangxuan and Yang Wen, why are the two of them together? Xiao Chen remembered that Wu Shangxuan had personally killed a few of Yang Wen's companions in the treasure room on Shenren Island. Now, the two of them were together. Unexpectedly, they had become companions. Xiao! Wu Shangxuan and Yang Wen quickly flew towards Xiao Chen. Soon, they landed 100 meters in front of Xiao Chen. Wu Shangxuan rubbed his chin, which was still slightly misaligned. A dark look flashed on his aged face as he said ruthlessly, I said it before. As long as we wait here, we will meet this brat sooner or later. Yang Wen, do you believe me now? Yang Wen smiled faintly and did not deny it. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, hand over the box you obtained from the treasure room and the spirit herbs you obtained from the herb garden. Then I can let you off today. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving here alive. Xiao Chen squinted his eyes and revealed a faint mocking expression. As long as they had a common interest, they could stand together so intimately. This was interesting. However, did these two people really treat him as a piece of meat on a chopping board? Wu Shangxuan revealed a murderous intent on his face. He said coldly, why are you wasting your breath on him? Just kill him. After that, we will split his spatial ring. Kill. After Wu Shangxuan spoke, he stomped heavily on the surface of the sea. The huge force caused the calm sea to surge. Bang! Yang Wen's eyes turned cold. He did not waste any more words. He stomped on the surface of the sea and shot forward. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he looked at the two people with startling auras. There were no fluctuations in them at all. A fierce purple flame burned continuously in his right eye. Soon, a huge flame whirlpool formed in the boundless space in his right eye. Xiao Chen shouted, and the surging purple flames surged forward. Boom! When the two of them were less than 20 meters away from Xiao Chen, a huge purple flame suddenly soared up in front of them. It was 10 meters long and 100 meters tall. The blazing purple flame flickered with a dim light. Its high temperature caused the surface of the sea to boil. Steam rose up and spread out, forming an overwhelming mist. Wu Shangxuan's and Yang Wen's expressions changed greatly. Just a moment ago, the boundless surging sea was before them. In the next moment, it seemed like only the huge purple flame remained in the world. It filled their vision, shocking them. Retreat! The strange and strong purple flame startled the two of them. They could not understand what was going on. They executed their movement techniques to their limits and quickly retreated. Chi! When the purple flame landed, a deep pit with a diameter of more than 20 meters appeared on the sea where the two of them were originally standing. Countless amounts of water vapor rose from the surface of the sea. The deep pit only appeared for an instant before the surrounding seawater quickly surged over. Chapter 397. A huge whirlpool formed on the calm surface of the sea. It sucked in all the surrounding water. The whirlpool spun continuously, growing faster and faster. In the end, a huge pillar of water rose from the ground and shot straight into the sky. It was an incomparably terrifying sight. Wu Shangxuan and Yang Wen exchanged glances. They could see fear in each other's eyes. 3 months ago, although this Xiao Chen was very strong, he was still slightly weaker than them. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen's casual attack, without even drawing his saber, caused such a huge commotion. His strength clearly surpassed any of them. Damn it! This fellow has matured. We have to do our best to take him down today. Otherwise, we might die here, Wu Shangxuan said with a cold expression. At some point in time, a black dagger had appeared in his hand. Yang Wen also took out a pair of gloves from his spatial ring and slowly put them on. There were barbs and hooks on the gloves. There was also a spiritual light flickering on them. Clearly, it was a secret treasure. When Xiao Chen saw the actions of the two, he smiled faintly and slowly walked forward. The flames in his right eye started to gather once again. Boom! 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 Streams of purple flames shot out like cannonballs. Everywhere they passed, the air burned. A vacuum appeared, dark and gloomy. Bang! Bang! Zoom! 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 The two of them continued to jump up and down on the surface of the water, dodging the incoming purple flames. The waves on the surface of the sea surged and surged continuously. From time to time, pillars of water would shoot out in all directions. Occasionally, some unlucky fish would be carried into the air by the waves. However, they were immediately roasted by the high temperature, leaving only their skeletons. Boom! Suddenly, Yang Wen shouted and leaped into the air. A strong force burst forth from the gloves as he punched. Yang Wen punched the purple flames flying at Xiao Chun. When the horrifying fist wind struck the purple flames, there was an intense explosion. Shockwaves surged and a 100-meter-tall wave immediately appeared on the surface of the sea. It looks like 70% of the purple flame strength is equal to the peak strike of a superior grade martial king. Xiao Chun thought to himself. Since that is the case, there is no need to continue testing it. Kasie. Xiao Chun placed his right hand on the saber hilt and drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. A dazzling purple light quickly appeared on the saber blade. Wu Shangshuan turned into a black line and passed through the water screen. Just as he was about to catch Xiao Chen off guard, he suddenly felt a boundless killing intent surging toward him from above. With a horrified expression, he hurriedly raised his head to look, only to see a dazzling purple aurora, so piercing that it hurt his eyes. Dang! In the time it took for a spark to fly, Wu Shangshuan took half a step back. He held his dagger in front of him and blocked Xiao Chen's descending attack. His experience saved his life at the crucial moment, preventing him from being split into two halves by the saber. However, the huge force from the dagger numbed Wu Shangshuan's wrist. He nearly lost his grip on the dagger. When Wu Shangshuan saw Xiao Chen's calm expression but his eyes filled with killing qi, his heart turned cold. He quickly used his left hand to support his wrist. "Can you block it?" Xiao Chen snorted coldly. He lowered his right hand, which was holding the saber hilt. The purple qi whirlpool in his dantian spun rapidly and a boundless essence liquid poured out. With the aid of the purple thunder divine incantation's 6th layer, Xiao Chen's strength instantly increased by 20%. Bang! This force knocked Wu Shangshuan's body into the sea, sending him flying. His dagger also flew out of his hand. How many spirit herbs did this fellow eat? Why is his essence so surging? It is even stronger than a regular peak superior grade martial king. Wu Shangshuan vomited a mouthful of blood. He was horrified as he thought to himself, Xiao Chun actually crushed me in terms of essence. Although Wu Shangshuan's cultivation technique was only medial grade earth ranked, he had cultivated it for decades. However, Xiao Chun, was only in his teens, yet he could suppress Wu Shangshuan in terms of essence. Boom! Suddenly, there was a piercing sonic boom. It was Yang Wen taking advantage of this opportunity to fly over. Xiao Chun turned around and brandished his saber. His movements were swift and fluid, and the saber landed on his opponent's glove. Dang! 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 The sharp saber gave off sparks as it struck the glove. However, the glove was not damaged at all. Most of the surging essence had been dissipated by the glove. Yang Wen smiled sinisterly. My glove is an offensive peak inferior grade secret treasure. You do not have the ability to break it. Don't regret giving me the opportunity to get close. Show! In a flash, Yang Wen arrived less than a meter from Xiao Chun. His right fist punched at Xiao Chen's chest. The barbs and spikes on his fist could be seen clearly. This made one tremble in fear. If one was struck, even if they did not die, they would be severely injured. When cultivators fought in close combat, long weapons like sabers and swords would lose their usefulness. They would not be able to block the opponent's attack. The longer one was, the stronger one was. The shorter one was, the more dangerous one was. This was the principle. Xiao Chun tilted his body to the side and dodged his opponent's attack. Then he quickly retreated. Just as his opponent was about to get close again, Xiao Chun brandished his saber. However, that strange glove managed to dissipate most of the force from Xiao Chen's attack. Yang Wen took advantage of this opportunity to get close again. Hu Qi! This repeated a few times. In the end, Xiao Chun could not shake off Yang Wen's attack. Wu Shangshuan, who had recovered his essence, took this opportunity to join the battle. He turned into a black beam of light and occasionally used his sharp dagger to harass Xiao Chen. With the two of them working together, they finally suppressed the imposing Xiao Chun. They forced Xiao Chen back. In the blink of an eye, he had retreated a kilometer. Wu Shangshuan regained some color on his face. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Brat, the people that I, Wu Shangshuan, target have never survived. You will not be an exception. I will trample you to death later. You actually dared to kick me. How reckless." Right after Wu Shangshuan spoke, in the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun caught onto Wu Shangshuan's carelessness and kicked him. Ka-ca! Xiao Chun kicked Wu Shangshuan's chin again. Xiao Chun sent Wu Shangshuan tumbling in the air. Blood dripped continuously from his chin. This is a good opportunity. Yang Wen's eyes lit up in joy. He could not help but increase the speed of his fist wind. Xiao Chen had just sent out a kick. When he pulled it back, he would be wide open. He would not be able to dodge or retreat in time. Xiao Chun could not dodge this punch. However, he did not intend to. With a thought, the jade pendant on his chest flashed with light. A thick essence barrier surrounded Xiao Chun. Ka-ca! Ka-ca! The gloves with barbs and iron spikes only paused on the surface of the Yuan Qi barrier for a second before they broke through it and continued forward. It looked like this jade pendant was as it said. It could only block a peak medial grade Martial King's attack. It could not block a superior grade Martial King's attack. However, if it could slow down the force of his opponent's punch, Xiao Chun would have achieved his goal. After all, he still had a peak inferior grade defensive inner vest. The sharp gloves struck Xiao Chen's chest. However, there was no bloody mess or hole in his chest as Xiao Chun expected. It only knocked Xiao Chen back 10 meters. After that, he was fine. How can this be? My gloves are extremely sharp. Even a peak superior grade Martial King cannot block them, Yang Wen said in shock. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and brandished his saber. He pressed forward and said, "You are not the only person in this world with secret treasures." Yang Wen recovered his wits and smiled. "As long as you let me get close, as long as your essence is not stronger than a martial monarch's, no matter how strong you are, my fist will be able to neutralize it. Is that so?" Xiao Chun smiled coldly, and a red light flickered on his forehead. The dazzling purple saber instantly gave off a red light. It was the state of massacre infused into it. Ka! Ka! Before Yang Wen's incredulous gaze, Xiao Chen's saber chopped the glove on his right hand in half, causing it to fall to the ground. Xiao Chun could no longer neutralize the surging force. When the saber chi swept out, it opened a horrifying wound on Yang Wen's chest. Wu Kuei shakes the heavens. Xiao Chen followed up with another attack. He executed the killing move of the Wu Kuei saber technique. After advancing to Martial King, the strength of the Wu Kuei saber technique had increased several-fold. The might of a peak Earth-ranked martial technique was truly unleashed. The divine Wu Kuei tree descended from the sky with a surging aura, carrying the force of lightning. Yang Wen could not dodge in time. The divine tree shook him, causing him to vomit large mouthfuls of blood. Then he fell to the sea. Xiao Chun did not give Yang Wen a chance to get up. He rushed forward and swung his saber 3 times, ending this person's life. Then, Xiao Chun casually removed this person's spatial ring. Then, he turned his gaze to Wu Shangshuan, who had turned into a black beam of light fleeing into the distance. "Xiao Chun, the next time you meet this old man will consign you to eternal damnation. I will make you die a tragic death." Xiao Chun leaped into the air and said indifferently, "You no longer have that chance. Wu Kuei breaks the heavens." A beam of light alternating between purple and red appeared on the saber, quickly elongated. In the blink of an eye, it extended a few thousand meters above the sea. Everywhere the beam of light passed, huge waves surged up on both sides of the sea. It looked very horrifying. Ah! There was a miserable cry. At the end of the beam of light, Wu Shangshuan clutched the bloody hole in his chest. His eyes were filled with horror. Pooh! 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 Xiao Chun slowly walked over on the water. By the time he arrived before Wu Shangshuan, the other party was already dead. Xiao Chun removed the spatial ring on his hand. Xiao Chun did not even bother to look at the other party's corpse. He sheathed the lunar shadow saber and resumed his journey to the Green Wind Island. The setting sun looked like blood as it reflected on the vast sea. The two corpses floated quietly on the surface of the sea. Soon, there would be nothing left of them. The ferocious fish would devour them. After killing two peak superior grade martial saints, Xiao Chen's emotions did not fluctuate much. Before he advanced to martial king, he could already kill superior grade martial kings. Now that he was a martial king, his cultivation had increased significantly. His strength had increased in all aspects. Killing two ordinary peak superior grade martial kings was nothing. A cultivator's strength was determined by the purity and quantity of essence. After that, it was determined by the cultivation technique, the martial technique, and the state that they comprehended. Xiao Chun was not lacking in any of these areas. He relied on a large number of spirit herbs to increase his essence to that of a peak superior grade martial king. His cultivation technique was a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. However, his opponent only cultivated a medial grade earth-ranked cultivation technique. As for his martial technique, it was a peak superior grade earth-ranked ancient martial technique. Chapter 398. As for states, there was no need to even mention them. The vast state of thunder infused with holy might and the state of massacre, which was above ordinary states, completely suppressed the other party. With Xiao Chen's current strength, aside from the peak geniuses of some sects, he would be undefeatable. As long as a half-step martial monarch did not appear, Xiao Chun would be undefeatable within the martial king realm. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chun opened Yang Wen's spatial ring and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He counted more than 20,000 inferior grade spirit stones and 5,000 medial grade spirit stones. It looked like this person had gained a lot on Chenren Island. 5,000 medial grade spirit stones was not a small sum. However, all of this now belonged to Xiao Chen. After Xiao Chun put away the spirit stones, he fixed his gaze on Wu Shangshuan's spatial ring. This person was ruthless and crafty. In the main hall of Chenren Island, at least 80 treasure seekers had died at his hands. When Xiao Chun thought of the dozens of bloody corpses at the entrance, he felt a chill in his heart. I wonder how many things are in Wu Shangshuan's spatial ring. Xiao Chun felt some anticipation as he sent in his spiritual sense. See! Piles of spirit stones flashing with azure light dazzled Xiao Chun. Even though he had prepared himself, he had not expected this person to be so rich. Xiao Chun did a rough count. This person had more than 15,000 medial grade spirit stones and more than 200 of the extremely rare superior grade spirit stones. There were countless inferior grade spirit stones. There were also many secret treasures and all sorts of martial techniques and cultivation techniques. He must have obtained them from other cultivators. Xiao Chun took a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. He said indifferently, "Relying on the evil path is not the right path." This person had so many resources, but he could not advance to half-step martial monarch. This was the best proof. This was also a warning to Xiao Chun. If a person's heart was twisted, they would not be able to reach the peak. The busy harbor of Green Wind Island appeared in Xiao Chun's vision. Xiao Chun placed the spirit stones into his universe ring. He quickened his pace and rushed toward the Green Wind Island. After setting foot on the island, Xiao Chun immediately rushed to his inn and inquired about the whereabouts of Kim Tae-ho and Su Xiaoxiao. "Young hero, your friend left a month ago. Before he left behind a letter and asked me to give it to you." When the waiter saw Xiao Chun asking, he quickly took out a letter and handed it to him. Since he left a month ago, it meant that Kim Tae-ho had been waiting for him for more than 2 months. That was enough. Xiao Chun smiled gently and received the letter. Then, he rewarded the waiter with an inferior grade spirit stone. The waiter immediately left happily. Opening the envelope, Xiao Chun read it carefully. After a while, Xiao Chun finished reading the contents. There were not many words in the letter. The gist of it was that the dispute between them and the Black Dragon Triad had been settled, and both sides had taken a step back. They could not wait for him to deal with this matter for the time being. At the end of the letter, Kim Tae-ho invited Xiao Chun to visit the Great Tang Empire when he had the time. At that time, Xiao Chun would receive him properly. Regarding Kim Tae-ho's invitation, Xiao Chun was somewhat interested. The strongest sect in the Great Tang Empire, the beast-taming abode, was famous. He had wanted to go and take a look for a long time. The beast-taming abode was the only sect that systematically tamed high-ranked spirit beasts. According to rumors, they even tamed rank 9 and rank 10 spirit beasts. The beast-taming abode was very famous in the entire continent. The founder, Mao Yanan, was also the only cultivator who did not have the strength of a martial emperor but could compete with one. After putting away the letter, Xiao Chun called the waiter to prepare a room and hot water. After that, he took a comfortable hot bath and put on his clothes. Then, he ordered a sumptuous meal and started eating. After living on a deserted island and in closed-door cultivation for the past 3 months, Xiao Chun felt somewhat bored. Now that he had taken a bath and had a sumptuous meal, he felt that it was a wonderful thing. "Waiter, give this lord 2 jars of wine and 5 kilograms of beef. The faster, the better." Dong, dong, dong. Just as Xiao Chun finished eating and was about to pay the bill and leave, a stout man came up from downstairs. He was 2 meters tall and carried a huge axe. He looked boorish and ferocious. Most people would tremble in fear when they saw him. This was Bai Lishi, whom Xiao Chun had forced out of the herb garden. Xiao Chun had not expected to see him here. Bai Lishi looked around and saw the white-robed Xiao Chun. His expression could not help but change, and a ferocious look appeared in his eyes. He took out the giant axe from his back and swung it at Zhang Xian without any hesitation. Dang! Xiao Chun did not draw his saber. Just as the huge axe was about to hack down, the tip of his saber struck the axe's edge, giving off a dull sound. A huge force came from the saber. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun was unable to block it. He was forced back 3 steps and only stopped when he pushed his heels against the wooden boards. This axe seems to be quite famous, Xiao Chun thought to himself. Bai Lishi's physical body should be stronger than his. However, Bai Lishi was not ridiculously strong. Even when Xiao Chun used some skill, he could not neutralize the force. This could only mean that the problem was with the axe. However, Xiao Chun did not think too much about it. At this moment, he had no intention of fighting with this person. Even if he was a martial king, his chances of defeating Bai Lishi were not more than 50%. Xiao Chun could only say that he did not fear this person. After all, Bai Lishi was a famous cultivator. Furthermore, he had substantiated his physical body. His combat prowess was much stronger than cultivators of the same cultivation realm. Seeing that Bai Lishi intended to make another move, Xiao Chun said sullenly, "Bai Lishi, if you still want spirit herbs for tempering the physical body, go ahead and chop down with this axe." When Bai Lishi heard this, his eyes flickered. After hesitating for a long time, he did not chop down in the end. Dang! Bai Lishi casually placed the axe on the floor, and the huge restaurant trembled. He sat down and said, "This old man forgot. Brat, you cultivate the physical body as well. You must have picked a lot of spirit herbs for tempering the physical body. Hand over all the spirit herbs for tempering the physical body, and I will not kill you. I, Bai Lishi, always keep my word." Xiao Chun sat down across from Bai Lishi. He smiled gently and said, "Sorry, I need those spirit herbs for tempering the physical body, so I cannot give them to you." Bai Lishi's expression turned cold. He raised his huge axe and said angrily, "Brat, you dare to trick this old man?" Just as Bai Lishi was about to erupt in anger, Xiao Chun said leisurely, "I do not have any spirit herbs. However, I do have a heaven-ranked body-tempering secret manual that the Savannah King passed down." Bai Lishi's expression suddenly changed. He quickly put away his huge axe and asked with a bewildered expression, "Are you talking about the Savannah King's firmament body-tempering art?" Xiao Chun smiled gently and tossed out the firmament body-tempering art. When Bai Lishi saw it clearly, he immediately put it away. Unexpectedly, it really is the firmament body tempering art. I thought that the Dark Church's people had snatched it away. Unexpectedly, you managed to find it. Bai Lishi's expression filled with shock. A fervent look appeared in his eyes. There were very few cultivators on the continent that cultivated the physical body. Naturally, cultivation techniques for tempering the physical body were even rarer. Even if there were, they would be low-ranked cultivation techniques. Finding a high-ranked cultivation technique was harder than ascending to heaven. For so many years, Bai Lishi had only cultivated an inferior-grade earth-ranked cultivation technique. He had already cultivated that cultivation technique to its peak long ago. There was no way for him to improve it any further. When Bai Lishi saw that Xiao Chun really had a heaven-ranked body-tempering cultivation technique in his hands, his excitement was easy to imagine. Bai Lishi's hand unknowingly moved to the handle of his axe. He withdrew his killing chi and thought to himself happily, "This brat took the initiative to come to me. When I kill him, I can vent my anger and obtain body-tempering spirit herbs and secret manuals. This is killing many birds with one stone." Xiao Chun took a sip of tea and looked at Bai Lishi. He said softly, "Put away your axe. If I want to leave, you will not be able to stop me. If I was not confident, would I take the initiative to sit across from you?" Bai Lishi calmed himself down and said, "What do you want? Just say it. I have to obtain that heaven-ranked body-tempering secret manual." Xiao Chun said casually, "You have to be willing to give it to me first. Have you sold that 1,000-year-old snow ginseng?" Bai Lishi laughed loudly and said, "You should have said so earlier. I am keeping it. This is for you. Hand over the body-tempering secret manual." What Bai Lishi cultivated was the physical body. This 1,000-year-old snow ginseng could only increase a cultivator's cultivation. Although it was very precious, it would not be of any help to him. Hence, Bai Lishi tossed it over straightforwardly. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "You are too naive. You want to exchange one snow ginseng for a heaven-ranked secret manual? That is barely enough. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Bai Lishi snorted coldly and smacked the table heavily with his right hand. A huge force came from his palm and the wooden table immediately shattered. The table did not shatter. Instead, it truly shattered, turning into countless wooden shavings. Bai Lishi's control over his strength had clearly reached a certain level. Bai Lishi raised his huge axe and hacked at Xiao Chen's head with lightning speed. However, just as the sharp axe was about to break Xiao Chen's head, Bai Lishi stopped what he was doing. The instant the table shattered, Xiao Chen pointed 2 fingers on his right hand at Bai Lishi's throat. A 3-inch-long short sword spun rapidly under Bai Lishi's neck. That 3-inch-long short sword looked plain and unadorned. However, Bai Lishi could feel a frightening energy from it. Bai Lishi did not doubt that if he made a move, that short sword would immediately pierce through his throat. Even though his physical body had been tempered to the point of being as tough as steel, it would not be an exception. Xiao Chun said coldly, "You can try. Let's see if your axe or my flying sword is faster." Bai Lishi's expression did not change as he said, "Brat, don't be too greedy. If I guessed right, you should have taken away the Savannah King's burial items. This small sword should be one of his burial items as well, right? The firmament body-tempering art that you gave me should be a copy as well. Using a copy to exchange for a 1,000-year-old snow ginseng is a sure win for you. If you are too greedy, have you thought about the consequences if I spread the news that you obtained the burial items?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Go ahead and say it. I can also spread the news that you injured me. You snatched away all the burial items. I have close to 50,000 medial-grade spirit stones. You can try and see who can spread the news faster." Bai Lishi's expression turned sullen. His right hand grasped the handle of his axe tightly. He said coldly, "What exactly do you want?" The atmosphere between the two was very strange. One held his axe and pressed it against the other's head. The other controlled a secret treasure and pressed it against the other's throat. Chapter 399. As long as both sides had a single thought, they would immediately perish together. Those whose minds were slightly unstable would most likely be defeated in this battle. When the people in the restaurant saw Bai Lishi and Xiao Chen fight, they all left. When they saw the strange situation, they all fled as far as they could. Bai Lishi was infamous. If he was in a bad mood, he might even destroy the entire restaurant. If he continued to stay here, he would be in deep trouble if he were to be accidentally injured in the fight. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. It was like he did not see the dangerous axe above his head. He said indifferently, "It is very simple. It is impossible for you to use the snow ginseng to exchange for the secret manual. Even if the secret manual is a copy, it is not possible. Speaking of which, I was the one who tossed the snow ginseng to you. It is mine. You are using my things to exchange for it. Don't even think about trying to gain something without risking anything." When Bai Lishi heard this, he felt very angry. To think that this fellow was so shameless. If he had not tossed the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng at him for no reason, would he have been forced to leave the herb garden early? If he had not left the herb garden, he would have obtained at least a few good spirit herbs for body tempering. If he was lucky, he might even have obtained the burial items of the Savannah King. Now, Bai Lishi was trying to bite back at him, saying that he was trying to gain something without risking anything. This was simply too shameless. Bai Lishi said ruthlessly, "You are ruthless. I will add another 2,000 medial grade spirit stones. Is that enough?" Xiao Chun remained silent. After a while, he said, "If I bring this firmament body-linking art to the ancient Desolate Lands auction house, I believe it will fetch at least 10,000 medial grade spirit stones." Bai Lishi's hand trembled. He nearly could not resist hacking down. This fellow looks delicate and young, but he is too arrogant. What did 10,000 medial grade spirit stones mean? Bai Lishi did not even have that many medial grade spirit stones. If he did not kill others for treasures or have any fortuitous encounters, he would have to work hard in the ancient desolate land for 5 or 6 years. Bai Lishi took a deep breath and did his best to suppress his violent heart. He said, "Add another 2,000. Is there any more?" Xiao Chun looked calmly at Bai Lishi. He said indifferently, "At least 5,000. If there is no more, then forget it. I will sell it myself. Otherwise, you can bet that you can avoid my flying sword before the axe hits me. However, I have to warn you in advance that this artifact of mine is a peak low-rank offensive artifact. Its speed is so fast that even I do not have the confidence to avoid it." Bai Lishi's eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. Ever since he became famous, he had never been forced into such a miserable state. Furthermore, the other party was a junior. Every single one of his words hit the nail on the head, preventing the other party from shedding all pretenses of cordiality. The feeling of being stifled was simply indescribable. But the elementary heaven stage body refining secret manual was too important to him. It was the key to whether he could advance further. Corroborating one's Tao with the physical body was extremely difficult. Bai Lishi was able to cultivate from an ordinary person to a peak superior grade martial king. This proved his talent. His innate talent and bone structure weren't bad, and he only lacked a higher level secret manual to go a step further. However, Xiao Chun just happened to grasp his Achilles heel, causing him to be helpless and helpless. "Shio!" Bai Lishi withdrew his huge axe. His coarse face looked extremely horrifying. After he calmed down for a long time, he said, "You win. I will add another 1,000 medial grade spirit stones. I will use the remaining medial grade spirit stones to purchase spirit herbs and other things. However, I can tell you a piece of information." Xiao Chun withdrew his small sword from Bai Lishi's throat and thought to himself, 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, 5,000 medial grade spirit stones, and a piece of information in exchange for a copy of a heaven stage secret manual. This was more or less the price Xiao Chun expected. If Xiao Chun continued squeezing him, Bai Lishi would probably go crazy. A heaven stage cultivation technique might seem very expensive, but Xiao Chen's was a body-refining cultivation technique. In reality, it would not fetch a high price. This was because there were too few cultivators who corroborated their Tao with the physical body. This was not a cultivation technique that could be sold for a high price. Hence, the moment Xiao Chun saw Bai Lishi, he made up his mind to rip him off. Only with Bai Lishi would he be able to maximize the value of this copy of the secret manual. The two of them found another table and sat down. Xiao Chun said indifferently, "Speak. What information is worth 2,000 medial-grade spirit stones?" Bai Lishi said sullenly, "Information about a medial-grade secret treasure. Do you think it is worth it?" Xiao Chun felt excited. He immediately felt interested. Needless to say, he already had a deep understanding of the effects of secret treasures. The clear wind robes increased his speed in all aspects. Even now, he still had it. The windwalk shoes allowed him to be as fast as a martial king when he was still a martial saint. The defensive jade pendant had helped him in many battles. As for the peak inferior grade inner vest that he just obtained, it had saved his life once. The palm sword in Xiao Chen's hand also gave him the confidence to fight against Bai Lishi. Without these secret treasures, Xiao Chen's strength would decrease by about 10%. His movement technique would decrease by at least 20%. This showed how important secret treasures were to him. However, now that he was a martial king, several secret treasures could no longer keep up with his growth. For example, that jade pendant could only defend against the attacks of a medial-grade martial king. Now it was useless. The windwalk shoes could increase Xiao Chen's speed by 20% when he was a martial saint. However, now that he was a martial king, it could barely increase his speed by 1 grade. The inferior grade inner vest had suffered heavy blows from the greedy dream wolf and Yang One. It was unknown how long it could last. Of the secret treasures that Xiao Chun had, the only ones that were useful were the palm sword and the clear wind robes. Medial grade secret treasures were very tempting to him. Xiao Chun put down the teacup in his hand and said interestedly, "Tell me more about it." Bai Lishi said, "You should have heard of the demon battlefield in the ancient desolate land before, right? Most of the secret treasures still circulating in the continent came from there." Demon battlefield. Xiao Chun had heard of it before at the auction in Shiha City. The secret treasures auctioned at that time were obtained by cultivators who risked their lives in the demon battlefield. Bai Lishi continued, "With your strength, there should not be any danger in the periphery of the demon battlefield. However, it would be dangerous in the inner region. If you want to go to the core region, I can only wish you good luck." Xiao Chun frowned slightly and said sullenly, "What do you want to say? Just say it." Bai Lishi laughed loudly and took out a piece of paper. He wrote down an address and drew a map. Then, he handed it over and said, "Medial grade secret treasures normally only appear in the inner region of the demon battlefield. The medial grade secret treasure that I am talking about can be found in the periphery. Of course, there is some danger. Whether you can obtain it or not will depend on your ability." Xiao Chun received the piece of paper from Bai Lishi and took a look. With the words and the map, the location was clear. Bai Lishi took out boxes of medial-grade spirit stones. Finally, he took out the snow ginseng. He said, 5,000 medial-grade spirit stones, 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, and information about a medial-grade secret treasure. That should be enough, right? Xiao Chun put away the piece of paper and swept everything under the table into his universe ring. Then he smiled faintly and said, "That should be enough. Hand that thing over." Bai Lishi said expressionlessly. Xiao Chun took out a secret manual from the universe ring and placed it on the table. Then he turned and left. Bai Lishi's face was filled with excitement. His eyes burned with passion as he grabbed the secret manual and quickly flipped through it. He said excitedly, "It's true. It's true. The firmament body tempering art. Ha ha ha. I, Bai Lishi, have finally found a heaven-ranked cultivation technique." Soon, Bai Lishi flipped to the last page of the secret manual. After he saw it clearly, his expression changed greatly. He raised his huge axe and charged at Xiao Chun. "Bastard! How dare you lie to me? Why is there only a 6th layer? A heaven-ranked cultivation technique has at least 12 layers. Where is the remaining half?" Xiao Chun, who had already reached the staircase, turned around and smiled. "Naturally, it is in my hands." Bai Lishi stomped heavily on the wooden floor and hacked down at Xiao Chen's head with his huge axe. Just by relying on the strength of his physical body, his speed reached Mach 3. Dang! Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. The two states quickly merged. Thunder and massacre merged. A purple and red light flickered on the saber. When Xiao Chun executed drawing the saber, his speed instantly reached Mach 3. He blocked Bai Lishi's heavy axe in midair, not giving way at all. Along with a heavy sound, a terrifying force spread out from the two people's weapons. The entire roof of the restaurant was immediately blown away. Fortunately, the other cultivators had foresight. Otherwise, they would not have had a good time if the shockwave hit them. Seeing Xiao Chun block his furious strike, Bai Lishi was mildly astonished. He said angrily, "Brat, what exactly are you thinking? I already gave you the thing, yet you are still trying to trick me." Xiao Chun held the lunar shadow saber and said calmly, "Don't treat me like a 3-year-old child. Do you think you can get a secret treasure just because you say so? If it is that easy to take, why don't you take it yourself?" Bai Lishi said, "If I were not in a rush to Qianren Island, I would have taken the secret treasure long ago. How could it be your turn to take it?" Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. There were no fluctuations in it. He said indifferently, "Who cares? What do you say? After I obtain the secret treasure, I will give you the remaining 6 layers. I advise you not to make a move. If I am in a bad mood and burn the latter half of the secret manual, your spirit stones and snow ginseng will all go to waste." Bai Lishi felt extremely frustrated. He had been completely tricked by Xiao Chun in this transaction. However, the crucial thing was that he could not do anything to this brat. No matter what, this fellow would always be able to take advantage of him. Every time Xiao Chun would hit his weak spot. "Damn it!" Bai Lishi cursed ferociously. Then, he hacked the restaurant a few times with his huge axe. A horrifying force spread out and the entire restaurant collapsed, turning it into rubble. Xiao Chun casually walked on the wide streets of Green Wind Island. Bai Lishi followed behind him with a depressed expression. "Hey, isn't that the white-robed bladesman? The one beside him looks like Bai Lishi. What's going on? Why are they together?" Indeed, I remember that the white-robed bladesman tricked Bai Lishi a few times on Qianren Island. How strange. Given Bai Lishi's temper, nothing happened and they ended up together. I heard that the two of them fought at the Heavenly River restaurant earlier. In my opinion, it is very likely that Bai Lishi could not do anything to Xiao Chun. Now, Xiao Chun was somewhat famous on Green Wind Island. Furthermore, Bai Lishi had been famous for a long time. Hence, when they walked out, many cultivators immediately recognized them. Chapter 400. Xiao Chen's heart was as calm as an ancient well. There were no ripples at all. He smiled and automatically filtered out these words. Bai Lishi clearly could not take it anymore. He was originally angry, but when he heard these words, he felt even more sullen. Finally, when he heard someone say that he could not do anything to Xiao Chun, he could not take it anymore. He exploded. "What are you shouting about? Do what you are supposed to do. Shut up." Seeing Bai Lishi's ferocious appearance, the others quickly shut up, afraid of trouble. However, after Bai Lishi left, more discussions resounded. Bai Lishi could not do anything about this. He could only suppress his anger. The more he thought about it, the more upset he felt. After the restaurant collapsed, Bai Lishi started fighting with Xiao Chun. However, even after hundreds of exchanges, he could not take down Xiao Chun. Bai Lishi had to admit that with Xiao Chen's current strength, he could already contend against him. So, he could only agree to the other party's request. After Xiao Chun obtained the secret treasure, he would ask for the second half of the firmament body tempering art. Hence, Bai Lishi followed him. Bai Lishi said angrily, "I say, brat, are my words that untrustworthy? Why would I lie to a junior like you? Can't you just give me the second half?" Xiao Chun did not even turn his head. He smiled faintly and said, "Trust you? Do you think that your reputation is good? Do you want to ask someone?" Seeing that Xiao Chun intended to ask someone, Bai Lishi quickly stopped him. He was very clear on his reputation. If he let Xiao Chun ask, wouldn't that be giving him a slap in the face? "Although I, old Bai, have killed more people, I am not as clean as you, Bai. My voice is a little unpleasant to hear, and my temper is a little irritable. However, this old man has always been open and above board. If I say I did not lie to you, I did not lie to you." Xiao Chun waved his hand to stop Bai Lishi from continuing. He said calmly, "Don't say anything. After I successfully obtain the medial grade secret treasure, I will give you the secret manual. The more you say, the more I suspect you." As Bai Lishi cursed, Xiao Chun quickly headed for the island's harbor. Since Xiao Chun made up his mind to obtain the secret treasure, he decided not to linger and set off immediately. The secret treasure would not just sit there and wait for him to obtain it. If someone else got it before him, he would suffer in silence. After they left the city and walked along the road, there were many cultivators who recognized the two of them. There was no lack of strange discussions. This was especially so for the words white-robed bladesman. Bai Lishi could not help mocking Xiao Chun. "Look at how many people call you the white-robed bladesman. It seems like you take this title for granted. How can you be called a bladesman?" Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Then he asked interestedly, "In that case, tell me why I cannot live up to the title of bladesman." Bai Lishi smiled coldly and said, "Although you have a sharpness in your heart, this sharpness has not formed into your saber intent. Without saber intent, how can you be a bladesman? Go to the ancient desolate land and see what kind of people the 10 great bladesmen are. Then you will know what a bladesman is. Not to mention that it is too far away. Just take the bloody bladesman Sun Guangxuan that you met. He took more than 20 years to obtain this title. As for you, you are still very inexperienced. You probably cannot even feel Sun Guangxuan's saber intent." Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows. He did not refute Bai Lishi's words. Bai Lishi was right. Xiao Chun was not a true bladesman. In the somewhat decaying heavenly saber gate, aside from martial techniques and tempering the mental state, there were all sorts of martial techniques related to the saber. Xiao Chun had not learned anything about the cultivation of a bladesman. It was as Yun Kursen said, the heavenly saber pavilion no longer had bladesmen. There were only cultivators who used the saber. When Bai Lishi saw Xiao Chun remain silent, he continued smiling. "How is it? Brat, I was right? However, don't be discouraged. I am acquainted with Old Sunday. I will ask him to exchange pointers with you another day. I will let you experience his saber intent. I guarantee that you will successfully cross the threshold of becoming a bladesman. However, you have to give me the second half of the firmament body tempering art first. At the very least, you have to give me the third layer. How about that?" Xiao Chun laughed hoarsely. This Bai Lishi really did not deviate from his profession. He was concerned about the firmament body tempering art. After a few words, he changed the topic back to that. Xiao Chun was probably going to be annoyed along the way. "Brat, don't remain silent. Let me tell you, with the help of the bloody bladesman, the time you need to comprehend saber intent will be greatly reduced." Seeing that Xiao Chun ignored him, Bai Lishi called out continuously from behind him. This continued all the way until Xiao Chun reached the harbor. Xiao Chun had not expected a burly man like Bai Lishi to be so talkative. No matter how good Xiao Chen's mental state was, there was always a fly buzzing behind him. It was very annoying. Most importantly, he could not kill this fly with one slap. Helplessly, Xiao Chun stopped walking. He said, "Old Bai, we are already at the harbor. Can you stop for a while?" When Bai Lishi saw Xiao Chen's frustrated expression, he laughed happily. "What's wrong? Are you feeling annoyed? Let me tell you, this is just the beginning. You bastard. How badly did you cheat me at the restaurant? Years of savings, 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, and news of a medial grade secret treasure. In the end, you only obtained half a secret manual. Furthermore, it was just a copy. If I can't beat you to death, I will annoy you to death. If you are annoyed, then take out the other half." Xiao Chun finally saw what it meant to be a scoundrel. Furthermore, Bai Lishi was a man. He was truly impressed. "Do as you please. If you do not obtain the secret treasure, I will not give you the other half of the firmament body tempering art." The Green Wind Island's harbor was very busy. With one glance, countless merchant ships could be seen. The merchant associations of various nations were all here. The entire harbor was also filled with people. It was very crowded. However, most of the merchant ships were heading out to the Boundless Sea. Xiao Chun searched for a long time but could not find any returning merchant ships. Bai Lishi said from behind, "Brat, stop looking. The merchant ships returning from the Boundless Sea will only appear at night." Xiao Chun felt suspicious. He asked, "Why?" Bai Lishi looked at Xiao Chun with disdain. He said, "Young people do not understand. This is the rule of the Green Wind Islands harbor. There are too many ships. In the past, there were often incidents of merchant ships heading out to sea and returning to the harbor, colliding and sinking to the bottom of the sea. Hence, the two ships are managed at different times." Xiao Chun glanced at the thousands of huge merchant ships in the harbor. He somewhat understood what Bai Lishi meant. The world here was different from his previous life. The merchant ships were too big and there were too many of them. Without a convenient way to command them, it would be very difficult to manage them. Xiao Chun looked up at the sky. The sun was setting in the west. It was already dusk. It would not be long before it turned dark. "I'll just wait for a while." Xiao Chun found a place with fewer people on the shore of the harbor. Then, he sat down and took out a book from the universe ring to read. This book was the introduction to secret treasures that Xiao Chun had obtained in the past. There were too many people in the harbor. Xiao Chun would not be able to cultivate. However, he could not waste too much time. Taking some time to understand the different types of secret treasures, as well as the famous secret treasures, would be a good thing. "Brat, what's so good about books? Let's talk about tempering the body. I can tell that you have already cultivated the body to a certain level." Bai Lishi chased after Xiao Chun like a shadow. He placed his huge axe on the ground and sat down beside Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun could not be bothered with Bai Lishi. No matter what Bai Lishi said to him, he would quickly change the topic to the firmament body tempering art. Along the way, Xiao Chun had experienced this many times. "I can see that your physical strength is only about 100,000 kilograms of force. There is still a lot of room for improvement. How about this? Give me the 7th layer of the firmament body tempering art. Just the first layer will do. I can help you increase your physical strength to 25,000 kilograms of force." Indeed, after saying that, Bai Lishi changed the topic. Xiao Chun smiled faintly to himself, not intending to continue the conversation. Even if Bai Lishi's offer was very tempting, Xiao Chun ignored it. He focused on the secret treasures in the book. Time slowly went by. Just as the sky turned completely dark, Xiao Chun suddenly heard footsteps approaching. That person did not hide his aura at all. He locked onto Xiao Chun and walked over. Xiao Chun put away the book and quickly got up. Bai Lishi's reaction was no slower than Xiao Chun's. He turned around at the same time. That person had a sword hanging at his waist. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked very handsome. His aura was extremely sharp. His aura was like a sharp sword. Xiao Chun looked suspiciously at this person. He muttered to himself, "Why is Jin Wuji still here?" Bai Lishi whispered, "It seems like that person from the Heavenly Sword Gate. He looks very powerful. Is he your friend?" Bai Lishi's words were clearly filled with mockery. Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "I am not." Jin Wuji, who was less than 100 meters away, heard Bai Lishi's words clearly. Although he was angry at this person's mockery, he knew this person's identity and did not want to say anything. Jin Wuji focused his attention on Xiao Chun. He said sullenly, "Where is Yu Chenxi? Has he left yet?" Xiao Chun frowned slightly. Why does this Jin Wuji's tone sound so aggressive? I don't remember offending this person. However, when Xiao Chun heard Yu Chenxi's name, he connected the dots and made some guesses. He smiled helplessly to himself. It looks like my first trouble has arrived because of her. Ignoring Jin Wuji's tone, Xiao Chun replied calmly, "I obtained the Daybreak Flower and left with the upper echelon of the Supreme Sky Sect." Jin Wuji's expression changed slightly. He asked in astonishment, "You helped her obtain the Daybreak Flower? Damn it! Originally, I should have helped Yu Chenxi obtain the Daybreak Flower. Unexpectedly, this brat messed up my plan once again." After a while, Jin Wuji did his best to calm himself down. He thought to himself, in the end, this person has some friendship with Su Xiaoxiao. There are many people here, so I'll let him off for now. Remember this, No matter what you did, a white-robed bladesman like you is not someone you can dream about with Yuchensi. Don't seek trouble for yourself. In the future, don't let me see you and Yuchensi together. Jin Wuji's expression turned sullen. He continued in a cold voice, otherwise, the heavenly sword gate will make it hard for you to move in this world. Don't offend someone you cannot afford to offend. Humph, who do you think you are? You have spoiled my plans time and time again. Don't even look at your own status. Chapter 401. Jin Wuji snorted coldly and cursed in his heart. Then he slowly turned around and left. He did not even look at Xiao Chun. Bang! There was a loud sound. Xiao Chun was expressionless as he kicked Jin Wuji's back from behind. This kick contained a total of 150 tons of force. After a few muffled sounds, a few bones in Jin Wuji's back broke. He vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Jin Wuji's face was filled with pain. He pushed himself off the ground and tried to stand up. Bang! How could Xiao Chun give Jin Wuji the opportunity to stand up? He stomped down heavily again. Pa! Pa! Jin Wuji's handsome face came into contact with the ground again. This time it was even more intense than the previous kick. Jin Wuji's face was swollen and blood flowed from the corner of his lips. Clearly, his internal organs were significantly injured as well. He was in a very sorry state. Chi! Chi! Jin Wuji struggled on the ground, trying to struggle free. However, Xiao Chen's right foot carried more than 100,000 tons of force. It was like a stabilizing force holding Jin Wuji in place. Jin Wuji could not use any of his abilities: state of metal, peak inferior grade martial king cultivation, high-ranked sword techniques of the heavenly sword gate, no matter what. No matter how Jin Wuji struggled, he could not stand up. Instead, as Xiao Chun increased his strength, the more he struggled, the more pain he felt. Xiao Chun looked at Jin Wuji on the ground. His expression did not change. He said indifferently, "Didn't your master tell you not to show your back to the enemy when you threaten them? Ah, Xiao Chun, you have eaten a leopard's gall. How dare you sneak attack me? I am the final disciple of the Heavenly Sword Gate's vice sect master. You offended me. You are dead for sure. Even Su Xiaoxiao will not be able to save you." Jin Wuji lay face down on the ground and let out miserable cries. His words were filled with boundless essence. His voice was sharp and seemed to be in a frenzy. It attracted the attention of many people at the port. Instantly, countless cultivators gathered around to watch the excitement. Strange, why is the white-robed bladesman fighting Jin Wuji? Unexpectedly, Jin Wuji could not retaliate at all. Indeed, he is, after all, one of the top 100 contestants of the previous 5-nation youth competition. Is this all he is capable of? Even if he was sneak attacked, he should not end up like this. However, he has the backing of the Heavenly Sword Gate. This white-robed bladesman would not dare to do anything to Jin Wuji. The Heavenly Sword Gate is one of the top sects in the Chu nation. There are many martial monarchs in the sect. Any one of them would be able to deal with him. Yes, but he dared to trample on Jin Wuji ruthlessly. Not everyone has that kind of courage. When the surrounding crowd saw Xiao Chun stepping on Jin Wuji, unable to move, they were all astonished. Jin Wuji was one of the top 100 contestants of the previous 5-nation youth competition. Jin Wuji had just finished speaking when Xiao Chun stepped on the back of Jin Wuji's head. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had held back. Otherwise, he would have crushed Jin Wuji's head. When Xiao Chun saw Jin Wuji in such a sorry state, he could not help but feel bored. How could such a person make it into the top 100 of the 5-nation youth competition? This was truly disappointing. Jin Wuji did not even raise his guard. Furthermore, he dared to threaten an opponent of similar strength to him. Did he really think that the words Heavenly Sword Gate would allow him to humiliate him? This was simply too laughable. Xiao Chun watched as the merchant ships returned to port one by one. He shook his head and released his foot. Then he casually kicked Jin Wuji's body and lifted him up. Xiao Chun casually kicked Jin Wuji as though he was kicking a pile of trash. He did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. Seeing that a few merchant ships had already entered the port, Xiao Chun said to Bai Lishi, "Let's go." Bai Lishi laughed loudly and said, I discovered that your temperament is finally to my liking. Such a brat who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth should be ruthlessly trampled on a few times. Only then would he feel better. Otherwise, he would not know his own capabilities. However, speaking of which, are you just going to let him off like this? Are you not afraid that he will seek revenge on you in the future? Xiao Chun said calmly, It does not matter. It is the same whether I kill him or not. His accomplishments will not be very high. There is no need to kill him and completely offend the Heavenly Sword Gate. The Heavenly Sword Gate was a sect with a sage. They also had many martial monarchs. If Xiao Chun offended the Heavenly Sword Gate, killing Jin Wuji or not would result in a completely different outcome. Xiao Chun was still able to distinguish the severity of the situation. As long as he did not kill Jin Wuji, he could still endure the revenge of the Heavenly Sword Gate. However, if that Jin Wuji did not know his place, Xiao Chun would not mind killing him. The Haoyan Medallion and the Heavenly Fiend Medallion would be sufficient to help him deal with these problems. Bai Lishi was somewhat speechless as he said, You brat! I thought you did not care about the Heavenly Sword Gate. Since that is the case, why did you make a move? Xiao Chun placed his right hand on his saber hilt and smiled faintly. How many times do you think he will show his back to me when he is defenseless? Since the opportunity is right in front of me, if I do not make that move, I will be letting myself down. Bai Lishi was stunned at first. Then, he laughed loudly and said, Ha ha ha! Brat, you are awesome. You have a trace of my demeanor back then. Who cares what high-ranked sect it is or how many major characters they have backing them? So be it. What do you mean by a gentleman taking revenge 10 years is not too late? Since there is an opportunity in front of you, you should vent your anger. Otherwise, if you keep it bottled up in your heart, you will get sick sooner or later. Hu Qi. Just at this moment, the sound of something breaking came from behind. An extremely sharp killing chi surged towards Xiao Chen's back. Xiao Chen's right hand remained on his saber hilt, maintaining his guard at all times. He immediately felt this killing chi. Dang! Xiao Chun turned around and drew his saber. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun quickly blocked the incoming sword. The two states merged on his saber. The power of massacre and the power of thunder burst out. Xiao Chun used his full power, not holding back at all. The moment he came into contact with Jin Wuji's sword, he knocked it away. Jin Wuji's face was swollen and his long hair was disheveled. He was in a sorry state. When he saw his sword knocked away, he was astonished. He could not help but vomit another mouthful of blood. Caught off guard, Jin Wuji was stomped on by Xiao Chun. Then he was stomped on heavily. His internal organs were already injured. It was already very difficult for him to send out another attack. Xiao Chun raised his lunar shadow saber and placed it on Jin Wuji's neck. He said indifferently, Jin Wuji, are you that eager to die? When Jin Wuji heard this, he laughed loudly. Trash! Do you dare to kill me? So what if you severely injure me? You have no sect or power. Even the bloody bladesman does not dare to kill me. What can you do to me? If you wanted to kill me, you would have done so long ago. Why aren't you making a move? It is all because I fear the revenge of the Heavenly Sword Gate. A ruthless look flashed on Jin Wuji's face. He said in a cold voice, If not for Su Xiaoxiao, I would have killed you long ago. You would not have the chance to be so arrogant today. If you have the guts, then kill me. Just wait for the Heavenly Sword Gate to kill your entire family. Today you have already thoroughly offended me. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I can spare your life. Otherwise, no matter where you go, I will repay today's humiliation 100-fold. Jin Wuji's expression turned sullen. When he saw the saber that Xiao Chun placed on his neck, he did not show any fear. He is really reckless, Xiao Chun thought to himself. However, when he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, with Xiao Chen's saber pressed against Jin Wuji's neck and death approaching, even if Jin Wuji had the Heavenly Sword Gate behind him, he should not be so confident. Xiao Chun turned his head and looked in the direction of Jin Wuji's gaze. He saw a white-robed swordsman standing on the bow of a merchant ship returning to port. He had an indistinct smile on his face as he looked at the three of them quietly. That person's aura was completely withdrawn. There seemed to be a surging sword intent in his body, wanting to gush out. He was like a treasured sword that had not been unsheathed. Jin Wuji smiled and said, "This is my first senior brother, the final disciple of the Heavenly Sword Gates sect master. He just returned from experiential training in the Boundless Sea. He is a martial king and is undefeatable. Don't think that you are undefeatable just because you had a fortuitous encounter." It looked like this person was the source of Jin Wuji's confidence. No wonder he had stayed here for 3 months. He must have been waiting for this person. Xiao Chun said indifferently, "Interesting. He is much stronger than trash like you. However, no one can save you today. Die." Boom! Just as Xiao Chun was about to use his saber to kill Jin Wuji, a powerful sword shot out from the merchant ship. Everywhere it passed, it kicked up huge waves on the surface of the sea. Its aura was incomparably terrifying. The sword chi gathered on the sword did not scatter at all. It gathered at the tip of the sword. Space was like layers of white paper stacked together as the sword pierced through it. Xiao Chun was mildly startled. The sword intent on the sword was stronger than he had imagined. Furthermore, it was incredibly fast, reaching Mach 3 in an instant. If Xiao Chun still wanted to forcefully attack, he would have to face this sword head-on. Xiao Chun thought quickly and quickly made a decision. He sheathed his saber and retreated, dodging this sword. Pa! Although Jin Wuji had said it casually, he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. He could feel his heart beating faster. It was several times faster than usual. He felt a lingering fear and could not help but kneel on the ground with a piu tong sound. Wang! 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 That sword quickly spun around. It did not stab into the ground as it had done earlier. Instead, it spun around in the air and continued to stab at Xiao Chun. This is the Heavenly Sword Gate's Heavenly Gate defensive sword technique. It is a secret technique of the Heavenly Sword Gate. Aside from the sect master's inheritor, no one can learn it. Ding Fengqiu is here. No wonder this Jin Wuji was so bold as to sneak attack. It turns out that his first senior brother is here. This white-robed bladesman is in trouble. Ding Fengqiu entered the top 100 of the 5-nation youth competition a year ago. His talent is considered top-notch in the Great Jin Nation. Now that another year has passed, his strength will definitely increase explosively. When the many cultivators saw the sword flying in the air, they quickly figured out the origins of this sword technique and the identity of the person who executed it. Boom! 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 Xiao Chun did not intend to waste too much time with the flying sword. If he did, he would fall into the other party's grasp. So he took 3 steps back. The enormous yuan qi on the sword had blasted 3 huge craters in the place where he had been previously. One could imagine how powerful the sword control technique was. Chapter 402. The Heavenly Gate defensive sword technique is indeed interesting, Xiao Chun thought to himself. It was hard to imagine that a sword could move so fast and be so mighty once it left the hands of a cultivator. Furthermore, it could kill from a distance. From the very start, Xiao Chun was undefeatable. However, in the end, swords were controlled by humans. Xiao Chun turned his head and looked at the white-robed swordsman standing at the bow of the warship with a relaxed expression. A fierce purple flame burned in his right eye. Boom! The flame in Xiao Chun's right eye quickly turned into a purple whirlpool. With a thought from Xiao Chun, the purple thunder true fire containing the origin energy of the purple thunder true fire immediately spewed out. Looking from a distance, the purple flames surging and roaring looked like a huge coiling dragon. It gave off a faint purple light and howled like thunder. The white-robed swordsman, Ding Fengqiu, frowned slightly. He quickly formed hand seals with his right hand and the flying sword attacking Xiao Chun flew out with a shio sound. The flying sword pierced through the dense purple flames and returned to Ding Fengqiu's hand. Break! Ding Fengqiu shouted as he held the sword in his hand. A 30-meter-long sword chi rose from the sword. The sword chi was like a pillar surging forward. In an instant, it chopped the purple flames in half. Ding Fengqiu pierced through the purple flames filling the sky. He held his sword and leaped over, landing on the shore of the harbor. First senior brother, help me kill him. When Jin Wuji saw this person, he immediately rushed over joyfully. Ding Fengqiu smiled faintly and ignored Jin Wuji's words. He looked straight at Xiao Chen. His gaze was like a sharp sword shooting at Xiao Chen. What a sharp sword intent, Xiao Chen thought to himself. He is only a medial grade martial king, but the quality and quantity of his essence are equal to mine. It even seems to be slightly stronger. It looks like the other party is the genius swordsman that the heavenly sword gate nurtured with all their resources. The spirit herbs that he consumes are much more than others. Bai Lishi whispered into Xiao Chen's ear, "You are probably not a match for this person. Not only did he comprehend sword intent, but his essence is even purer than yours. He should have just returned from the Boundless Sea's deep-sea battlefield. That is when his killing chi is at its strongest." Without Bai Lishi saying anything, Xiao Chen could already feel it. He placed his right hand on the saber hilt and quickly merged the states of thunder and massacre. On the snow-white blade, purple and red lights alternated, looking very strange. A strong fighting spirit appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He did not show the slightest bit of fear. He had long since wanted to find a true opponent to test his strength. Without a doubt, this Ding Fengqiu before Xiao Chen was a suitable candidate. Ding Fengqiu looked at the two beams of light on the saber and revealed a look of interest in his eyes. He smiled gently and said, "Interesting. Unexpectedly, you comprehended two states, massacre and thunder. I wonder how many strikes you can block?" Xiao. The sword in Ding Fengqiu's hand trembled and gave off a melodious hum. In the blink of an eye, he attacked at lightning speed, pointing his sword at Xiao Chen's forehead. The sword gave off a dense red light. Unexpectedly, Ding Fengqiu had comprehended the state of massacre as well. Dang! Xiao Chen swung his saber gently and deflected Ding Fengqiu's sword strike. He pushed off the ground and activated the Windwalk shoes and the Blue Dragon Cloud soaring art at the same time. Xiao Chen's speed immediately increased explosively. He moved like a roaming dragon beside Ding Fengqiu and sent out 9 saber strikes at lightning speed. Dang! 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 Ding Fengqiu's expression changed slightly. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be so fast. However, he did not panic. He moved in a strange manner and his body moved according to Xiao Chen's saber techniques. Although Ding Fengqiu was slower than Xiao Chen, he was not at a disadvantage. Clearly, this was an excellent movement technique. When the weapons clashed, countless sparks flew. The two states of massacre clashed intensely with each other as they made their moves. A horrifying state of massacre spread throughout the harbor. Many cultivators felt a huge pressure. It was like a sword or a treasured saber was hovering above their heads, ready to fall at any moment. It was very frightening. Berserk wind sword dance. Wind from all directions. Suddenly, Ding Fengqiu shouted and infused another state into his sword. It was the berserk state of wind and a horrifying sword technique followed. Strong howling winds blew from all directions. Every gust of wind seemed to contain a powerful sword intent. The sword intent merged with the state of massacre and the strong wind. The moment Ding Fengqiu used this move, he caught Xiao Chen off guard. This was especially so when the two states merged. In terms of essence, it immediately suppressed Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen broke Ding Fengqiu's attack with his saber. Then, his figure flashed in the air. His figure wavered and in that instant he split into 9. Then, the 9 figures split into 9 again. This was the high-rank technique of the Blue Dragon Cloud soaring art. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Now that Xiao Chen had advanced to Martial King, he had sufficient essence to execute it twice. Immediately, 81 figures of Xiao Chen appeared in the air. A boundless strong wind blew. Every one of Xiao Chen's figures executed Wuxia transforms to Qi at the same time. Instantly, countless purple saber Qi filled the air. Dang! 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 The unending chain of saber Qi and the sword Qi hidden in the strong wind gave off melodious sounds as they clashed. The sounds resounded continuously above the harbor. With the support of the strong wind, Ding Fengqiu's state of massacre immediately surged even faster. The area it covered expanded rapidly and the state of massacre also turned berserk. Boom! All the figures merged back together. After Xiao Chun broke the wind from all directions, he also brought out his state of thunder to its limits, clashing with Ding Fengqiu's two states. When Bai Lishi saw that the two of them showed signs of fighting to the death, he immediately felt impatient. If this continued, they would have to fight for at least half a day. Bai Lishi's 2-meter-tall stout body used pure force to bounce off the ground. In an instant, he arrived between the two of them. Bai Lishi hacked his axe at Ding Fengqiu. It was unknown how much force the axe carried. When the axe chopped down, space seemed to distort. It was hard to imagine that this was caused by pure force. Bang! Ding Fengqiu's sword technique struck the axe and gave off a loud sound. A formless shockwave surged out, forcing the two of them to retreat a few steps before they could stop. I say, brat, I just stepped on a piece of trash from your sect a few times. Is there a need to go all out? Bai Lishi placed his huge axe on the ground and laughed loudly. When Jin Wuji, who was at the side, heard this, he could not help but become enraged. He scolded, Bai Lishi, who are you calling trash? Who do you think you are? Bai Lishi laughed loudly. What a joke! After being stepped on like a dead dog, you still dare to say that you are not trash? With your appearance, you want others to not target you, Chensi? Who do you think you are? You are just a piece of trash. If not for the title of Heavenly Swordgate, I would be able to kill a bunch of trash like you with one slap. You! Jin Wuji was so angry that his complexion turned purple. His fingers trembled as he held his sword, wanting to charge forward. Ding Fengqiu stopped Jin Wuji. His face sank as he said coldly, Have you not embarrassed yourself enough? Get down. Jin Wuji's complexion turned ashen. He felt very upset in his heart. From the moment this Xiao Chun appeared, he had continuously spoiled his plans. At this moment, Xiao Chun had embarrassed Jin Wuji even more. It was like Jin Wuji was his nemesis, suppressing him. Ding Fengqiu pulled Jin Wuji down and sheathed his sword. He looked at Xiao Chun and said, Not bad. It looks like there is another worthy opponent in the next 5-nation youth competition. Live properly and don't die prematurely. Next time you will not be so lucky. After Ding Fengqiu spoke, he pulled Jin Wuji towards the Green Wind Islands city. Seeing that the battle was over and there was nothing else to see, the crowd slowly dispersed. Many of them had not expected Xiao Chun to be so strong. Even Ding Fengqiu, who had made it into the top 50 in the previous 5-nation youth competition, could not take him down in a short time. Bai Lishi looked at Xiao Chun and had an expression of pity on his face. He said, Brat, don't show such an expression. He only used 70% of his strength at most. At most, after 500 moves, the situation would be in his favor. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, How much of my strength do you think I used? He might have a chance of defeating me. However, he would not stand a chance of killing me. After Ding Fengqiu and Bai Lishi had gone far away, Jin Wuji asked in dissatisfaction, First senior brother, why did you not kill him? He humiliated me like that. If I did not kill him, I would not be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Ding Fengqiu said calmly, With Bai Lishi by his side, the price of killing him would be too high. It is not worth it for a small matter like yours. The sky had already turned completely dark. The number of ships returning to the Green Wind Islands harbor gradually increased. The two of them casually found a merchant ship that passed by the ancient desolate land. After Xiao Chun handed over the spirit stones, they walked to the deck. There were many fatigued cultivators on the deck. These people were all very strong. The most crucial thing was that Xiao Chun could feel a heavy killing chi from them. This was the same as Ding Fengqiu's. The only difference was that Ding Fengqiu had infused this killing chi into his state of massacre, allowing him to control it well. However, these people could not control it freely. Clearly, they had not comprehended their own state of massacre. These cultivators did not intend to remain on the ship. They walked off the bow in groups of 2 or 3. They should be preparing to head to the Green Wind Island to rest for a while. Soon, all the cultivators on the deck had left. Only Xiao Chun and Bai Lishi remained on the deck. Xiao Chun thought of something and asked, Bai Lishi, earlier you said that Ding Fengqiu came from the Boundless Sea's deep sea battlefield. Are the cultivators on the deck the same? Bai Lishi nodded and said, That's right. Since they went to the Boundless Sea for experiential training, they would definitely go to the deep sea battlefield. However, due to the difference in strength, the people who just left were definitely not of the same level as Ding Fengqiu. Battlefield? What kind of battlefield is it? Can you explain it more clearly? Xiao Chun asked interestedly. In the earlier fight with Ding Fengqiu had only used the state of massacre to block the might of Xiao Chen's two merged states. Clearly, Ding Fengqiu's comprehension of the state of massacre was much higher than Xiao Chen's. Hence, Xiao Chun was somewhat interested in this deep-sea battlefield. Ding Fengqiu should have tempered his state of massacre there. Bai Lishi muttered to himself for a while before saying, The deep-sea and shallow-sea battlefield can be said to be a war between humans and demons. The deep sea is the main camp of the demonic world. Chapter 403. Every demonic calamity starts in the deep sea. There is the largest spatial tear in the world there. That spatial tear cannot be completely sealed. Hence, there is an endless supply of demons in the deep sea. The war has never stopped. Xiao Chen's expression changed greatly. He said in shock, How can there be such a horrifying thing? How come I have never heard of it before? There is no news of it at all. Bai Lishi laughed loudly and said, This is very normal. The last demonic calamity happened only 10,000 years ago. Based on the pattern, the next demonic calamity will only arrive in a few thousand years. As long as the seal in the deep sea does not break, no strong demons will be able to escape. Based on your appearance, you should be thinking of going to the deep sea battlefield to train yourself. If you want to understand more in advance, I can tell you everything I experienced in the deep sea battlefield in detail. Xiao Chun glanced at Bai Lishi and asked suspiciously, You have been to the deep sea battlefield before? Bai Lishi glared at Xiao Chun and said, What's wrong? From your tone, it sounds like I can't go. Let me tell you, not only did I go, but I went to the third-grade battlefield. It looks like psychological methods are effective, Xiao Chun thought to himself. A smile appeared on his face as he said, In that case, tell me in detail, what is a third-grade battlefield? How big is the battlefield? Does the difference in grade mean that the enemies are different? Bai Lishi shrugged and smiled. Don't try to be smart. Although I look stupid, psychological methods are useless against me. If you want to hear more information, use the firmament body tempering art. Just the first layer is enough. I risked my life to obtain it. Xiao Chun could only helplessly give up. He had expected this fellow to do something like this. He shook his head and turned to leave, heading for the ship's hold. Xiao Chun could not be bothered with Bai Lishi, who was shouting loudly behind him. After spending 2,000 inferior grade spirit stones, he managed to obtain a good room in the ship's hold. Inside the bedroom, Xiao Chun sat on the bed and took out the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. He muttered, The 1,000-year-old snow ginseng should be able to help me stabilize my cultivation as an inferior grade martial king. A 1,000-year-old snow ginseng could increase a martial artist's cultivation by 20 years. However, that was before Xiao Chun consumed large amounts of spirit herbs. At this moment, his body's resistance to medicine was already quite high. In addition, his foundation was already very strong, so this 1,000-year snow ginseng should only be able to raise his cultivation by 10 years. However, this was already pretty good. The 500-year-old snow ginseng did not even have 20% of its effect on Xiao Chun. 10 years of cultivation would be sufficient to stabilize his cultivation as an inferior grade martial king. Xiao Chun, who had experienced consuming the snow ginseng once before, was much more familiar with consuming it now. The cold energy of the snow ginseng was infused into the herbs. Then, essence qi seeped into the herbs and slowly stirred them. Xiao Chun was not in a rush. He carefully refined the herbs for an hour. After that, the solid herbs in the snow ginseng turned into liquid. Then, Xiao Chun placed the snow ginseng in his mouth and bit down on a stem. Instantly, a cooling liquid flowed out of the snow ginseng and into the air. When the entire medicinal liquid entered Xiao Chen's abdomen, a strong medicinal energy immediately appeared. It turned into a gushing river in his meridians. Xiao Chen felt his entire body heat up. His complexion turned scarlet and his chi and blood surged, flourishing to the extreme. Felt like his entire body was on fire. The 1,000-year-old snow ginseng had exceeded Xiao Chen's expectations. The medicinal energy was a little excessive. Xiao Chun sank his consciousness and quickly circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation had already reached the 6th layer. The speed was 3 times faster than the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 5th layer. There was no comparison at all. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation quickly absorbed the energy in the medicinal liquid. As the medicinal energy poured in, the purple chi whirlpool became more resilient. Although it did not expand, its endurance increased. The quality of the extracted essence increased as well. The 1,000-year-old snow ginseng's medicinal energy was vast. It exceeded Xiao Chen's expectations. He spent 4 days before he completely absorbed the medicinal energy. After that, he used another 3 days to clear the first minor hurdle of Martial King, advancing to peak inferior grade Martial King. From start to finish, he used a total of 7 days. When Xiao Chun opened his eyes, he clenched his right hand tightly. He immediately felt a surging energy gathering in his palm. Peak inferior grade Martial King. Only like this can I be considered a true Martial King. Xiao Chun said with a joyful expression. I just advanced to Martial King. The quality of my essence is still unstable. Only when I become a peak inferior grade Martial King can it be considered completely stable. Now that he met Ding Fengqiu again, Xiao Chun was confident that he would not be weaker than him in terms of essence. Xiao Chun got up and pushed open the door. He slowly walked to the deck of the merchant ship. He had not come out for 7 days and wanted to get some fresh air. Bai Lishi was bored as he sat on the deck. This merchant ship did not carry any other cultivators. Hence, there were only Xiao Chun and Bai Lishi. When Bai Lishi heard footsteps, he quickly turned around. When he felt Xiao Chen's aura, he said in astonishment, You advanced to peak inferior grade Martial King? Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, It is all thanks to the help of that 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. I managed to save half a year. Bai Lishi had a pained expression on his face. He said regretfully, The snow ginseng was originally a rank 7 spirit herb. It is extremely rare for it to reach 1,000 years of age. A regular big sect would not bear to give a 1,000-year-old snow ginseng to their genius disciples. Bai Lishi sighed and continued, If an elder needs it, he will definitely give it to the elder first before giving it to his disciple. Brat, you are really lucky. Unexpectedly, you monopolized all the fortuitous encounters on Chenren Island. In the end, you even tricked this old man's 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. Xiao Chun said softly, Don't worry. As long as we obtain the secret treasure, I will give you the second half of the firmament body tempering art. Actually, you do not have to follow me. After I obtain the secret treasure, I will give it to you. Bai Lishi said, Brat, you are so cunning. It would be strange if I believed you. I would not feel at ease if I did not follow you. When Xiao Chun saw the scene in front, he interrupted Bai Lishi and said, That's enough. The Thunder King Valley is in front. When the two looked up, the towering Thunder King Valley appeared before them. Bai Lishi was very tactful and did not say anything. The merchant ship slowly sailed into the Thunder King Valley. The instant the ship entered the valley, the sunlight above them disappeared. Thick, dark clouds cast a shadow on the deck. Boom, boom, boom. Boundless lightning churned as thunder roared in the sky above. Xiao Chun could clearly feel the might of the supreme thunder. The huge painting of the Thunder King in the valley looked the same as before. His face was clearly visible. It looked like it would leap out of the valley at any moment. With his previous experience, Xiao Chun had placed the Lunar Shadow Saber in the Universe Ring before he entered the Thunder King Valley. Although the Lunar Shadow Saber trembled in the ring, it would not leap out. Xiao Chun looked up and saw boundless thunderclouds in the sky, stretching out for 500 kilometers without end. Hey! Suddenly, Xiao Chun's expression froze. He looked at the towering mountain peak and saw several figures. There were many people on both sides of the mountain peaks. That should be the closest to the immortal will of thunder. Why would there be people there? Xiao Qin felt curious. He slowly extended his spiritual sense up. Under the roar of thunder, Xiao Qin's spiritual sense seemed somewhat timid. Normally, Xiao Qin could teleport his spiritual sense a kilometer with a thought. However, at this moment he could not move an inch. He was very careful. No matter how hard Xiao Qin tried, his spiritual sense refused to move forward quickly. When Xiao Qin saw the situation, he could only let it be. After 1 hour, Xiao Qin's spiritual sense arrived at the top of the mountain and recorded the situation in his mind. There were about 100 cultivators sitting cross-legged on both sides of the mountain peak with their eyes closed. Most of the cultivators had a sword by their side. Every cultivator had a different aura. However, without exception, they were all half-step martial monarchs. Xiao Qin even discovered several martial monarch experts sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed on a few of the higher slopes. Boom! Just as Xiao Qin was about to take a closer look, the immortal will of thunder in the sky suddenly shot down a bolt of lightning at Xiao Qin's spiritual sense. Under the illumination of this bolt of lightning, the dark sky became as bright as day. The expressions of the cultivators sitting with their eyes closed changed, and they opened their eyes at the same time. Under the rage of thunder, Xiao Qin was startled. He wanted to withdraw his consciousness from his spiritual sense. However, he discovered that this strand of spiritual sense was no longer under his control. It froze in the air, unable to move. It's over. The spiritual sense is connected to my mind. It fears lightning the most. If it strikes me, I will not be able to recover for at least 3 months. Xiao Qin thought in horror. In the past, even if his spiritual sense was blocked, he could immediately sever his mind. However, this was the first time he encountered such a situation. Xiao! Just as the lightning was about to touch Xiao Qin's spiritual sense, a whirlpool suddenly appeared in the sky and pulled the lightning back. After dodging a calamity, Xiao Qin quickly withdrew his spiritual sense. When his spiritual sense returned to his sea of consciousness, Xiao Qin heaved a sigh of relief. Bai Lishi, who was beside Xiao Qin, also felt the strange situation above his head. His expression changed greatly as he said in a soft voice, "Brat, are you seeking death? How dare you mess around in Thunder King Valley? If you want to die, that is your own problem. Don't drag me down with you." Xiao Qin smiled bitterly and said, "Sorry, I won't do it again in the future." The half-step martial monarchs on the summit all had suspicious expressions. Unexpectedly, the lightning that the will of thunder sent out could be withdrawn. This was the first time they had seen something like this. The merchant ship finally left Thunder King Valley. The blazing sun shone on the deck once again. Xiao Qin and Bai Lishi both heaved a sigh of relief at the same time, feeling relaxed. Bai Lishi said angrily, "Brat, what did you do earlier? I felt like there was a sharp sword hanging above my head. If it had fallen, I would have died." Xiao Qin turned his head back to look at Thunder King Valley behind him. He said, "I only saw some people at the summit and felt that it was strange." Bai Lishi said, "What is so strange about that? Those are the strong cultivators who go up there to temper their states. If you have the guts, you can go up there as well. I remember that you comprehended the state of thunder as well." Chapter 404. Xiao Qin muttered, "The immortal will of thunder. It looks like this is a good thing. I can give it a try in the future." Bai Lishi said, "It has survived for 1,000 years. Naturally, it is a good thing. In the past, there were even martial sages who tried to obtain this immortal will of thunder. However, they all failed in the end. There was nothing to see on the deck." After Xiao Qin chatted with Bai Lishi for a while, he returned to his room and continued cultivating. 7 days later, Xiao Qin was cultivating on his bed with his eyes closed. A series of knocks startled him awake. Xiao Qin opened his eyes and placed the remaining medial-grade spirit stones in his universe ring. Then, he got up and opened the door. At the door, Bai Lishi smiled and said, "Brat, we have arrived. Get off the ship." Xiao Qin felt suspicious. He said, "Why did this ship collapse? That doesn't make sense." The ancient desolate land was very far. Xiao Qin estimated that they would not even be able to cover half of the distance in 7 days. Bai Lishi said, "Brat, you are unlucky. The ship you chose is a merchant ship of the great Chu nation. As soon as we reach the port of the ancient desolate land, we will have to change course. We will have to walk the rest of the way ourselves." The two of them walked out of the ship's hold. There were already many cultivators on the deck. With Bai Lishi in front, no one blocked the way. Xiao Chen followed behind him easily. "Where is the demon battlefield? How much further do we have to go?" Xiao Chen immediately asked after they left the port. Bai Lishi spent most of his time in the ancient desolate land. He was very familiar with the situation here. He explained, "We are going to the first stop in the ancient desolate land. It is also the city at the southern edge, Underworld City. As for the demon battlefield, we are still far away." Xiao Chen stopped and looked at the silhouette of a city in the distance. He muttered, "It is too much of a waste of time to walk there. Since we are already in the ancient desolate land, we have to travel at full speed." Bai Lishi said, "You can't be thinking of flying over, right? I cultivate the physical body. Before I reach martial monarch, I do not have the technique to fly. Furthermore, the journey is very long. Flying will exhaust a lot of essence. The most important thing is, when did I tell you that this is already the ancient desolate land? After Underworld City, we will reach the true ancient desolate land after walking for another 50 kilometers. No matter what, we have to go to Underworld City first. There is a specialized flying relay station there. We can ride a spirit beast to reach the demon battlefield. To think there is still such a long distance." Xiao Chen frowned slightly. "It seems like this. And Xiao Chen's Lishi is that there will be." However, Xiao Chen still had a solution. A silver warship shot out from his right eye and said, "Come on up. You just need to point the way. I will bring you along." When Bai Lishi saw the silver warship suddenly fly out, his eyes filled with shock. He said, "This is a flying-type secret treasure. I have seen it in the ancient desolate lands auction before. Without 50,000 medial-grade spirit stones, it is impossible to buy it." Xiao Chen jumped onto the warship, and Bai Lishi followed behind. With a thought, the silver warship moved like a bolt of lightning, disappearing into the clouds. Under Bai Lishi's guidance, Xiao Chen drove the silver warship at full speed. In an hour, they arrived above Underworld City. After traveling for 50 kilometers, they did not see the expected ancient desolate land. Instead, a boundless lake appeared before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt suspicious and asked, "Didn't you say that after 50 kilometers, we will reach the ancient desolate land? Why is there only a lake? I don't see anything else." Bai Lishi said, "Don't be surprised. This huge lake is the ancient desolate land. After the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, the imperial capital was destroyed, and the 9 dragons fled. The surrounding land for 5,000 kilometers sank. After that, it rained for 10 years, forming this unprecedented huge lake, the Heavenly Extermination Lake. A lake formed by 10 years of heavy rain. How large is this lake?" Xiao Chen thought to himself. If this was a map from his previous life, it would be 10 times the size of China. Bai Lishi continued, "However, the ancient desolate land that most people speak of refers to the many islands of various sizes in the Heavenly Extermination Lake. The demon battlefield that you are going to is on Boulder Island." Xiao Chen piloted the silver warship and flew through the clouds. Occasionally, there would be people riding on flying spirit beasts or flying in the air. Occasionally, there would be a few gazes with ill intent staring at the two of them. After all, the value of a flying secret treasure was extraordinary. It was enough for many people to make a move on it. However, most of the gazes only glanced at the two of them before quickly turning away. This was especially so when they saw Bai Lishi. No one dared to have any designs on the silver warship. Xiao Chen even saw a few people quickly change directions when they saw Bai Lishi fleeing into the distance. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I couldn't tell, but you are quite a deterrent here. You managed to scare people away without doing anything." Bai Lishi said disapprovingly, "I have some reputation in the south. However, when I get close to Desolate City, I am nothing. When you get there, you better not show your flying secret treasure. Otherwise, if someone powerful wants to snatch your things, no one will be able to stop them. Where is Boulder Island in the Heavenly Extermination Lake? Is it near the core? Shao Chen asked. He knew nothing about this ancient desolate land. He could only place his hopes on Bai Lishi. Bai Lishi said, "Not really. However, Boulder Island is rather special. Although there are no permanent residents, there are many cultivators on the island due to the demon battlefield. Furthermore, most of them are martial kings. Sometimes half-step martial monarchs will come." Following that, Bai Lishi introduced Boulder Island in detail, giving Shao Chen a better understanding. Boulder Island was about the same size as Qianren Island. There was only a small city on the island, Boulder City. The other places were occupied by strong demonic beasts. This was an island suitable for experiential training. There was a formation left behind from the ancient era in the center of the island. Through the formation, cultivators could enter the mysterious demon battlefield and hunt demonic beasts to obtain secret treasures. "We have arrived," Bai Lishi suddenly said as he pointed to an island below. Shao Chen focused and landed a kilometer away. Then he recalled the silver warship into his right eye and jumped down with Bai Lishi. Shao Chen landed firmly on the ground without making any sound. There was a simple and crude city in front of him. The city walls were short and dark. It looked like a desolate and dilapidated city. Could not even be compared to Mo City. However, the dozen or so guards in front of the city gate would make you throw these thoughts out of your head. These guards were actually inferior-grade martial saints. The strongest one was even a martial king. Furthermore, every one of them had an extremely strong aura. Their right hands were on the weapons at their waists. An indistinct killing chi lingered. Such a lineup was comparable to what Shao Chen had seen in Shihe City. In fact, it was even stronger. Boom! A loud sound came from behind. The ground could not help but tremble. Naturally, Bai Lishi had landed as well. "Damn! Brat, you are already jumping from a kilometer. Are you trying to fall to your death?" Bai Lishi cursed as he walked forward with an unhappy expression. A height of a kilometer would definitely not injure Bai Lishi. Bai Lishi was merely grumbling. Shao Chen said indifferently, "Are we going to the demon battlefield now or entering the city first?" Bai Lishi asked, "What's the date today?" "The 9th. Bai Lishi walked forward with large strides and said, "Let's enter the city first. The entrance to the demon battlefield will only open when the moon is full. We are still far from that. You can make some preparations. Every time there are more than 1 or 2 cultivators who die in the demon battlefield." Shao Chen did not have any say in this. He could only listen to Bai Lishi and follow him to the city gates. Occasionally, there were cultivators rushing about on the main road. These people were not weak. At the very least, Shao Chen had not seen any cultivators below Martial King. The cultivators on this island were different from the cultivators that Shao Chen had met in other places. Aside from their overall strength, they all had a dense killing chi. Occasionally, a ferocious glint flashed in their eyes. With one look, Shao Chen could tell that they were fugitives. Entering the city, you will have to pay 1,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. You will have to pay 3,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. The leader of the city guards looked at their cultivation. Shao Chen had to pay 1,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. As for Bai Lishi, he had to pay 3,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Although he was surprised at the high entrance tax, Shao Chen was a newcomer and the people here were not simple. He could only obediently pay 1,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Bai Lishi laughed loudly and took out a black medallion. He showed it to the leader and said, "Rank 4 member. You are exempt from the tax. Go on in." After entering the city, Shao Chen asked depressedly, "What is that medallion? Why don't I have to pay the entrance tax?" Bai Lishi put away the medallion and smiled proudly. "Ancient Desolate Pass. Originally, you could have applied for it in Underworld City. Although it is only the lowest rank, it would be able to waive 10% of the entrance tax." Ancient Desolate Pass, Shao Chen muttered to himself. However, he still could not understand it. He only understood after Bai Lishi explained it to him. In the ancient desolate land, there was an organization recognized by all the powers, the Heavenly Extermination Union. Cultivators in this organization could apply for a medallion. This medallion was the Ancient Desolate Pass. With the Ancient Desolate Pass, one could accept and issue missions in the Heavenly Extermination Union. Cultivators relied on the number of missions they completed to increase their rank. The lowest rank for the Ancient Desolate Pass was rank 1 and the highest was rank 9. The higher the rank, the more benefits one could enjoy in the various cities of the Ancient Desolate Land. For example, entering the city, purchasing items, taking on missions of a higher rank, seeking protection, and so on. Bai Lishi continued, "The origins of this Heavenly Extermination Union are very mysterious. Even now, it is still a mystery as to who is behind it. However, to ordinary cultivators, it does not matter. Obtaining an Ancient Desolate Pass is a good way to integrate into the Ancient Desolate Land." As the two spoke, Bai Lishi led them to the largest restaurant in the city, the Immortal Gathering Pavilion. Xiao Chun asked for a superior room. Unexpectedly, he had to pay with inferior-grade spirit stones. Silver banknotes from the outside world were useless here. After resting for a night, Xiao Chun tried to find out more information in the restaurant. After all, he could not go to Bai Lishi for everything. If he asked too much, the other party would bring the topic to the firmament body tempering art. This would be very annoying. There were many cultivators entering and leaving the restaurant every day. It was very convenient to ask around. Chapter 405. After paying some inferior-grade spirit stones, the waiter would be able to provide a more complete version of the information he had heard. It turned out that this demon battlefield had already been closed for more than 100 years. This time, it had only reopened 2 years ago. After that, the number of cultivators coming to Boulder Island increased. From the waiter's words, Xiao Chun knew that the demon battlefield was rumored to be an ancient battlefield. During the ancient era, a startling war had happened there. The result of the war was a crushing defeat for the humans. Countless cultivators died at the hands of demons and demonic beasts. The last human martial emperor used his supreme strength to split the space of the battlefield, forming the demon battlefield. Countless human cultivators died there. The various secret treasures of the ancient cultivators were buried in the battlefield. Later on, during the Tianwu dynasty, someone used a formation to open a door to this space. He discovered that it had already become a small world. Countless demonic beasts and demons thrived there. All sorts of ancient secret treasures could be found everywhere. It was a place where fortuitous encounters and danger coexisted. There was still much more information that the waiter did not know. After all, he had never been to the demon battlefield before, so he had no way of knowing the details. After Xiao Chun gave the waiter another 10 inferior-grade spirit stones, he sent him off. He thought to himself, "It looks like the information I obtained is not complete. I have to find a cultivator who has been to the demon battlefield before to understand the situation." "Ha ha, brat, don't overthink. Since I agreed to go with you, why are you still worrying?" Bai Lishi said with a laugh as he walked down the stairs and sat across from Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun raised the wine cup on the table and took a sip. He smiled helplessly and said, "I hope you can be relied on." Bai Lishi drank a large mouthful of wine and wiped off the alcohol on his lips. He said, "Don't ask about that messy information. Just look at the map I gave you. Don't enter the core region. Aside from demonic beasts and demons, just be on guard against human cultivators. I'll be honest with you. In the demon battlefield, most of the cultivators actually died at the hands of humans." Xiao Chen's heart sank. It seemed that the situation was much worse than he had imagined. Not only did he have to face unknown demonic beasts and demons, he also had to be on guard against sneak attacks from humans. This medial-grade secret treasure was much harder to obtain than he had imagined. For the next few days, Xiao Chun was active around the small city. There were many demonic beasts outside the city. This was a suitable place to practice martial techniques. Before he went to the demon battlefield, he would be able to maintain a state of excitement. 6 days passed very quickly. The originally bustling small city became quiet. The large number of cultivators in the city quickly headed in one direction. When nearly all the cultivators in the Immortal Gathering Pavilion had left, Bai Lishi and Xiao Chun followed the crowd. Everywhere the cultivators passed, the demonic beasts blocking the way were cleared out. Their path was smooth and unobstructed. 6 hours later, the two of them stopped at the center of Boulder Island. It was already packed with people. A quick count showed that there were no less than 1,000 warriors. I heard that there was an inferior-grade martial king who managed to obtain 9 peak inferior-grade secret treasures by himself. He made a fortune at the desolate city auction. There was also a fellow who was very lucky. He killed a high-ranked blood demon and sold its demon core for more than 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Several cultivators discussed excitedly. There were all sorts of tempting treasures in the demon battlefield. Their gazes filled with anticipation as they looked at the empty space in the center. Bai Lishi smiled coldly and said, "These people are really reckless. It would be good if half of the 1,000 people managed to come out." Xiao Chun sized up the crowd, looking for cultivators worth paying attention to. However, some of the more experienced cultivators hid themselves very well. It was hard to glean any useful information from them. Furthermore, there were some cultivators who kept talking with excitement in their eyes. With one look, it was clear that this was their first time in the demon battlefield. They did not know much about the situation on the other side. The full moon slowly moved in the air. Before countless people's expectant gazes, it finally arrived above them. Instantly, a gentle pillar of light soared into the sky from the empty space in the center. The space around the pillar of light started to twist. So, the cultivators leaped towards the pillar of light one after another. Then, they disappeared from Xiao Chen's sight. This pillar of light should be the entrance to the demon battlefield. When most of the cultivators had left and Xiao Chun was about to enter, Bai Lishi's expression suddenly changed. He pulled Xiao Chun back and said, "Wait a moment." Xiao Chun felt suspicious and asked, "What's wrong?" Bai Lishi pointed in a direction and said, "Look over there." Xiao Chun looked in the direction Bai Lishi pointed. He saw 10-odd cultivators with extremely strong auras standing there. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun could not figure out the strength of this group of people. "I nearly misjudged them. They are all half-step martial monarchs. It looks like they are here to hunt high-ranked demons. Such an operation is rather rare. I have to go over and take a look. You should go and get the medial-grade secret treasure yourself." A fervent look flashed in Bai Lishi's eyes as he whispered. Xiao Chun frowned slightly and asked, "Can you do it?" Bai Lishi smiled and said, "Thanks to you, I have already cultivated the firmament body tempering art to the 4th layer. My strength is more than twice what it was 3 months ago." Xiao Chun was mildly startled. This Bai Lishi is really a genius at cultivating the physical body. Unexpectedly, he managed to cultivate a heaven-ranked cultivation technique to the 4th layer in such a short time. You better pray for your luck. Don't die prematurely. Otherwise, the second half of my firmament body tempering art will be destroyed. I'll take my leave first. Seeing that the 10-odd people had entered, Bai Lishi laughed loudly and followed. Just as he was about to step into the pillar of light, he then turned around and reminded, "You must be careful. Don't be greedy. You must be careful of the humans behind you." Xiao Chun smiled faintly to indicate that he understood. After interacting with Bai Lishi for the past few days, Xiao Chun knew that although Bai Lishi was not a proper person and had a bad temper, he was not a serious person. However, in the end, he was not a treacherous person. He was very straightforward, which suited Xiao Chen's temperament. He took out a secret manual from the universe ring and quickly tossed it to Bai Lishi. When Bai Lishi heard the sound, he immediately turned around and caught the secret manual. When he saw its contents, he could not help but reveal an expression of joy. Just as Bai Lishi looked up and was about to say something, he discovered that Xiao Chun had already disappeared from where he was. Xiao Chun had taken the initiative to enter the pillar of light. He could not help but smile and say, "This brat is not too much of a scam." Naturally, the secret manual that Xiao Chun tossed to Bai Lishi was the second half of the firmament body tempering art. After observing it for such a long time, Xiao Chun was certain that Bai Lishi was not lying to him. Since that was the case, there was no need to drag things out. Although Xiao Chun liked to maximize his benefits, he always kept his promises. Wang. After Xiao Chun entered the Ring of Light, a desolate world appeared before him. When he looked up, the sky was scarlet with thick red clouds drifting by. The ground was littered with rocks and weeds. Only some strange plants were sparsely scattered on the ground. The terrain of the space was extremely complicated. Xiao Chun scanned the surrounding 3 kilometers with his spiritual sense. Not only did he discover mounds, desolate mountains, stone forests, swamps, but he also discovered a jungle made of strange plants. It was extremely strange. Xiao Chun took out a map and started to search for his position. The pillar of light on Boulder Island would send the cultivators who entered to the periphery of the demon battlefield. Unless one had some special tools, no one would be able to control where they landed in the demon battlefield. After Xiao Chun put away the map, he finally confirmed his position. Then he looked around. Many cultivators gathered in groups of 2 or 3, looking around excitedly. There were also some experienced cultivators with cautious eyes. They kept their hands on their weapons at all times. Occasionally, a ferocious glint flashed in their eyes as they looked at the cultivators beside them. "Friend, are you alone? Let's team up." Just as Xiao Chun was about to depart, a hearty laughter came from behind him. He turned his head to look. And saw a short-haired cultivator in gray robes. He had a squarish face, looked to be in his 20s, and a saber hung at his waist. He was a superior grade martial king. He walked over to Xiao Chun with a smile on his face. A few cultivators of various cultivations followed behind him. However, they were all medial grade martial kings at the very least. The short-haired cultivator introduced himself as if he was very familiar with Xiao Chun. "I am Wei Tong. This is my first time coming to Boulder Island with a few friends. It looks like this is your first time entering the demon battlefield as well. How about we accompany each other?" As he spoke, Wei Tong's gaze quickly swept over Xiao Chen's attire. His gaze lingered on Xiao Chen's shoes and robes for a while. When Wei Tong saw the black gloves on Xiao Chen's hands, a greedy look flashed in his eyes. However, he hid it very well. His smile remained very sincere. Xiao Chun smiled coldly to himself. When he saw the other party's expression, he said indifferently, "There is no need. I am already used to being alone." Wei Tong revealed a disappointed expression. He said, "That is a pity. If brother is interested, you can come and look for us at any time." Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute and turned to leave. He withdrew his aura and kept his right hand on his saber hilt, maintaining a high level of vigilance. After Xiao Chun left, a ferocious look flashed in the eyes of a cultivator behind Wei Tong. He asked suspiciously, "Big brother, why did you not make a move? He is a fat sheep. Unexpectedly, he has 3 secret treasures on him." "Indeed, big brother. He is just a peak inferior grade martial king. We can deal with him in a few moves. After we kill him, there will be no problems," another person said. Wei Tong said calmly, "How foolish. I do not know if he is a fat sheep or a ferocious wolf. With your eyes, be careful. You might not be able to eat the sheep. Instead, you might end up being eaten like weeds." This person's gaze was calm. His right hand was on his saber hilt. He maintained a distance from me, allowing me to advance or retreat. Based on this, it is clear that this person is extraordinarily vigilant. He is not that easy to kill. After saying this, Wei Tong watched Xiao Chun leave. He paused for a while before saying, "The most important thing is that although this person is only an inferior grade martial king, his killing chi is denser than mine. He is not a kind person. The secret treasures on him are probably stained with blood." Chapter 406. What about Big Brother? He is such a fat sheep. I can't bear to let him get away. Wei Tong said, "Even if you can't bear to, you have to. In this demon battlefield, there are plenty of fat sheep to slaughter. Don't offend someone you cannot afford to offend. Even 10 lives would not be enough. Let's go." Show. Blood dripped from the lunar shadow saber. A rank 7 demonic beast in front of Xiao Chun was chopped in half. After separating from Wei Tong and the others, Xiao Chun did not get far before he was attacked by demonic beasts. The demonic beasts here were very crafty and very patient. Several times, Xiao Chun had just killed a demonic beast, and was about to catch his breath when a few demonic beasts suddenly appeared and launched a sneak attack. If not for Xiao Chun keeping his guard up at all times, he might have fallen for the demonic beast's attacks. After digging out the demonic beast's demonic core, Xiao Chun thought suspiciously, "It is said that there are countless secret treasures in the demon battlefield. Why have I not seen a single one?" Bang! Bang! Just at this moment, intense sounds came from in front, together with the sound of the wind. Xiao Chun stopped and looked around. Then he found a high ground and looked over. The sound came from about 2,000 meters ahead. He could no longer see it. Fortunately, Xiao Chun still had his spiritual sense and was not blind. Two medial-grade martial kings were fighting an intense battle with an early rank 7 demonic beast in the distance. That demonic beast looked like a barbaric ox. There was a sharp horn on its head. Its entire body was covered in fiery red fur, like a burning flame. When it stepped on the ground, it shook continuously. The demonic beast looked very mighty. However, when the two martial kings worked together, it could not do anything. It was forced to retreat. After all, it was only an early rank 7 demonic beast. The attacks of the two martial kings were very sharp. Furthermore, they were not greedy and did not take any risks. They advanced and retreated rationally. The barbaric ox's defeat was only a matter of time. It is just killing demonic beasts. There is nothing to see, Xiao Chun said indifferently. Just as he was about to withdraw his spiritual sense, he discovered something interesting. Pu Ci. After the barbaric ox was killed, its belly was cut open by a sharp knife. A blood-stained secret treasure fell out. That secret treasure was a small bronze beast. It should have been carved from a demonic beast or spirit beast from the ancient era. Spiritual energy surrounded the secret treasure. Even though it was stained with blood, it was hard to hide. When Xiao Chun saw this scene, he felt incredulous. Killing demonic beasts for secret treasures. Could this be the same as the online games in my previous life? That's impossible. I have killed so many demonic beasts, but there are no secret treasures. Could it be that the drop rate is a problem? Xiao Chun could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. The scene he saw confused him. His spiritual sense could not help but stop there. Xiao did not understand. Tian. Xiao Chun. Xiao. Brother Chun. Not. To Tian, Xiao to I. Chun Xiao Ti do say. Chin it. To a complete secret treasure, even the lowest inferior grade secret treasure, was worth at least 1,000 medial grade spirit stones. If one was lucky, it could be sold for several thousand medial grade spirit stones. No matter what, this was a good item. It was something that could tempt most cultivators. Xiao Chun continued to look at it with interest. Bang! As Xiao Chun expected, after they confirmed it was a secret treasure, the two of them attacked each other at the same time. They started killing each other for a secret treasure. When Xiao Chun saw this scene, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. It is just an inferior grade secret treasure. If they could trust each other, they would not end up like this. These two must have formed a temporary team. The two of them fought until their eyes turned red. They sent out all sorts of killing moves. They hated that they could not kill each other immediately. The battle was extremely intense. Soon, the two of them suffered significant injuries. No matter who won this battle, they would end up severely injured. After a while, just as the victor was about to be decided, a pool of blood suddenly appeared on the ground. Xiao Chen's expression changed. That was a demon of the blood demon world, a race of the demonic world. Xiao Chun had seen them in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's strange space before. They were also known as blood demons. They ate human hearts. Their methods were extremely bloody and cruel. Bang! The blood turned into a pale human figure. Its baleful aura soared into the sky. It attacked at lightning speed, its sharp nails piercing the hearts of the two cultivators. The two cultivators were at a critical juncture in their fight. They did not expect such a situation to happen. They cried out miserably as their hearts were grabbed by the other party. Jie, 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 Jie. That blood demon laughed a few times. It held the two bloody hearts in its hand and revealed a cruel smile on its pale face. Xiao Chun could not bear to see what happened next. The blood demon directly swallowed the two hearts and revealed an expression of enjoyment. Xiao Chun could sense with his spiritual sense that after the blood demon swallowed the hearts of the cultivators, the baleful aura on its body became denser. Pooh! Pooh! The blood demon casually kicked the two corpses on the ground, causing them to explode. Then he waved his hand, and the secret treasure in the shape of a bronze beast flew into his hand. The blood demon revealed a mocking expression. Humans are indeed an inferior race. They can't even resist a small temptation. This is a tried and tested method. J. Xiao Chun also felt that it was unfortunate. This blood demon should only be a low-rank blood demon. It should be no stronger than a medial-grade martial king. Two medial-grade martial kings could have easily killed Xiao Chun in a head-on clash. However, because of a secret treasure, they lost themselves and died without a complete corpse. That blood demon looked around. When he saw that there was no one around, he found an early rank 7 demonic beast. The baleful aura on the blood demon's body terrified the demonic beast. He easily subdued this demonic beast, cut open its skin, and stuffed the secret treasure back in. A scarlet light flashed on the blood demon's hand, and the wound on the demonic beast instantly healed. There were no visible problems. After everything that happened the night before, the low-rank blood demon released the demonic beast in satisfaction. He licked his lips and said with a greedy expression, "I wonder what my next prey will taste like. Human hearts are indeed delicious." Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He finally understood why the demonic beasts had secret treasures in their bodies. The secret treasures of the demon realm were naturally in the hands of the demon dwellers. When the humans wanted to kill them and obtain the secret treasures, the demon dwellers had already killed them. When the humans wanted to kill the demons and obtain the secret treasure, the demons treated the humans as their prey. Who could have the last laugh would depend on their own abilities. Xiao Chun looked at the hidden blood demon and said calmly, "Since I saw the secret treasure made of bronze beasts, I might as well take it." The blood clouds above Xiao Chen's head looked like they would never disperse. Only when a strong wind blew would they ripple. The sky was like a drawing board. However, there was only one color on this drawing board: scarlet. On flat ground, Xiao Chen moved very quickly. With one step, he could leap several hundred meters. Everywhere he passed, he left behind a long shockwave. When Xiao Chun met some demonic beasts along the way, he did his best to avoid them. If he could not avoid them, he would end the fight quickly. It took them an hour to cover the distance of more than 2,000 meters. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense and found the demonic beast that the blood demon had stuffed into the secret treasure. It was an early rank 7 purple python tiger demonic beast. It looked like a ferocious tiger. The purple python tiger demonic beast was 10 meters tall on all fours. Its fur was purple and occasionally, black chi came out of its pores. There was a purple python-like tail coiled on its back. The purple tail was as thick as an adult's arm. There was a bulge at the end of the purple tail that looked like a snake's head. An early rank 7 demonic beast was about as strong as a medial grade martial king. With Xiao Chen's current advancement, he could deal with it easily within 20 moves. However, when Xiao Chun thought about the low-ranked blood demon hiding behind it, he had to put on a good show to lure it out. Otherwise, it would be pointless to scare it away. Xiao Chun revealed himself and leaped into the air. He landed in front of the demonic beast and sent out a strand of energy. Xiao Chun did not infuse too much essence into the energy. The purple python tiger easily dodged it by tilting its body. A ferocious glint appeared in its eyes as it roared and pounced at Xiao Chun. The purple python tiger crossed the distance of 200 meters in one leap and arrived before Xiao Chun. It opened its jaws, revealing its 4 fangs. A cold light flashed as it bit at Xiao Chen's neck. "Who?" The purple python tiger's huge body created an intense wind as it soared into the air. This caused Xiao Chen's hair to flutter. Xiao Chun drew his saber, and a purple saber light flickered as he chopped at the purple python tiger's neck. The purple python tiger roared ferociously and smashed its right paw against the saber. Xiao Chun was forced back a few steps before he could stabilize himself. After knocking back Xiao Chun, the purple python tiger roared excitedly. It charged at Xiao Chun with a flourishing aura. Dang! 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 Every strike of the purple python tiger's two front paws sounded out. They carried tens of thousands of kilograms of force as they smashed at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun brandished his huge saber in front of him to prevent the claws from grabbing him. It is quite strong. This claw probably has about 70 to 80 tons of force. However, this should not be the purple python tiger's killing move. I have to continue acting. As Xiao Chun retreated, he calmly analyzed the situation. In the blink of an eye, he had exchanged more than 100 moves with the purple python tiger. When the purple python tiger saw that it could not knock Xiao Chun to the ground, it became enraged. It opened its mouth and spat out a black energy wave at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's expression turned grave. His saber flickered with a purple light as he chopped the energy wave in half. Hu Chi! The moment the energy wave scattered, a purple snake head shot at Xiao Chun at lightning speed. The purple python tiger's purple tail was actually a purple python. This startled Xiao Chun, causing him to quickly retreat. However, this purple python was simply too fast. As Xiao Chun retreated, it wrapped itself around his ankle. Chi! Chi! The snake coiled around Xiao Chun a few times. Then, it opened its mouth and bit down ferociously. When Xiao Chun saw the snake's venomous fangs, even if he did not get injured, he would be poisoned. Xiao Chun's left hand shot out at lightning speed and clamped down on the snake's mouth. Xiao Chun exerted force on his arm as he used two fingers to clamp down on the snake's mouth. The huge force prevented the snake's mouth from opening. Just as Xiao Chun and the purple python fought, the purple python tiger's huge body crashed into Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun suffered a heavy blow to his chest and immediately fell over. This is about the end of the act. If this goes on, this beast will really eat me up, Xiao Chun thought to himself as he watched the purple python tiger open its mouth to attack his neck. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. Xiao Chun increased the force in his left hand and crushed the snake head. Then, he fiercely punched the purple python tiger's chest. Chapter 407. Ka Ca. With the dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulating at full power, this punch contained 150 tons of force. The force of the punch permeated the purple python tiger's internal organs and instantly shattered them. Just as the purple python tiger's huge body pressed down, Xiao Chun somersaulted and dodged it. There was a loud bang, and the purple python tiger's corpse fell heavily to the ground. The clothes on Xiao Chun's chest had already been torn by the purple python tiger's attack. His long hair was messy, and he was covered in dust. Xiao Chun cut a sorry figure. When the low-ranked blood demon hidden in the darkness saw this, it relaxed. It stuck out its tongue and licked its lips. A greedy look appeared in its eyes. Xiao Chun stretched out his body and took out a sharp saber from his universe ring. Then, he cut open the purple python tiger's belly. Blood immediately spurted out, along with a small, exquisite bronze statue. Xiao Chun stretched his hand out, and a suction force pulled the bronze statue over. It floated above Xiao Chun's palm. He stabbed the lunar shadow saber into the ground beside him. Then, Xiao Chun took out an old cloth and slowly wiped the blood off the bronze statue. An incredibly lively and lifelike statue appeared before Xiao Chun. When Xiao Chun saw the statue's appearance, he found it familiar. Suddenly, he remembered seeing it in the Fire Li Sek's Secret Treasures book. The secret treasures from the ancient era were all famous. Those that were not superior-grade secret treasures would not appear in the book. However, based on the aura of this bronze statue, it was clear that it was not the original. It should be a fake. See. An extremely weak sound came from behind Xiao Chun. If one did not pay close attention, one would not be able to hear it. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Xiao Chun's lips curled up in a smile. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the lunar shadow saber. Then, he turned around and stabbed the saber into the ground. The tip of the saber struck the blood. Xiao Chun used some force, and purple electricity crackled and flickered on the snow-white saber. Ah! There was a miserable shriek as the blood turned into a human figure. The lunar shadow saber pinned the other party's body to the ground. pure and tyrannical lightning attributed essence. The blood demon's body was convulsing non-stop, unable to resist at all. The blood demon's body did not have the slightest ability to resist. Don't kill me. I still have many secret treasures. As long as you let me go, I will give them all to you, Blood Demon said, trembling in pain. His heart was filled with extreme fear. He had thought that this person had fallen for his trap and that his strength was only so. He did not expect that this sudden attack would not even give him a chance to dodge. Xiao Chun, who had personally seen this blood demon devour human hearts, did not believe the words of this blood demon at all. Such a cunning demon dweller would definitely suffer a great loss if he coveted some small advantage. Xiao Chun unsheathed his blade, and purple flames shot out from his right eye. He was prepared to burn this blood demon to death. As the purple flames burned, the blood demon's miserable shriek lasted for a while before it went silent. After a while, it turned into a pile of ashes. Xiao Chun used the tip of his saber to poke at the ashes a few times. A scarlet demon core appeared. The demon core contained a horrifying, baleful aura. If one could absorb it, it could greatly increase a cultivator's killing chi. At the same time, it could temper a cultivator's mental energy. This thing had always been in short supply. However, the demon core of a low-ranked blood demon did not have much value. The baleful aura it contained was useless against a martial king. Xiao Chun casually tossed the demon core into the universe ring. Then, he took out the book that introduced secret treasures and started reading it. Soon, he found the source of the bronze statue. The bronze statue was a sculpture of an ancient mutated beast. This mutated beast was called Flame, the strongest fire-attributed mutated beast in the world. Consumed flames as food. In this world, there was no flame that it could not consume. The more flames it consumed, the stronger the might of the flames it spat out. Using the flame beast as the model, the ancient cultivators created a secret treasure. It could also consume all sorts of flames in the world. After it merged, it could spit out an even more powerful flame. Although it could not compare to a true flame beast, it was not far off. Its might could not be underestimated. It was a peak superior grade secret treasure. After Xiao Chun read the introduction, he toyed with the ordinary-looking bronze statue in his hand. It had a flickering spiritual light. He said, "A superior grade secret treasure radiates light into the sky. Its spiritual energy can spread for 5 kilometers. It looks like this flame beast bronze statue is very simple. It is indeed a fake." Xiao Chun erased the imprint on the flame beast bronze statue and placed his own imprint on it. Then, he prepared to use the purple thunder true fire to test the might of this flame beast. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the distance. It was like a sudden clap of thunder. It was so loud that it hurt one's eardrums. Xiao Chun looked up and saw a huge whirlpool in the scarlet clouds in the distant sky. Countless scarlet bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere. A tyrannical aura soared into the sky from the ground, shattering the scarlet clouds in the sky. So. Many cultivators in the demon battlefield felt this aura and looked up. A few cultivators could not resist their curiosity and quickly flew over. When Xiao Chun felt the fluctuating energy in the air, he muttered, "What a strong aura! It should be as strong as a martial monarch. Is this the target of those half-step martial monarchs?" An intense curiosity arose in Xiao Chun's heart. He wanted to check it out. However, he managed to overcome his curiosity in the end. Even the most ordinary half-step martial monarch would be able to deal with Xiao Chun in a few moves. It would be too naive to try and take advantage of them. Furthermore, there was a demon as strong as a martial monarch in the middle. If Xiao Chun was not afraid of death, he could join in the fun. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and maintained his vigilance as he continued forward. Along the way, he ran into some crafty demons. Some tossed their secret treasures on the ground and used the aura of the secret treasure to attract the cultivator's attention before launching a sneak attack. Some disguised themselves as humans to get close to Xiao Chun and wait for an opportunity to make a move. Xiao Chun saw through all these tricks. Along the way to the medial grade secret treasure, he obtained 3 or 4 inferior grade secret treasures. Xiao Chun stopped in front of a messy stone forest. He muttered, "I have finally reached this place. This place is indeed at the periphery of the demon battlefield. I hope Bai Lishi did not lie to me." The messy stone forest covered an area of a kilometer squared. There were strange rocks everywhere. Each rock was at least 10 meters tall, standing upright on the flat ground. The atmosphere in the forest was very strange. It was very quiet. When the wind blew, the faint smell of blood wafted in the air. Xiao Chun scanned the forest with his spiritual sense and soon discovered the medial-grade secret treasure that Bai Lishi mentioned. A pair of flashing black boots lay quietly on a stone pillar in the middle of the messy stone forest. When Xiao Chun probed it with his spiritual sense, the boots flickered with a dense spiritual light, giving off an overwhelming spiritual energy. The spiritual energy contained in these boots was much stronger than that of a regular peak inferior grade secret treasure. This was at least an early medial grade secret treasure. Indeed, Bai Lishi did not lie to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun rejoiced. Coincidentally, the windwalk shoes on his feet could no longer keep up with his cultivation. Now, they could only increase his movement speed by 10%. Xiao Chun's overall movement speed could not break Mach 2. It remained stuck at a bottleneck. However, based on Xiao Chun's experience along the way, he often encountered demons tossing their secret treasures on the ground to attract the attention of cultivators. Then they would take the opportunity to kill them. This place should be no exception. If there were no danger, the secret treasures would have been snatched away long ago. Xiao Chun scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense again, but did not discover any demons. This was within his expectations, but it did not mean that there was no danger. The ability of demons to hide their auras was much higher than that of regular human cultivators. Unless one personally tracked the other party, it would be very difficult to sense a demon with one's spiritual sense. Since this demon could take out a medial grade secret treasure, its rank was definitely not low. The low-ranked blood demons that Xiao Chun killed easily could not compare to it. I have to think of a way. As he stood outside the stone forest, Xiao Chun did not rush in. He revealed a contemplative look. Enemies hidden in the dark were always the scariest. This was because one could not predict where they would come from or how strong they were. Xiao Chun casually waved his hand and pulled over 7 or 8 rocks of similar sizes. This stone forest did not lack rocks. Xiao Chun sent out a few strands of essence and gently lifted up these rocks. Then he held 2 fingers together and condensed an incredibly sharp saber chi. His 2 fingers danced in the air, and just like that, he started carving in the air. Stone chips fell off, and soon, an exquisite stone eagle sculpture appeared. Xiao Chun's fingers did not stop moving as he continued to carve. Soon, 8 stone sculptures appeared around him, floating quietly in the air. Life bestowal spell. Xiao Chun shouted and pointed to the front. The 8 stone eagles in the air all came to life. Puda! Puda! The goshawk, which had a wingspan of a meter, stirred up whirlwinds on the ground and shot toward the stone forest like an arrow that was released from a bow. With Xiao Chun's current cultivation and the aid of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer, he was already very familiar with the life bestowal spell. He had no difficulty communicating with the 8 eagles at the same time. Just as they were about to get close to the secret treasure, 3 red lights flashed, and the 3 goshawks at the front were directly blasted into a pile of debris. After all, they were just stone sculptures made of ordinary stones. They did not have high combat prowess. At the same time, a blood demon in red robes appeared on a stone pillar. He had a pale complexion and a sullen gaze. Pa! 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 The red-robed blood demon flicked his hands and sent out a few strands of scarlet energy, trying to shatter the remaining 5 eagles. A middle-rank blood demon was as strong as a superior-grade martial king who comprehended a state. He would be difficult to deal with. However, he was still within the limits of what Xiao Chun could handle. To be on the safe side, Xiao Chun had to test him to see if he had any companions. With a flip of his hand, Xiao Chun sucked in 10 odd stones in one breath. His gaze was calm as he moved his hands at the same time. Shwa! 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 Stone chips fell from the ground. Xiao Chun pushed his concentration and movements to their limits. In 3 breaths, he completed the stone sculpture. Boom! The 10-odd large eagles soared into the air and quickly flew towards the stone pillar in the middle. They spread their wings and connected them together. In an instant, the dozen or so flies covered a large area of the sky. Chapter 408. Clearly, one blood demon would not be able to destroy so many eagles in an instant. At that time, Xiao Chun could take the opportunity to control the eagles and snatch away the secret treasures. Unless there are other blood demons, Xiao Chun muttered to himself, a cautious look in his eyes. Boom! 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 The eagles that swooped down at the secret treasures were blasted into dust one after another. Xiao Chun focused his spiritual sense on one of the eagles and nimbly dodged the attacks. Nimbly dodging the attacks, it seized an opportunity and hooked the pair of shoes with its talons before retreating with lightning speed. Bang! This eagle did not fly very high before it was blasted into dust by a blood arrow. The shoes slowly fell to the ground. Another blood demon appeared on the stone pillar. This one wore blue robes, and its aura was no weaker than the first blood demons. Unexpectedly, it was also a middle-rank blood demon. 2 middle-rank blood demons. This is going to be problematic, Xiao Chun thought to himself. No matter what, I have to give it a try. Medial-grade secret treasures are not that easy to come across. A fierce purple flame burned in Xiao Chen's right eye. Then it quickly condensed and compressed. Soon, the boundless purple flame turned into a rhombus-shaped purple light. With a thought from Xiao Chun, the purple light quickly elongated. Xiao! The purple arrow turned into a purple arrow and shot at the second middle-rank blood demon. The purple arrow moved like a beam of light, tearing through the obstruction of space. The speed instantly reached Mach 3. Before the blue-robed blood demon could react, a bloody hole appeared in its shoulder. At the same time the purple flames shot out, Xiao Chun activated the windwalk shoes on his feet. He moved at lightning speed on the rocks. Finally, just as the secret treasure was about to fall, he grabbed the pair of black shoes. When the 2 blood demons saw that Xiao Chun had obtained the secret treasures, they did not show any surprise on their faces. It was as if everything was within their expectations. The blood demon that was struck by the purple thunder true fire licked his lips. He had a malevolent expression as he smiled. Another fat sheep has come knocking. What a dense killing chi. I like it. This time, no matter what, you cannot snatch it from me. The other blood demon stared coldly at Xiao Chun. He smiled gently and said, Let's see how capable you are. If you can't eat it, I don't mind helping you. Ga. The blue-robed blood demon laughed strangely, and the wound on his shoulder squirmed. He laughed and said, I can't eat it? What a joke. Finish off this brat in 10 moves. Strange, these 2 blood demons seemed to be waiting for him to fall into their trap. The arrow shot by the purple thunder true fire might have been purposely shot by the other party to lure him in. A thoughtful look appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He placed the secret treasure in his universe ring and prepared to leave this place first. No matter what, it was too dangerous to face 2 middle-ranked blood demons at the same time. Thinking of this, Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and turned around to retreat. Don't leave, human. No one has ever escaped from this stone forest. Ga. The blood demon laughed strangely and chased after Xiao Chun. When Xiao Chun heard this, he was slightly stunned. A few tall rocks appeared in front of him and blocked his path. Break! Xiao Chun instantly drew the lunar shadow saber and a sharp saber chi chopped the rocks in half. However, before he could relax, the strange rocks actually merged back together. Bang! 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 Xiao Chun continuously attacked with his saber. The purple chi whirlpool in his body spun rapidly. The lunar shadow saber flickered with electric light as he hacked down with the state of thunder infused in it. The stone, which had just been reassembled, was instantly smashed into pieces by the surging power. ZZ! A strange energy spread out, turning the rocks into countless shards flying in all directions. Once again they were sucked over. Soon, they turned back into a huge rock, blocking Xiao Chen's path. Just as Xiao Chun was about to try a few more times, he suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura behind him. The middle-ranked blood demon's blood arrow was approaching. Ga. G. G. Stop running, human. Stay here. I will definitely not let you feel pain. Shao Chun tilted his body slightly and dodged this attack. Then, he leaped over the rocks blocking his path and continued flying forward. When Shao Chun looked up, he discovered something strange. The path he took seemed to have changed. The direction of the entire stone forest seemed to have changed. Shao Chun was clearly heading back. However, he did not know which direction it led to. This was very shocking. Since the direction on the ground was messed up, I'll just go by the sky. Shao Chun executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and quickly soared into the sky. Bang! After flying for only 100 meters, an invisible barrier appeared above Shao Chun's head. His head smashed into it. Shao Chun had no choice but to land on a stone pillar on the ground. When he looked up, the direction he had just determined was now messed up again. The entire space of the stone forest seemed to be in complete chaos. It changed at every moment, making it impossible to walk out normally. The blue-robed blood demon chased after Shao Chun. He revealed a playful smile on his pale face. He said in a hoarse voice, "Give up. The natural laws of this stone forest change at every moment. If you do not live here for at least 100 years, you will not be able to walk out." Shao Chun's back faced the blue-robed blood demon. He looked to the front, thinking about some problems. It was like he did not hear what the blue-robed blood demon said. "Brat, are you scared silly? Are you going to end yourself? Or do I have to do it myself?" G. 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 The blue-robed blood demon laughed strangely when he saw the silent Shao Chun. "Never mind. Since I can't leave for now, there is no need to overthink. Whether Bai Lishi lied to me or not is not something I need to worry about now." Shao Chun gently pulled off the blue strip of cloth on his forehead. Then he slowly turned around. The red mark on his forehead made his fair complexion look very bewitching. When the blue-robed blood demon saw Shao Chun's appearance, he was slightly stunned. He felt that something was wrong, but he could not pinpoint what was wrong. "Since you want me to stay, I will grant your wish. I will not leave." Shao Chun's lips curled up, revealing a sinister smile on his bewitching face. "Trying to scare me? You are just an insignificant inferior-grade martial king. You are seeking death." The blue-robed blood demon shouted ferociously. He moved his 10 fingers and instantly shot out countless blood arrows. The blood arrows contained an intense baleful aura. With one glance, it looked like countless evil spirits crawled out of hell and launched themselves at you. As they wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves, there seemed to be all sorts of illusions around your ears. If one did not have a strong will, they would collapse on the spot under these illusions. A bright light flashed in Shao Chun's eyes, and all the illusions and the evil spirits of hell vanished. Thunderclouds filled the sky. Shao Chun held his lunar shadow saber as he stood on a huge rock. As thunder roared, saber lights danced around continuously. Dang! 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 The blood arrows seemed very solid. When Shao Chun's saber lights clashed, they gave off a melodious sound. Sparks flew everywhere on the saber. Shao Chun's saber light was so dense that not even wind could pass through. The blood arrows were all knocked away. When the blood arrows landed on the huge rocks, they immediately created finger-sized holes. After a while, all the blood infused into the huge rock. The huge rock instantly shattered. This showed how strong the blood arrows were. However, Shao Chun's saber lights did not make any progress. No matter how fast he was or how violent he was, he did not move. With my saber in hand, thunder roared, but I did not move. When the blue-robed blood demon saw that the illusions and blood arrows were useless against Shao Chun, not even giving him any trouble, he revealed a trace of shock in his eyes. That illusion of his was not an ordinary illusion. The number of demonic beasts and humans he had killed over the past few hundred years could be counted as tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of them. Regular superior-grade martial kings would not be able to struggle free of the baleful aura formed by the illusions. Even if they managed to struggle free, their minds would turn blurry for a while. However, nothing happened to Shao Chun. His martial techniques were not messed up at all. This brat was somewhat difficult to deal with. The blue-robed blood demon's gaze turned cautious. He looked at his companions in the distance, wanting to call them over to help. However, he resisted the urge. If he could not deal with an inferior-grade martial king, he would be exploited by that fellow in the future. The blue-robed blood demon's gaze turned ferocious once again. He gave up on seeking help from his companions. The blue-robed blood demon roared ferociously and condensed a red ball of light in his hand. The surface of the ball of light was mottled. Occasionally, the cries of resentful spirits came from it. Fragmented blood wave. A faint radiance appeared in the surroundings of the scarlet ball of light. It flew towards Xiao Chun at high speed and slowly rotated in the air. In the end, it formed a horrifying scarlet whirlpool. It even tore the air apart. Xiao Chun focused his gaze. He did not advance. Instead, he retreated. He gathered all his essence on the tip of his saber. Then, he held the lunar shadow saber in his right hand and spun it counterclockwise. See! A whirlpool appeared on the tip of the saber in the opposite direction of the fragmented blood wave. Purple electric light flickered in the whirlpool, crackling non-stop. Boom! The two whirlpools clashed with each other. A huge energy shockwave spread out in all directions. The boulders in the surroundings were crushed into powder. Instantly, a large cloud of dust filled the air. The blue-robed blood demon retreated 10 meters before he could stabilize himself. However, Xiao Chun did not move back. He shouted and charged forward with the lunar shadow saber in hand. Rushing thunder chop. Xiao Chun leaped into the air and descended from the sky. He carried a surging momentum as he hacked down at the blue-robed blood demon. The saber gave off an intense cold light. Electricity flickered on it, making one tremble in fear. The blue-robed blood demon crossed his hands and formed a scarlet barrier, trying to block Xiao Chen's move. However, although Xiao Chen's state of thunder was only at small perfection, it was much stronger than the great perfection state of a regular cultivator because of the purple thunder divine incantation, a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. How could the blue-robed blood demon block this move? Bang! The scarlet barrier only lasted for a moment before it shattered. The blue-robed blood demon's figure was knocked back by the surging energy. In an instant, he shattered countless boulders. When the red-robed blood demon saw this scene from a kilometer away, he mocked, "It looks like you can't take it. Do you need help?" "That's none of your business," the blue-robed blood demon retorted. As he looked at Xiao Chun flying over, he said angrily, "Today, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. I will let you have a taste of being eaten alive by a blood demon." Chain fragmented blood wave. When the flower shadow landed, 9 red balls of light appeared beside the blue-robed blood demon. The balls of light circled around the blue-robed blood demon. The cries of countless aggrieved spirits came from them. Chapter 409. The aggrieved spirits wailed together. Immediately, a scene of hell appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. Mountains of sabers and seas of flames filled the air. Horrifying scenes of human monarchs appeared before him. The blood demon wanted to disrupt Xiao Chen's state of mind, stirring up his mental energy and throwing his mind into chaos. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. In terms of mental attacks, only a martial monarch could threaten him. The mental attacks of this blue-robed blood demon were nothing to him. They were like floating clouds to Xiao Chun. A few strands of spiritual sense turned into countless sharp blades and instantly chopped the various mysterious phenomena into nothingness. Ha ha ha! So what if your mental energy is strong? My 9-ring fragmenting blood wave is already complete. No one can save you today. The blue-robed blood demon laughed loudly. 9 scarlet balls of light flew at Xiao Chun. The balls of light spun quickly and soon formed 9 huge scarlet whirlpools in the air. Then, the 9 scarlet whirlpools connected and formed an incredibly huge whirlpool. A scarlet light filled Xiao Chen's vision. Aside from this strange scarlet whirlpool, there was nothing else in front of Xiao Chun. It gave him a feeling that he could not block it. ZZ. The scarlet light in the whirlpool was like tentacles extending in the air, tearing through the air. Everywhere it passed, all the huge rocks shattered. It even pierced through the air. Retreat! Xiao Qin decisively retreated. He pushed off the huge rock and retreated several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Ga! Ga! Where can you retreat to? The longer you retreat, the stronger my chain-fragmenting blood wave will be. You will die even more miserably. The blue-robed blood demon's maniacal laughter came from behind the scarlet whirlpool that covered the sky. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. His heart was as calm as the waves in an ancient well. He pushed off the ground twice and retreated another kilometer at lightning speed. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated quickly in Xiao Chen's body. He pointed his saber at the sky and thunder roared. He circulated the state of thunder to its limits, and 100-meter-wide electric whirlpool appeared in the sky. Rumble! The sound of galloping horses could be heard amidst the rumbling of thunder in the sky. The sound of the galloping horses mixed with the rumbling of thunder, and the sky seemed to tremble. Rushing thunder roar, thousand army break. The lunar shadow saber drew on the strong force in the air. Seeing the scarlet whirlpool surging towards him, Xiao Chun calmly swung his saber. Within the whirlpool, a golden lightning knight holding a spear soared into the sky. It covered a distance of 1 kilometer in an instant, and the golden spear struck the center of the scarlet whirlpool. Break! The golden lightning knight flicked his right hand and thrust his spear forward, leaving a long trail of golden light behind him. Light exploded like thunder. The blood-colored vortex began to shatter unceasingly. After a while, the golden lightning knight shouted again, and the scarlet whirlpool that covered the sky was completely broken. The warhorse made of lightning let out a neigh and crashed into the blue-robed blood demon while carrying the knight. Pu Ci! The spear broke through the blue-robed blood demon's defense and stabbed a bowl-sized hole in his chest. The blue-robed blood demon's complexion paled as he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The blue-robed blood demon held the spear made of lightning with both hands. However, the golden lightning paralyzed him. His body could not help but twitch. "Save me! Quickly save me!" The blue-robed blood demon pleaded as he looked at the red-robed blood demon in the distance. The red-robed blood demon's lips curled up in a cold smile. He did not seem to care at all. When the lightning knights dispersed, the blue-robed blood demon could not be more dead. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. Xiao Chun walked forward expressionlessly. He poked the blue-robed blood demon's corpse a few times with his saber, digging out his demon core. Then he pulled gently, wanting to grab the middle-ranked blood demon's demon core. Hu Qi! Just at this moment, a sharp scarlet light shot towards Xiao Chun. Its speed was comparable to the speed of Xiao Chen's saber, reaching 3 times the speed of sound. Xiao Chun was startled. He gave up on the demon core and left deep footprints on the ground as he retreated several hundred meters. Feeling a slight chill on his chest, Xiao Chun looked down. There were 5 claw marks on his clear wind robes. The inner armor was torn, nearly injuring his flesh. What a strong explosive force, Xiao Chun thought to himself as he looked at the red-robed blood demon in front of him. The red-robed blood demon grabbed the demon core and revealed a wide smile on his pale face. He looked at Xiao Chun and said gently, "I really have to thank you. I have been waiting for this for several decades. You have helped me greatly. Later, I will eat your heart to repay you." Ga! The red-robed blood demon placed the demon core in his mouth and chewed it with relish. He revealed an expression of enjoyment on his face. It looked extremely cruel. Ga! Do you feel that I have become stronger? After I eat your heart, I will break through to become a high-ranked blood demon. The red-robed blood demon laughed strangely. He did not mind the guilt of eating his companion. He seemed to have a clear conscience. Xiao Chun could feel the red-robed blood demon's aura growing stronger. In the end, it actually increased by 20%, reaching the peak superior grade Martial King realm. Seeing the silent Xiao Chun, the red-robed blood demon slowly walked forward. He smiled faintly and said, "Why are you not saying anything? That move earlier exhausted a lot of your essence, right? I'm guessing that you have less than 30% left. Do you want me to give you some more time?" Pa! The red-robed blood demon said he wanted to give Xiao Chun more time. However, right after he spoke, he sent out a palm strike. The strong, baleful aura kicked up a strong wind. The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling came from the wind. When the red light shone, even the formless wind turned scarlet. The red mark on Xiao Chen's forehead started to flicker with a bright red light. The state of massacre started to surge, and the snow-white lunar shadow saber started to alternate between purple and red. Xiao Chen did not move at all. He did his best to maintain his calm. The saber light danced around continuously, scattering the palm wind the red-robed blood demon sent back. The red-robed blood demon's explosive power was very startling. He could move at Mach 3 in an instant. However, the red-robed blood demon could only move at Mach 2. The only thing that Xiao Chun could rely on was his attack speed. With the aid of the black gloves, Xiao Chun could move at Mach 3 when using drawing the saber. Hence, Xiao Chun could not move. Once he moved, he would be at a disadvantage. Xiao Chun was very clear on what a difference in movement speed of Mach 3 meant. This meant that Xiao Chen's attacks would not be able to knock down the red-robed blood demon. However, the red-robed blood demon could advance and retreat as he pleased. Once he met with danger, he could retreat quickly. Dang! 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 A strong wind blew by Xiao Chen's ears. The ghostly cries and wolf howls were like demonic music, lingering in his mind. Occasionally, the red-robed blood demon's strange laughter could be heard. Maintaining his state of mind, Xiao Chun was as steady as a boulder. It was like his feet were fixed to the top of a huge rock. No matter how unpredictable the red-robed blood demon sent out sharp palm winds, Xiao Chun did not budge. The lunar shadow saber danced around in all directions. Xiao Chun made use of drawing the saber with every saber strike. Aside from essence, most of it was mental exhaustion. Tiring, extremely tiring. However, Xiao Chun had to do his best to persevere and find an opportunity to counterattack. Otherwise, only death awaited him. There was no other way. He had nowhere to retreat to. Interesting. You know that your movement speed is not as fast as mine, so you do not dare to move, afraid that I will control your rhythm. You are using your strong attack speed to block my attacks. However, how long do you think you can last? 20 minutes? 10 minutes? Or 5 minutes? The red-robed blood demon took a few steps back at lightning speed. A playful smile appeared on his pale face. After attacking for a long time without success, the red-robed blood demon started to use psychological warfare to lower Xiao Chen's morale. Xiao! Xiao Chun pointed his saber at the red-robed blood demon and revealed a faint smile on his fair face. He said, "You can give it a try. Let's see if I fall first or if I grasp your rhythm first." Haha, in that case, let's continue playing. The red-robed blood demon laughed strangely. Then, he turned into a beam of red light and charged at Xiao Chen again. Boom! 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 The horrifying red light contained a boundless, baleful aura. The red-robed blood demon executed all sorts of killing moves. He attacked Xiao Chen from the front, left, and right. When the two's intense attacks clashed, the surrounding air rippled like water. The strong energy seemed like it would tear space apart. The red-robed blood demon originally had the strength of a superior-grade martial king. After he absorbed the blue-robed blood demon's demon core, his strength increased explosively. Xiao Chen merged the two states to their limits. He did not dare to be careless as he broke every killing move of his opponent. Xiao! After another hour, the red-robed blood demon still could not take down Xiao Chen. He revealed an impatient expression on his pale face as he retreated again. Xiao Chen remained calm. He said indifferently, "Is that all you are capable of? In that case, you might have to stay behind today." The red-robed blood demon snorted coldly and said, "Even at death's door, you are still so stubborn. I will make sure you beg for mercy later." A ruthless look flashed in the red-robed blood demon's eyes. He pressed his palms together and quickly formed hand seals. Rings of red light slowly spread out from his palms. A horrifying energy slowly gathered on the hand seals. The red light became increasingly brighter. It was bright red, like blood pulsing, It looked very strange. Great blood demon imprint. The red-robed blood demon roared ferociously. When the red light reached its peak, he stopped forming hand seals. Then, he used an overwhelming force to press down on Xiao Chen. The great blood demon was like a tall mountain descending from the sky with boundless energy. Its aura was overwhelming, causing one to tremble in fear and find it hard to breathe. However, Xiao Chen's expression did not change much. Instead, he felt excited. He was not afraid of clashing head-on with the red-robed blood demon. He was only afraid of the red-robed blood demon clinging to him. When the situation turned bad, he would retreat. If that happened a few times, Xiao Chen might not be able to leave the stone forest immediately. No matter how mentally strong he was, he would collapse. Xiao Chen had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. As long as he could drag this out until the red-robed blood demon clashed head-on with him and gave up his advantage in speed, he was confident of finishing him off in 3 moves. Xiao Chen placed the saber in front of his nose. His left hand moved up and down the tip of the saber, slowly moving it up and down. When his finger brushed past the tip of the saber, a purple and red fog sunflower bud suddenly appeared on the stone pillar under Xiao Chen's feet. When the great blood demon imprint struck him, it completely enveloped him. Chapter 410. Bang! There was a loud sound and the huge rock under Xiao Chen's feet instantly turned into dust. The purple and red Wuxia flower's flower bud fell to the ground. The huge rock quickly reformed behind the Wuxia flower's flower bud and landed firmly on the ground. Inside the flower bud, Xiao Chen could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. His internal organs churned violently, and the strands of energy on the inner vest trembled violently. The energy threads on the inner vest broke one by one. The might of this great blood demon imprint far surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Despite the protection of the flower bud and the inner vest, it still inflicted such severe internal injuries. Without these 2 layers of protection, Xiao Chen's internal organs would have shattered. The red-robed blood demon floated quietly in the air. When he saw the undamaged flower bud, he revealed an astonished expression on his sullen face. The red-robed blood demon was very clear on the might of the great blood demon imprint. Although he had only cultivated the first layer, he had absorbed the blue-robed blood demon's energy. Even a high-ranked blood demon would suffer significant internal injuries after receiving the full might of this great blood demon imprint. I don't believe that you can block this move. What the hell is this? Break for me. The red-robed blood demon shouted angrily and formed a claw with his fingers. Then he quickly clawed at the flower bud. Bang! Just as the red-robed blood demon was about to touch the flower bud, it exploded. A horrifying shockwave spread out and swept away the red-robed blood demon. The red-robed blood demon flew back 100 meters with an extremely pained expression before he managed to stabilize himself. A strong wind blew and petals filled the sky of the stone forest. Xiao Chen leaped out and pierced through the petals, charging at the red-robed blood demon. The purple and red petals gave off beams of spiritual light invisible to the naked eye. When the spiritual light entered Xiao Chen's body, Xiao Chen's speed immediately increased to Mach 3. At this moment, Xiao Chen no longer held back like before. He brandished his saber and sent a sharp saber light at the red-robed blood demon with a boundless saber intent. Xiao Chen launched an unending barrage of attacks with the momentum of rushing thunder, pushing the red-robed blood demon back. The red-robed blood demon blocked Xiao Chen's attacks. The more he fought, the more astonished he became. The speed he was so proud of was actually unable to shake off Xiao Chen's attacks. He wanted to gather his strength and retreat, but he found that the move just now had consumed too much of his strength. He did not have much left. There was no chance for him to escape from Xiao Chen's attack. Despicable human, do you think you can trap me like this? Blood Shadow Clone Technique. The red-robed blood demon cursed. A red light flickered on his body, and he split into 3. However, he did not attack Xiao Chen. Instead, he ran in different directions. He wanted to escape first. He firmly believed that as long as he left this place and completely digested the blue-robed blood devil's power, Xiao Chen, who could not escape from the stone forest, would be his meal sooner or later. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, Clone technique? It seems like I know it as well. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Shao Chen's figure trembled, and he immediately split into 9 figures. Then, the 9 figures trembled again, and a total of 81 figures appeared in the air. Again, Shao Chun clenched his teeth and risked exhausting his essence. The 81 figures trembled at the same time. He split into 9 again. Instantly, 729 figures appeared in the air, densely packed together. The air was filled with Shao Chen's figures. It was not easy to wait for this fellow to exhaust most of his energy. If Shao Chun allowed him to leave the stone forest, then Shao Chun would lose the chance to catch him. Furthermore, with this experience, Shao Chun would definitely not choose to clash head-on with Shao Chun again. So, no matter what, Shao Chun could not let him leave. There was only one chance. He absolutely could not miss it. When the red-robed blood demon saw that his surroundings were filled with Shao Chen's figures, he finally revealed a horrified expression for the first time. Each of his 3 clones was surrounded by hundreds of Shao Chens. At this moment, they looked incredibly insignificant. With the aid of the fog sunflower petals, each of the clones was no slower than the red-robed blood demon. There was no chance for him to break through. The red-robed blood demon's path of retreat was completely sealed. "Merge!" the red-robed blood demon shouted. The other 2 clones turned into clumps of red light and returned to his main body. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes. The red-robed blood demon's entire body gave off a bright red light, and a dazzling scarlet light appeared in his eyes. A baleful aura spread out from his body like smoke. The red-robed blood demon unleashed all sorts of killing moves without caring about the exhaustion. A scarlet light flashed, and a strong wind howled. He quickly broke out of the encirclement. Several of Shao Chen's clones shattered into pieces. This red-robed blood demon had gone completely berserk. Trying to leave? It's too late. Wuxia transforms to Qi. The lunar shadow saber hummed, and the hundreds of Shao Chen's figures in the stone forest brandished their sabers at the same time, executing the Wuxia transforms to Qi of the Wuxia saber technique. Instantly, hundreds of ancient divine Wuxia trees appeared in the air. Then, the Wuxia trees scattered and turned into boundless saber Qi. Dang! 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 In this small space, the alternating purple and red saber Qi were like a torrential storm. The red-robed blood demon locked onto by Shao Chun had no way of dodging. The principle was very simple. In a torrential storm, even if one held an umbrella, one would still get wet. Furthermore, the thousands of saber Qi in the air were even more ferocious than a torrential storm. No matter how fast the red-robed blood demon was, he could not dodge all of them. Shoo! Shoo! In the blink of an eye, the red-robed blood demon's clothes were tattered by the saber Qi. Blood flowed all over his body. His flesh was lacerated, and countless wounds covered his body. He looked very miserable. "Merge!" Shao Chen shouted, and the hundreds of figures turned into countless beams of light, gathering on Shao Chen's body. When all the beams of light gathered, Shao Chun leaped up and thrust his saber in the air. He easily tore apart the defensive Qi barrier that the red-robed blood demon laid. Now that the red-robed blood demon was severely injured, how could he block Shao Chen's lightning-fast saber strike infused with the state of massacre and the state of thunder? Pu Ci. The tip of Shao Chen's saber stabbed deeply into the red-robed blood demon's chest, creating a fist-sized wound. The red-robed blood demon was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. Blood leaked out of his eyes as he said in a crazed manner, "Even if I die, I will drag you down with me, you lowly vile human." Energy gathered in the red-robed blood demon's entire body. His skin started to swell continuously. At the critical moment, the red-robed blood demon actually thought of self-detonation. Shao Chun thrust his saber forward again. His expression was calm as he said, "Do you think that you still have a chance?" Wuxia blossoms. Shao Chen drew his saber, sending out a long blood arrow. Flower petals filled the air and formed a huge whirlpool, heading for the red-robed blood demon's wound. Bang! A huge force surged over. The red-robed blood demon's body smashed through several huge rocks before he stopped. His continuously swelling body instantly shriveled up. A tree trunk grew out of his wound. Then countless branches extended from the tree trunk. Soon, a luxuriant wukuei tree grew at a visible pace. A tall, towering wukuei tree appeared out of nowhere. Many purplish-red wukuei flowers bloomed on the branches. This time, Xiaochen did not have any misgivings at all. The wukuei tree's growth was extremely wild. When the wukuei tree bloomed, all the life force in the red-robed blood demon's body was sucked dry, turning him into a dried corpse. Explode! Xiaochen formed a hand seal with his left hand and controlled the mysterious energy in the air. He shouted, and the wukuei tree instantly exploded. The red-robed blood demon's body could not be any more dead. No matter how strong the red-robed blood demon's life force was, there was no exception. The instant the red-robed blood demon's body exploded, thousands of beams of red light made of baleful aura quickly flew towards Xiaochen's forehead. In Xiaochen's sea of consciousness, the scarlet throne greedily absorbed this baleful aura. It trembled in excitement, and the entire sea of consciousness surged. The red-robed blood demon's baleful aura far surpassed Xiaochen's expectations. His body also grew excited uncontrollably. A red light appeared in his eyes, making him look very sinister. The low-rank blood demons that he killed in the past could not compare at all. With just a thought, he could easily kill them with his spiritual sense. That feeling of sinking into depravity gave him a thrill. Even though that blue-robed blood demon was a middle-ranked blood demon, Xiaochen only needed a few breaths of time to easily destroy that desire. However, this time the feeling was very intense. All the cells, skin, and blood in Xiaochen's body surged. His mind was filled with the power of massacre. Xiaochen wanted to destroy this intoxicating feeling a few times, but he gave up at the last moment. That feeling of his entire body surging made him sink in, unable to extricate himself. Even though Xiaochen knew that it was not good and would drive him crazy, he could not do it. He was afraid that he would lose this feeling if he destroyed it. Just as he was about to lose himself, Xiaochen placed the tip of his tongue between his teeth and bit down hard. Immediately, he bit off a small piece of flesh on the tip of his tongue. The intense pain caused Xiaochen to regain some clarity. The pain on the tip of his tongue did not last for long. Xiaochen revealed a resolute expression. Just as the pain was about to disappear, he used his spiritual sense to turn into a sharp blade and cut off the intoxicating feeling in his sea of consciousness. Xiaochen only managed to sever this feeling after a total of 5 minutes. Cold sweat poured down Xiaochen's back. He felt like he was about to collapse. Xiaochen was mentally fatigued. This action had actually exhausted half of his mental energy. The red-robed blood demon was originally very strong. He was already a peak middle-ranked blood demon. After he swallowed his companion, he could be considered a high-ranked blood demon. Not only did the baleful aura it contained increase in quantity, but it also increased in quality. It was not something that low-ranked blood demons could compare to. Furthermore, the baleful aura of such demons was much stronger than that of human cultivators of the same cultivation level. The unique brutality, bloodthirst, massacre, and other negative emotions of demons were much stronger than those of humans. Xiaochen leaned against a huge rock. His eyes had already regained their clarity. He said softly, "It looks like I have to pay special attention to absorbing the baleful aura of demons in the future. This is not on the same level as a cultivator." The crisis this time had a lot to do with Xiaochen not being mentally prepared. If Xiaochen had been prepared, given his mental state, even if he could not digest this baleful aura quickly, he would not have been in danger of sinking into oblivion. After resting for a while, Xiaochen recovered most of his spirit. He stood up and said, "After absorbing so much baleful aura, the state of massacre should have become stronger." Xiaochen gently flicked his finger, and a saber chi infused with the state of massacre shot out.